Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
So fast. Snape stared at Sebastian, stunned. Less than 3 minutes ago, the basilisk's roar had rattled the chamber. Now, Sebastian was standing there smugly, as if it had all been nothing. Suspicion gnawed at him, but he followed Sebastian into the Chamber of Secrets. The place was lit by dozens of magical lamps Sebastian had installed on the ceiling, revealing every corner in stark detail. And there it was. The basilisk, frozen solid, towering in its icy prison. Snape froze mid-step. It's even larger than the shed skin. The reek of life-and-death water filled the air. The serpent wasn't dead, just trapped in enchanted sleep. Snape's mind raced, calculating how long it would take him to subdue such a monster. The result made his stomach twist. Unless he went all out and killed it, he could never have captured the creature alive in such a short time. His face darkened. Damn it! Why is the gap between us so wide? Severus, what are you brooding about? Sebastian's voice cut him off. Come on, let's start with the venom. With casual ease, Sebastian siphoned 2 vials of basilisk venom and pried out several massive fangs. Then he tossed one of the vials towards Snape. Here, your share, brother. See how generous I am. Snape bit back the retort rising in his throat. For basilisk venom, he could swallow his pride. With this sample, he could begin experimenting with venom-based potions. He turned instead to collect blood, filling 2 vials before stepping back. Only then did he take in the chamber properly. Rows of pillars, each carved with lifelike serpents that seemed ready to slither down and strike. At the far end, a colossal statue loomed, nearly reaching the ceiling. Its face was ape-like, weathered with deep creases, its sparse beard trailing into the folds of its stone robe. The eyes were half-lowered, peering at intruders with cold judgment. Salazar Slytherin, Snape whispered, standing beneath the statue. The rumors were true. He delved into blood magic before leaving Hogwarts, tried to claim the power of magical beasts for himself, even altered his own body. What a genius! What dedication! His eyes shone with quiet reverence. Slytherin was a kindred spirit, misunderstood, maligned, yet unyielding in pursuit of magic's ultimate truths. Even if the world spat on him, he pressed forward. Severus, Sebastian's voice snapped again, pulling him from his thoughts. Enough staring. Slytherin didn't build this place just to house his pet. There has to be more. A private study, perhaps. Annoyance flickered across Snape's face. This wretched Swan knows nothing of respect. But he grudgingly admitted Sebastian was right. A genius like Slytherin would never waste such a space. He raised his wand and began searching. Sebastian, meanwhile, simply closed his eyes. His magical perception swept across the chamber like a radar. When he opened them, he walked straight to a blank wall beside the statue. 3 spots bore lingering traces of enchantment. The entrance, the basilisk's passage, and this wall. Sebastian's lips curled. So the study lies here. In parcel tongue, he hissed, "Open." Immediately, ghostly snake carvings appeared, slithering apart as the wall split down the middle and vanished. Sebastian blinked. That easy? I thought I'd need Harry to test 6 passwords. But of course, this chamber was Slytherin's alone. Why make the door a hassle for himself? Severus, Sebastian called, barely concealing his excitement. This way, the office beyond was starkly different, dry, clean, preserved by magic. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with yellowed tomes, still pulsing faintly with power. At the center stood a wide laboratory bench cluttered with alchemical tools. In the corner, a simple wooden desk bore scattered parchments. The ink had faded, but the script remained sharp and all too familiar. Sebastian leaned in, recognizing the handwriting immediately. The same script he had seen in a Horcrux diary. Voldemort's. Grinning, he turned to Snape and pointed at the parchments. Severus, care to guess who the last visitor here was? An image flashed through Snape's mind without warning, a shadowed figure he knew too well. The mysterious man, he breathed. Everything snapped into focus. He looked at Sebastian with sudden intensity. You mean, the person who opened the chamber this time was that mysterious man? Sebastian nodded, calm and steady. Not exactly him in person. It appears a dark object carrying his consciousness bewitched a student and forced the door open. You mean Voldemort? Snape's voice was tight. He's back at Hogwarts. No, Sebastian said, offering a small, controlled smile. You know who isn't prowling the corridors in flesh. But his influence was present, contained in a cursed item. I removed it. That's why students could search freely afterward. You know how vindictive he'd be if left unchecked. Snape's shoulders loosened a fraction. Sebastian continued, pointing at the neat script on the parchment. And you were right. The last recorded visitor was indeed this mysterious man. 50 years ago. 50 years, Snape repeated, scanning the handwriting. The script was careful, dry, unmistakable. He was still a student then. Yes. Sebastian's expression softened as he read aloud. When he was at school, he opened the chamber once before. The basilisk attacked, and Myrtle died. They blamed Hagrid, and the boy received a special commendation. He even has a medal in the display case for it. Snape grimaced, but Sebastian went on, lifting another parchment. Set aside what he did. Look at the mind. His notes are extraordinary. Original thinking. Dangerous, but brilliant. Snape let the parchment fall into his hands and began to read. The entries shifted from speculation to fevered obsession. Today, Godric proposed dragon's resistance. If a wizard had dragon-like defenses, he wrote, a single blade could end an enemy. It is a wild fantasy, but worth pursuing. After meeting an animagus, I see possibility. Animagus transformations are limited to ordinary beasts, tabby cats, hounds, never magical creatures. The world is timid. They fear the risks. But every advancement in magic carries risk. I will push past caution. Slytherin's handwriting grew more insistent as Snape turned the pages. He described a plan, not merely to refine an animagus potion, but to enable transformation into true magical beasts, creatures with size, magic, and will. Snape's eyebrow rose. Animagus forms were, by every law of the school, ordinary animals. To change that was hubris. Yet as he read on, he could not deny the rigor. Slytherin worked through theoretic constraints, how magical energy scales, where consumption would skyrocket, and the impossibility of sustaining the transformation for most witches and wizards. There are two obstacles, one notebook admitted. First, the energy cost. Transformation into a magical beast requires exponentially more power. Most wizards lack the capacity. I should be capable, however. The second problem is blood. Snape felt a chill. The notes turned colder, clinical. Blood carries not only physiology but essence, temper, memory, will. For magical beasts, this information is vast and volatile. If not handled, the beast's nature can overwhelm the subject. I must process the blood, preserve the form, but filter the will. The experiments followed in jagged entries. First attempt, failure. Blood overprocessed, information lost. Second, dragon blood, too violent. Slytherin stopped the ritual and barely retained himself. Third, Bigfoot, an ape-like magical beast similar in shape to a human. The attempt failed. Slytherin recorded a blood conflict and noted a change in his own features, an ape-like shift to his face. He called it a necessary sacrifice. Snape read the words slowly, feeling the weight of them. 10 years of trial. No success. The conflicts grow worse. I am tired. Perhaps I was arrogant. I shall leave Hogwarts and place these notes here. Basilisk, my creature, stay and protect the school should it ever need you. When Snape reached the final entry, he closed the notebook and exhaled. The truth arranged itself neatly. Slytherin had sought to rewrite Animagus law, to force magic beyond its bounds. He had failed. In the end, he left a guardian behind, the basilisk. Over the centuries, it grew older, its purpose blurred. Then Voldemort returned and bent it to his will. Snape met Sebastian's eyes. "There's no hidden chamber, no secret laboratory beyond these books," he said softly. "Slytherin left no tidy legacy, only experiments and failure. His notes are all we have." Sebastian's smile was slow, almost hungry. He tapped the parchment with a forefinger. "Who says there isn't a legacy?" he murmured. "These notebooks are his inheritance. If I complete what he began, if I solve the blood problem, this won't be a failed experiment." Snape frowned. "You really mean to continue that research?" "I do," Sebastian said plainly. "For Slytherin, and for what comes after. I have ideas, ways to separate the will from the form, to stabilize the essence. We'll need safeguards and we'll need secrecy. But first, we should not keep Professor McGonagall waiting." He folded a corner of the parchment into his sleeve, eyes bright with the kind of confidence that had once frightened Snape and 1,000 lesser men. "And the rest?" Snape asked. Sebastian straightened, the room's cold light catching the edge of a smile. "As for this experiment," he said, "I have some new approaches." He led the way out of the study, the parchments whispering under his arm. The notebooks remained open on the table, full of unfinished equations and the trembling arrogance of a founder who had tried to bend a rule of magic and paid the price. In the bathroom on the 3rd floor, the students of the Auror training class were reluctant to leave. They were nervously waiting for news from the 2 professors. Harry stood in the crowd, his face full of anxiety, and kept looking towards the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. Ever since the 2 professors left, Myrtle has been chattering to everyone about how she was murdered, which made Harry feel more and more uneasy. You know, the basilisk's eyes are extremely dangerous, and just one glance at them can kill someone. What will the professors do with the basilisk? Do you need to fight a basilisk blindfolded? But if we do this, how can we accurately deal with the basilisk's attack? It's really worrying. The 2 professors who went down were both his closest and most trusted professors at Hogwarts, and he really didn't want to see the professors get hurt in the slightest. Just as Harry was daydreaming, he heard the sound of wizard robes fluttering in the pipe. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up straight, staring at the cave entrance with burning eyes. Soon, 2 figures flew out of the pipe. They were Sebastian and Snape. They rode on their broomsticks, looking calm and composed, as if they had just completed a very ordinary job. Great! Both professors seemed to be safe and sound. Harry was finally relieved. Before he had time to ask the 2 professors for details, he saw a huge basilisk slowly rising from the pipe. Although the basilisk's eyes were covered by a patch, its huge body in the ice crystal still shocked everyone present. Looking at the basilisk in front of him, Professor McGonagall felt a little scared for his students. On Halloween, only Filch's cat was petrified, and no little wizard was killed. This is really Merlin's blessing. At this moment, the little wizard's eyes widened as big as copper bells, and they all screamed in surprise. Merlin's beard. That's a basilisk. Is it dead? It's terrifying. It's too big. How did the professors defeat it? Oh my God, if I met on Halloween night, I would definitely die right there. I don't even need to look into its eyes. It would scare me to death. The little wizards were talking about it, and some brave little wizards even walked forward and tried to observe all the details of the basilisk up close. Hearing everyone's discussion, Sebastian jumped off his broom and replied with a smile. "The basilisk is not dead, but it has fallen into a deep sleep and will not wake up for a while. Don't worry." The bathroom was too crowded, so I took the basilisk to the open space in front of the castle so that everyone could see it clearly. With that, Sebastian waved his wand and walked out with the basilisk. For a moment, the whole Hogwarts was in an uproar. The news spread throughout the castle as quickly as the wind, and students flocked from every corner, pouring into the open space in front of the castle like a tide. The huge body of the basilisk looked particularly ferocious in the sunlight. Although its body was frozen in ice and motionless, its inherent deterrent power still frightened the surrounding students. They were all discussing how this huge creature had survived in the secret room for 1,000 years and how it had been subdued by the professors. Glancing at the students around him, Sebastian raised his wand and waved it gently, bringing the basilisk down steadily to the ground. The ice crystals on its body also disappeared, and its scales emitted a cold luster under the sunlight. "Everyone, pay attention!" Sebastian's voice rang out in the open space, carrying a hint of majesty that could not be disobeyed. "This serpent monster is still sleeping. You can observe it, but don't get close to it, and don't try to touch it, especially its eye mask." In order to prevent any naughty little wizards from ignoring his warnings and flipping over the basilisk's eye patch, Sebastian waved his wand and drew a circle of age lines around the basilisk. In this way, any wizard under the age of 20 who enters will be kicked out of the circle. After doing all this, Sebastian came out of the crowd and chatted with the professors of various subjects who had come. Professor Kettleburn did not join the professors' discussion, but walked straight to the basilisk with Hagrid. They kept stroking the basilisk scales, making the surrounding little wizards envious. After an afternoon of demonstrations and media interviews, Sebastian sent the basilisk to a snake magical animal farm under Swan Alchemy in the evening. After returning home and washing up in the evening, Sebastian lazily lay on the sofa and rested his head on Mia's legs. He said in a coquettish tone, "I'm really tired today. Please help me massage my head, otherwise I can't hold on any longer." Mia smiled, looked down at his face, which looked like he was enjoying himself, and began to gently massage his temple with her fingertips. "The Auror training class you lead is amazing. They can even find Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets." "Of course." Sebastian snorted smugly. "Don't you see who I am? It's easy for me to find a secret room." He opened his eyes, turned around, and got into a more comfortable position on Mia's legs, and said with a beaming expression, "To be honest, we also found Slytherin's notebook in the Chamber of Secrets." Mia became interested and stopped what she was doing. A hint of curiosity and surprise flashed in her eyes. "Notebook? What's written on it?" "Is a unique skill of Slytherin. It records all the experimental steps of Slytherin's improvement of Animagus." Sebastian deliberately slowed down his speech, looking forward to her reaction. "Animagus?" Mia's interest was completely piqued. Her eyes lit up, and she asked doubtfully, "How is he going to improve it and increase the success rate of Animagus?" Sebastian couldn't help but laugh and reached out to gently pinch Mia's chin. "Slytherin's goal is much higher. He wants to transform wizards into powerful magical animals by improving Animagus. Did he succeed?" "Unfortunately," Sebastian's voice was a little sad, "Slytherin failed. However, I decided to continue my research based on his notes. After all, transforming into a magical creature is too tempting." Hearing this, Mia asked worriedly, "Will it work? If the Animagus fails, it can easily turn into a monster. There are many patients at St. Mungo's who are hospitalized due to failed Animagus transformations. Those people just want to turn into ordinary animals. You want to become a magical creature. Isn't the risk higher?" Hearing this, Sebastian held Mia's hand and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. If I'm not 100% sure, I won't act rashly. Just wait and see. No more talking, just keep pressing me." With that, Sebastian closed his eyes again, immersing himself in Mia's gentle massage. As time went by, the once sensational locked room incident gradually faded from students' daily discussions. Life at Hogwarts gradually returned to normal. Students refocused on their daily classroom studies and intense Quidditch matches. The entire school returned to its former tranquility. Sebastian also returned to his regular and busy teaching life. He frequently appeared in Muggle studies classes, Auror training classes, dueling club, alchemy club, and Luna's emotional magic teaching class. He seemed to be constantly on the go, yet he took it all in stride. Meanwhile, Sebastian had not forgotten what he had found in the Chamber of Secrets. He took a lot of time to study the magic notes left by Slytherin in depth, especially the experimental records of improving Animagus. He consulted a large amount of information about Animagus and compared and analyzed the differences. For ordinary wizards, animagus transformation is usually determined by the wizard's personality and inner nature. Like a Patronus, the form of an animagus is often the animal embodiment of the wizard's inner self. This form is uncontrollable and completely depends on the wizard's own characteristics. However, Slytherin's improvement of animagus completely subverted this tradition. His research attempted to alter a wizard's animagus form by adding blood from magical animals. In other words, this new type of animagus is no longer determined by the wizard's own characteristics, but uses the information in the blood of magical animals to forcibly shape the wizard into a specific magical animal. As the research progressed, Sebastian gradually understood the reasons why the Slytherin experiment failed. First of all, Slytherin used different kinds of magical animal blood in each experiment. This resulted in his blood being contaminated by the blood of the corresponding magical creature after each experiment. In other words, when the next experiment was carried out, the Slytherin's body still retained the blood and magical properties of the previous magical creature, which gradually caused a blood conflict. This is why, according to Slytherin's notes, he had felt the blood conflict since the third experiment. Moreover, as the experiment progressed, the blood conflict became more and more obvious. This is the sadness of pioneers. Without reference, everything can only be done by groping forward, with no way back. A guess arose in Sebastian's mind. If you want to transform into a powerful magical animal through animagus, it is best to choose a magical animal to draw blood from, and it would be best to succeed the first time. After all, no experiment has shown whether other problems will arise if the same blood is used again after the first failure. This means that extreme caution must be exercised in the selection of magical creature blood and in the experimentation process. Secondly, theoretically speaking, in order to ensure the success of the experiment, the ideal situation would be to remove all factors such as will and emotion from the blood of the magical animals, leaving only pure physiological information. In this way, when the animagus transforms, the wizards can be smoothly filled into the body of the magical creature, avoiding any unnecessary interference. For example, when Slytherin used dragon blood for the second experiment, the dragon's consciousness and emotions in the blood were too violent, causing the experiment to be interrupted. This was because of this reason. This was a shame for Sebastian, because that experiment was probably the closest Slytherin had ever come to success. If the consciousness and emotions in the dragon's blood had been handled better at the time, perhaps the ending would have been completely different. Looking through Slytherin's experimental records, Sebastian discovered that Slytherin's way of handling the blood of magical animals was still a little rough. Although Slytherin is indeed a genius in magical research, he still lacks sufficient sophisticated means to deal with complex emotions and will. If this step is handed over to Ms. Ravenclaw, perhaps the effect will be more perfect, and her emotional magic may work wonders in stripping the will and emotions from the blood. Unfortunately, for the wizards at that time, magical experiments were very private things, and no one had any intention of sharing their experiments with others. Moreover, Slytherin's pride would not allow them to ask for help from others before they succeeded. If the four founders had been able to work together on this experimental project, perhaps the results would have been very different. Now, standing on the shoulders of two giants, Sebastian is confident that he can complete this grand experiment and achieve the goal that Slytherin failed to achieve. So the question is, which magical animal should you choose as your animagus transformation form? The first thing Sebastian thought of was the phoenix. After all, he saw Dumbledore's phoenix so often that it was hard to ignore it. There is no need to explain the advantages of the phoenix. Its rebirth from the ashes is attractive enough. In addition, its unique talent allows it to appear anywhere. However, its body is not strong enough, and its magic resistance is not high enough. If it cannot defeat a powerful opponent, Nirvana Rebirth will be useless and can only be used to escape. Sebastian then thought of the Qilin from the east, a magical animal that was equally powerful. However, Qilin can see people's souls and know who has a pure heart. Just based on this point, Sebastian feels that he and Qilin are not compatible. He didn't want to feel extremely dirty after transforming into a Chelan. In addition to these two magical beasts, he also considered many special magical beasts. For example, there are thunderbirds that can control the weather, invisible beasts that can become invisible and have certain predictive abilities, and even dementors that can absorb human souls. As the research progressed, Sebastian discovered that the more unique the magical talent of the magical animal, the more complex the information contained in their blood. The more complex the information, the greater the burden on wizards and the lower their success rate in performing an animagus transformation. Like Phoenix, Thunderbird, and Invisible Beast, the information contained in their blood is so complex that Sebastian can't calculate it all. Therefore, if you want to increase the success rate of an animagus, it is best to choose some magical animals with simple information. After comparing many options, Sebastian found two more suitable magical animals: dragons and trolls. Dragons are one of the most powerful magical creatures in the wizarding world, but they do not have all those fancy magical talents. However, their skins have superb resistance to magic, and secondly, their bodies are extremely strong. Choosing a dragon can make up for the wizard's weak body. To sum up, the characteristics of dragons are simple and crude enough, and the information contained in their blood is not particularly complicated. It will not cause too much burden on the wizard's spirit and will, so the transformation success rate is higher. If one must find a flaw, it would be that the dragon is too huge, and transforming into one requires a massive amount of magical power. So, after comprehensive consideration, Sebastian finally decided on the dragon as his animagus form. As for the giant monster, only a fool would choose this magical animal. Although I have decided to use the dragon as my animagus form, I still need to consider carefully which dragon to choose. In the magical world, there are many types of dragons, such as the Norwegian Ridgeback, Hungarian Horntail, Hutia Fireball, Australian Eggwhite Eye, Ukrainian Iron Belly, etc. Each dragon has different characteristics. After a detailed comparison, Sebastian zeroed in on two specific dragons. First up is the Ukrainian Iron Belly. This is the largest and most powerful of all known dragons. Its thick scales give it extremely high physical defense capabilities, making it almost invulnerable in direct physical confrontations. Next is the Norwegian Ridgeback. Norwegian Ridgebacks are known for their tough scales and high resistance to magic. Not only is this dragon physically powerful, its scales are also able to resist most spells and even reflect some magical attacks, making it one of the candidates for the highest magic resistance of all dragons. Considering that the larger the body, the higher the magic power required of the wizard during the animagus transformation, Sebastian chose the Norwegian Ridgeback as his transformation object. Now, Norwegian Ridgeback Norbert has just found his place. Sebastian came to the dragon farm and found that the little dragon ate and slept all day long. In just 1 year, its size increased greatly, almost as big as an adult dragon, and its life was so comfortable. So he felt at ease drawing 2 large tubes of dragon blood from Norbert to conduct the blood processing experiment. After Norbert's blood was almost processed, Sebastian began to prepare for the animagus transformation. On a full moon night, Sebastian put a mandrake leaf into his mouth. Originally thought this was a simple job, but Sebastian soon realized the difficulty involved. When eating, you need to chew slowly and carefully for fear of accidentally chewing the leaves and swallowing them. Even his sleep was affected, and Sebastian had to be careful not to spit out or swallow the leaves unconsciously. To save trouble, he simply used magic to stick the leaves tightly to his palate, so that it no longer affected his normal life. However, if there's a foreign object in the mouth, it will continue to stimulate the secretion of saliva. I secrete so much saliva that I start drooling even when I sleep. So embarrassing. Fortunately, Mia didn't mind. Sebastian kept complaining in his mind. If it wasn't for the purpose of becoming a dragon, I wouldn't have endured this suffering. A month passed in a flash, and when the full moon was high in the sky again, Sebastian took out the mandrake leaves. He took out a crystal vial, filled it with saliva, and soaked the leaf in it, allowing it to absorb the pure moonlight. Sebastian pulled out a strand of hair and placed it in a crystal bottle along with the special dew and the pupa of the hawk moth that he had prepared earlier. Under the catalysis of moonlight, the mixture in the bottle underwent some indescribable subtle changes. In order for this mixed solution to become a real potion, its storage conditions are also very strict. Since sunlight contamination will render the solution ineffective, the bottle of solution must be stored in a dark, quiet place and not viewed until the next lightning storm. So, Sebastian first put the crystal bottle in a special box, and then found a special place in the Forbidden Forest and buried the box deep underground. After doing all this, Sebastian was very glad. I am lucky. If it is cloudy today, the leaves of this mandrake cannot be used. I can only wait for the next full moon night and repeat the above steps. There are very few animagus in the wizarding world, probably because this step is too complicated. During the days of waiting, every sunrise and sunset, Sebastian would point the tip of his wand to his heart and chant the spell. Amato, Ani Maud, Animagus. Gradually, as he chanted the spell, Sebastian felt a second heartbeat. Up to this point, the preparations for the Animagus have come to an end. In the days that follow, all that needs to be done is to continue chanting the spell regularly and wait for the storm to come. This time is not fixed and may last for weeks or even months. A large number of records have shown that storms caused by weather spells cannot support an animagus transformation well, and everything must be based on nature. There was no other way. Sebastian could only let things take their course and wait for the storm to come day and night. Winter storms were extremely rare, and he had to wait until the Easter holidays before he saw the first thunderstorm that covered half of Britain. As a loud thunder split the sky and heavy rain poured down, Sebastian took Mia directly to the burial site of the crystal bottle. He waved his wand, and the dirt on the ground surged out. Soon a small box containing a crystal bottle flew out of the ground and landed in Sebastian's hand. He opened the box and took out the crystal bottle, and found that the originally turbid mixed solution had turned into a crystal clear blood red, immune to water and fire. After making sure that no rain would contaminate the potion in the bottle, Sebastian took out the dragon blood that had been processed long ago, as well as the juice of the hemolytic grass. Open the potion bottle, mix the juice of the hemolytic grass into it, and then add a teaspoon of dragon blood. Instantly, the potion in the bottle reacted violently until it became completely still and turned into an even deeper crimson color. Success! The potion looked exactly as the theory had predicted. Next, success or failure depends on this one move. Sebastian, Mia said with concern, feel free to try it. With me here, even if your experiment fails, I can still save you. Facing Mia's concerned eyes, Sebastian nodded solemnly. He did not set himself any flags that would definitely succeed, but instead took a deep breath, put the wand to his chest, and slowly recited the spell that was so familiar to him. Amato Ani Maud Animato Animagus. Accompanied by a strange tone, the spell slowly echoed in the dense forest, echoing with the sound of thunder and lightning and the chaotic sound of rain. Sebastian no longer hesitated, put the potion in the bottle to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. What a weird taste. As the liquid slid into his throat, Sebastian only felt a warmth flowing through his body. But soon, the warmth began to turn into burning heat, as if there was fire burning in his veins. Before Sebastian could think about it, the image of a giant dragon appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Very good. The dragon's blood was processed perfectly, and there was no violent consciousness and emotions recorded in the notes. Everything was dominated by his own consciousness, just transformed successfully in one go. Sebastian frowned. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. Then, a sharp pain came over me, spreading from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Sebastian could clearly feel his bones stretching rapidly and his muscles expanding wildly inside his body, as if every part of his body was being reshaped. His fingertips grew thicker, his nails turned into sharp claws, and his legs began to lengthen and thicken to support his huge body. At the same time, his skin grew tighter, then cracked and hardened into thick scales. The formation of each scale is accompanied by an intense, stinging sensation, but as the scales cover the entire body, the pain is gradually replaced by a powerful sense of power. Next, the spine behind him began to deform violently, and 2 wings gradually took shape. The powerful dragon wings were like a giant curtain that was suddenly torn open, covering the entire open space. The wings were so powerful that Sebastian felt as if he could soar into the air with just one flap. Eventually, his head began to deform, his nose and mouth elongating into a huge dragon snout, his teeth protruding like sharp daggers. His eyes turned into the vertical pupils of a dragon, and his vision began to change. Everything in the distance became extremely clear, as if he could see every subtle movement in the forbidden forest through the rainstorm. Along with a low dragon roar, the bright flames tore through the rain curtain above like a sharp sword, and even dispersed a lot of the dark clouds in the sky. Fortunately, this place is deep in the forbidden forest, and the teachers and students of Hogwarts cannot discover the changes here. Otherwise, Hagrid, who is familiar with dragons, would definitely head towards the forbidden forest in the rain to look for possible dragons. Success! Sebastian growled in his mind. The dragon is indeed the right choice. Its huge size, thick scales, and explosive power really make people feel safe. Sebastian wanted to scream to the heavens. He completed the unfinished business of Slytherin and used Animagus to transform into a real magical creature, a dragon. Not enough. As if influenced by the dragon's greedy nature, Sebastian's ambition began to grow like weeds, and he wanted to take this opportunity to become stronger. He thought of a paper he wrote during school, a hypothesis on the secondary transformation of Animagus. Generally speaking, Animagus can only transform into ordinary animals, and this transformation is of limited practical help to wizards. Therefore, this article proposes the following conjecture. Is it possible to transform the form of an Animagus into an orc form by further applying human transfiguration after completing the Animagus transformation? In this way, through the 2-stage transformation, the characteristics of the animal can be added to the wizard's body. For example, after transforming into a dog through Animagus and then into an orc through human transformation, the wizard's agility and strength can be significantly increased. However, in the existing Animagus transformation process, the animals transformed by the wizard are no different from ordinary animals in nature. There is no trace of magic, and human body transformation cannot be used. The only magic-related characteristic is the ability to undo the transformation and return to the wizard's original form. In this context, the hypothesis of 2-stage deformation remains at the theoretical level and lacks the possibility of substantive verification. But now it's different. The dragon I transformed into is a magical animal. Feeling the magic power filling his body, Sebastian felt that this was the perfect time to test his theory. Although the dragon form gives him immense strength and magic resistance, his overly large body makes him less flexible in many situations. He needed to find a balance between strength and flexibility, so he decided to try to compress the power of the dragon into a smaller body and create a new form, the Dragon Man form. Thinking of this, Sebastian cleared his mind, concentrated, and calmly recalled the structure of a human body. Then he used all his life's knowledge, used human body transformation techniques to guide magic power, and began to adjust the dragon's body. There is a way. Sebastian felt the magic power surging in his body, slowly transforming the dragon's body in a delicate and precise pattern. His dragon claws began to change. The originally huge claws gradually shrank and became more dexterous, but still retained the sharp claw tips of the dragon. Then, his forelimbs began to stretch and become the shape of human arms. The tight muscles on them gave people a feeling of explosive power. As the transformation progressed, the originally broad back of the dragon gradually straightened, and his body became the size of a human. But his entire body was still covered with hard scales, giving people a feeling of mixed wildness and strength. his dragon tail disappeared, and his dragon wings gradually shrank and became more compact, like a cloak on the back of a warrior, which could be unfolded when necessary to help him fly. Next, his dragon head began to change. The huge dragon snout gradually shortened, and the mouth became more human-shaped, but still retained sharp teeth and powerful bite force. The dragon horns extend upward from both sides of the forehead, like a crown on the head, exuding majesty. When the transformation was complete, Sebastian became a 3-meter-tall dragon man-giant. He lowered his head and calmly observed his new form with his vertical pupils. Perfect. Although this body is no longer as huge as a dragon, its power has not diminished at all. Instead, it is more flexible and deadly. He raised his hand and clenched his fist like a dragon claw. The feeling of strength and dexterity combined made him feel extremely comfortable. And what's even more surprising is, after transforming into his dragon form, Sebastian could feel his overlays reappearing, surrounding him. What does this mean? This means that he can cast magic in the form of a dragon man. The corners of his mouth gradually widened, and this form was the perfect melee wizard form. In the future, I can also learn from Gryffindor, holding a wand in my left hand and a weapon in my right hand, and clearing away all obstacles in front of me. Mia stood aside, holding her wand tightly, staring at what was happening before her in amazement. It was normal to transform into a dragon at first. The dragon's roar and the flames rising into the sky made her extremely excited. However, before she could ask Sebastian how it felt to transform into a dragon, she saw Sebastian's dragon body transform again. This change made Mia's heart tighten into a ball. What's going on? Did it fail? Why didn't Sebastian send out a distress signal? Has he lost his mind? Just when she was worried and ready to grip her wand tightly to go and rescue him, Sebastian's transformation was completely stabilized. A new dragon man form appeared before her eyes. This change left Mia's mind full of question marks. What kind of form is this? I've never seen it before. Is this how animagus is used? If we have to make a comparison, perhaps only werewolves have a slight similarity with this form in the entire magical world. Looking at Sebastian, who clenched his fists, Mia opened her mouth and was about to say something when she saw Sebastian staring at her. At the same time, a low voice sounded. "Mia, raise your wand and cast a spell at me with all your might." Mia suddenly felt like she was facing a formidable enemy and took several steps back. She couldn't understand why Sebastian let her attack him. Could it be that he was really affected by the dragon's fury and lost his mind? However, if you look closely at Sebastian's eyes, there is no sign of madness at all. Seeing Mia's expression, Sebastian knew that this was a misunderstanding, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. "Don't worry, I feel great right now, and I only let you attack me because I wanted to test the strength of this form." Mia did not take action directly. She had too many questions that she wanted to clarify. "Sebastian, is this your animagus? Why not in dragon form?" Sebastian laughed proudly. "This is the second stage of animagus transformation that I developed on my own. Isn't the new dragon form so cool?" "Animagus second stage transformation?" Mia's eyes sparkled. "I remember you wrote a paper on this subject when you were in school, and Professor McGonagall praised you for your ideas. You actually turned it from theory into reality. It's really amazing." Looking at Mia's admiring eyes, Sebastian felt very proud. "That's right. Don't you see who your husband is?" As he said that, he walked over to Mia in 2 or 3 steps and stretched his arm in front of her. "Come and feel it, and feel whether it is hard or not." Mia reached out and squeezed Sebastian's arm and said, "It's pretty strong." She looked up at Sebastian and said lightly, "The two of us standing together now are the real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. By the way, Sebastian, can you still turn into a dragon?" "Of course," Sebastian nodded. "I can sense that in the future, when an animagus transforms, he can choose between the dragon and dragon man forms at will. Come on, it's raining too hard. Let's just test the strength of this body and then go back to the castle." As he spoke, Sebastian had an idea and put away the armor spell. Then he stood there, waiting for Mia's attack spell. Mia raised her wand and tentatively cast a spell. Fainted. The red light streaked across the sky, hitting Sebastian directly in the chest, and then bounced off instantly without causing any effect. Use more force, Mia. This spell is too weak. Use a more powerful spell. Mia hesitated for a moment, then waved her wand and said loudly, "Flames!" A blazing flame burst out from the wand, instantly enveloping Sebastian's entire body. The flames burned so fiercely that even rain could not put them out for a while. However, when the flames gradually subsided, Sebastian was still standing there, without any harm on his body. This little flame is not enough for a dragon, Mia. How about this? You could try using the shadowless divine sword. Hearing this, Mia frowned slightly and looked at Sebastian with some concern. Are you sure? This spell invented by Snape is one of the most powerful in terms of attack power. Don't worry, my defense ability is stronger than you think. Sebastian gave her a confident smile. Mia sighed, knowing that once he made up his mind, he would not change it easily. So he raised his wand and whispered, "God's sword has no shadow." Instantly, an invisible blade shot towards Sebastian at such a speed that it was almost impossible to catch its trajectory. However, with the dragon's dynamic vision, Sebastian could clearly see the trajectory of the spell. Good job. Seeing the incoming curse, Sebastian felt a surge of heroism in his heart. So he took a step forward and stretched out his right hand to slap the extremely powerful spell. Bang! The spell was slapped away. Sebastian looked at his right hand and found that there were only a few shallow scratches on the scales, but they quickly recovered. This is impossible, Mia said in disbelief. Even a real dragon would be hurt by this spell. We have tried it before. Ha ha! Sebastian couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the concentrated essence. It seems that the dragon form is even stronger than I thought. He was extremely satisfied. After testing, he found that this form's physical defense and magic resistance were both top-notch. You know, since she has been training with me, Mia is not just a pretty face. If you really want to count, Mia's fighting ability is only slightly inferior to Snape's. Mia, stand aside. Let me test the attack power of this form. Sebastian looked at a tree next to the open space that was so big that it took 2 people to hug it. He exerted force with his legs, and his figure passed through the heavy rain like a flash of light, and arrived in front of the tree in the blink of an eye. Oh! He stretched out his right hand and turned his palm into a knife, slashing the side of the tree like a meteor. Snap! With sawdust flying everywhere, the sturdy tree could not withstand Sebastian's huge force and broke into 2 pieces directly from the cut. Boom, boom. Amidst the thunder, the big tree fell heavily to the ground, splashing mud all over the ground. Merlin's skirt. Mia looked at the scene in surprise. She couldn't believe that Sebastian could be so destructive with his bare hands. This dragon form is so powerful. Whether it is speed, strength, or the defense that has just been tested, they're all top-notch. Seriously, this is the average wizard's nightmare. Sebastian looked at his right hand, his eyes full of unsatisfied feeling. Although the destructive power is very strong, I always feel empty in my hands. It seems that I still need to make a handy weapon as soon as possible. Should I learn from Gryffindor and forge a giant sword? Suddenly, Sebastian's eyes lit up, and he thought of a popular anime he had watched in his previous life. What's the use of a giant sword? A mace is the perfect match. With his tremendous strength, whoever he hits will burst into pieces. Thinking of this, Sebastian looked at Mia and chuckled. Don't be surprised. Your husband will give you something even more powerful. As he spoke, his wand appeared in his hand, and he waved it gently at the broken giant tree. Back to normal. Like a movie played in reverse, the scattered wood chips and the huge trees that fell on the ground seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, flying back to the broken parts and accurately embedding themselves in their original positions, fitting together like a puzzle. Gradually, they merged into one again, as if they had never been separated. This scene once again broke Mia's cognition and made her completely speechless. Merlin, it can even cast spells. This dragon form really has no shortcomings at all. Don't let ordinary wizards survive. Looking at the wand in his hand, Sebastian felt that the power of the spell had increased a lot. Is it a psychological effect? Let's cast the spell again to verify it. He raised his wand, pointed it at the cloudy sky, and whispered, "Clear the clouds and disperse the fog." In an instant, a thick spell glowing red shot out from Sebastian's wand and soared into the sky. Powerful magic power exploded in the air, and the dark clouds seemed to have received a huge impact, rolling and retreating from the center to the surroundings, revealing a clear blue sky. The sun shone down again, casting a warm golden glow on the two of them. Good. Sebastian was grinning from ear to ear. The spell just now was thick and big enough, and its overall power was indeed greatly enhanced. As for how much the improvement is, we still need to find professional equipment to test it specifically. Thinking of this, Sebastian walked towards Mia. His figure slowly shrank, and when he was next to Mia, he turned back into his gentle and elegant appearance. He grabbed Mia's hand and said impatiently, "This test is too crude. During the Easter holiday, when all employees are off, let's go to Swan Alchemy to test the specific data. This will also allow me to create a handy weapon for my dragon form. From today on, I will be a melee wizard." Mia became interested, and she also wanted to know how much this body had been improved. The two returned to the castle, passed through the fireplace, and came to Swan's alchemy headquarters and began to test Sebastian's specific physical data. However, when discussing the creation of weapons, the two had a small dispute. "What mace do you want?" Mia said with disgust, "It's too ugly. According to my idea, I will directly make a giant sword. It looks as handsome as you can with your dragon form, just like a knight." Sebastian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I think the mace is also very cool. You've also seen how strong the dragon form is. The giant sword could be easily damaged in my hands. It's not as good as a mace. It's tough, durable, and you don't have to worry about maintenance. Also, for the dragon form, the best way to attack is to use force to defeat skill." But Mia was confused. "The mace is really ugly." "That's easy," Sebastian laughed. "We don't need that many galleons. How about I just make another giant sword and a set of armor and wear it for you to see?" Hearing this, Mia nodded with satisfaction and agreed to Sebastian's suggestion. Swan was very efficient in alchemy. After getting Sebastian's data, it only took him 2 weeks to create all the items Sebastian required. After checking that everything was fine, it was packed and sent to Swan Manor on Friday afternoon. After bidding farewell to the employees of Swan Alchemy, Sebastian opened the exquisite package directly. Ignoring the silver-white armor and the shining giant sword, Sebastian directly transformed into a dragon man and came to the small duel arena in Swan Manor with a mace. This weapon is almost 2 meters long, and its overall shape is like a giant baseball bat. It is dark black in color and looks extremely majestic. The upper part of the stick is covered with densely packed blunt nails arranged in an orderly manner. These nails are not sharp spikes, but thick, round, and blunt metal protrusions. The handle of the stick is a carefully designed grip with complex runes engraved on the surface to reduce shock and enhance the wizard's control. Sebastian gripped the stick handle tightly, his fingertips lightly running over the runes. The cool and heavy touch of the metal gave him a sense of satisfaction. Perfect. It's really perfect. Both the feel and weight are perfect. He stood in the center of the duel arena, took a deep breath, and exerted force with his right hand. The huge mace danced in the air, casting shadows all over the sky. The sound of the wind brought by the stick was like a low roar, and the air seemed to be torn apart, making bursts of shrill screams. His movements were getting faster and faster. The mace was as easy to use as his arm under his control. Sometimes he swept it across, sometimes he smashed it hard, causing gusts of wind in the air. He suddenly swung forward with a sweeping blow, and the huge force smashed the stone sculptures on the edge of the duel arena into pieces. The stone chips flew everywhere and turned into dust in the strong wind. However, the stone sculpture does not move, so it is not fun to fight it. "Mia," Sebastian shouted to Mia, who was watching the game on the sidelines, throw a few movable alchemy dolls over here. Remember to turn them up to the highest speed. Looking at the alchemical puppets moving around the field, Sebastian jumped up, raised his mace, and chopped down at one of the puppets. Thunderous gossip. Snap! Without any hindrance, the sturdy alchemical doll was smashed to pieces like an egg. The mace's speed did not slow down at all, and after smashing the puppet, it hit the ground heavily. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground instantly collapsed, and huge cracks spread along the place where the stick hit. Cool. This is the feeling of blow we want. Sebastian aimed at a puppet again, exerted force with his legs, and instantly came in front of the puppet. 80. As the mace was swung, the alchemical puppet once again turned into fragments all over the sky. Under Mia's admiring gaze, Sebastian's figure flashed all over the duel field like a flash of light, smashing the alchemical dolls into pieces one by one. After a long while, Sebastian put away his mace and laughed as he looked at the unrecognizable duel arena. Enjoyable. It's so enjoyable. This is the romance of men. Are you feeling good? Mia smiled softly and pushed Sebastian into the house. Hurry up and put on your armor and sword. I want to see a handsome knight. Okay, no problem, Sebastian said with a smirk. Go change into a princess dress. Let's just have a masquerade party. Hey, we have to have a good time tonight. As soon as he walked into the living room, before he had time to separate from Mia, Sebastian felt his seamless stretch bag begin to vibrate violently. Who was the emergency contact? Sebastian did not dare to delay and quickly canceled the transformation, opened the traceless stretching bag, and took out a vibrating box. As soon as the box was opened, the sound of old Pete breathing heavily came from the two-way mirror inside. Boss, there are traces of Fenrir Greyback on Ben Nevis. I came here with 3 people and accidentally fell into his trap. Now, he is leading more than a dozen radical werewolves to chase us. This is a rare opportunity, and we are reluctant to give up. We use the apparition spell to leave, and we can only fight and run. I ask for your help. I get it. Old Pete, Sebastian said solemnly. If it's too dangerous, don't hesitate. Just use the apparition spell to leave. There's no rush to catch Greyback. Your safety is the most important thing. It's all right, boss. We're flying kites in the forest with Greyback and the others. They won't be able to catch us for a while. Okay, I'll be there soon. After putting away the two-way mirror, Sebastian said goodbye to Mia and arrived at Ben Nevis through apparition. He took out a telescope that could locate old Pete, then transformed into a dragon man. And after using the disillusionment spell, he spread his wings and flew into the sky. Greyback and the radical wolf cubs. I hope you can make me enjoy it a little more. In the dense woods, old Pete was panting and running without stopping. The fallen leaves and dead branches made a harsh crackling sound under his feet, as if reminding him of the danger chasing him closely behind. Although he said it lightly, only he knew how closely Greyback and his gang were chasing him. He could even feel their greedy eyes fixed on him. It was getting dark, and for safety reasons he asked the other 3 employees of Wolf Herb Garden to apparate and leave, leaving himself alone to deal with Greyback and the others. He really couldn't bear to give up this opportunity. Greyback was elusive, and if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when he would be able to catch the werewolf leader next time. Old Pete used himself as bait. He wanted to delay until Sebastian arrived and get rid of the scourge of Greyback for the peace-loving werewolves. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and 2 tall shadows slowly emerged from the bushes in front of him. They held wands in their hands and stared at old Pete fiercely, as if they were looking at prey caught in a trap. Old Pete's heart sank suddenly. He gritted his teeth and tried to change direction. He quickly rushed to the right, only to find several pairs of glowing eyes vaguely visible in the bushes over there. Fleeing further to the left, several more werewolves appeared in the dim bushes, their teeth bared and their eyes were full of murderous intent. Surrounded, old Pete stopped immediately and turned to look in the direction where he was coming from. Thinking of the disposable door key in his pocket, he took a deep breath and prepared to delay for a moment. Just then, shadows moved among the trees and Greyback stepped slowly out. His tall figure looked particularly ferocious in the dim forest. He had a twisted smile on his face, and his eyes were full of fanatical, bloodthirsty desire. Old Pete, Greyback's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. "You have been looking for me. You should be glad to see me." The other 3 wolf cubs were smart and apparate away early. In comparison, you are much dumber and still don't know how to apparate and leave. "Oh, by the way," Greyback said with a grim smile, "we have cast an anti-apparition charm here, so you can't run away even if you want to. We are all werewolves. There is no need to fight so fiercely among our own kind. I'll give you a chance. As long as you join us and use your identity as Wolf Herbgarden to provide us with gold galleons and herbs, I will let you go. Dream on," Old Pete said firmly. "Many children in the herb garden became werewolves because of you. We may all be werewolves, but the differences between us are much greater than you think. In that case, you can say goodbye to this world." Greyback approached slowly with a grin. "I will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and tear you into pieces bite by bite, letting you die slowly in agony and despair. After you die, I will go and bite a few children myself, and use the new werewolves to celebrate your death." The radical werewolves gathered around, their eyes flashing with excitement, as if they couldn't wait to enjoy the upcoming bloody feast. Old Pete took a deep breath and was about to use the portkey to leave when he felt a giant descending from the sky in front of him. "I've caught up. Leave the rest to me, Old Pete." Along with the appearance of the giant, a fierce gust of wind blew, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. "Boss," Old Pete hesitated. He had never seen Sebastian like this before. "It's me. You should have a good rest from now on." Hearing this, Old Pete completely relaxed, and he couldn't help but yell in his heart, "Greyback, my boss is here, and your death is imminent." The strong wind came and went quickly. Greyback looked at the 3-meter-tall monster in front of him, and his pupils shrank sharply. "Who the hell are you to interfere in our werewolf affairs?" Looking at his companions around him, Greyback smiled grimly. "It doesn't matter. No matter what kind of monster you are, you have to die here today." Without hesitation, Greyback raised his wand and shouted at Sebastian, "Avada Kedavra!" With a green light, a spell shot out from his wand and flew straight towards Sebastian in dragon form. Feeling the strength of the incoming spell, Sebastian didn't move at all, and the flash of the overlapping spell completely blocked the killing curse. A bit weak, he couldn't even break 5 layers of spells, which posed no threat to him who had already stacked hundreds of layers of spells. Sebastian nodded in satisfaction. "Until today, I can finally feel at ease and boldly withstand the killing curse of others and knock them to the ground with one stick." He looked at Greyback and grinned. "That's it. How is that possible? The killing curse doesn't work. What kind of monster is this?" The scene before their eyes was completely beyond everyone's cognition, and a feeling of fear completely rose to everyone's heart. The surrounding werewolves couldn't help but take a few steps back, and some of them even thought of running away. After all, they are good at bullying the weak, but when faced with such a monster beyond common sense, they feel scared from the bottom of their hearts. "Don't be fooled by him. He must have some protective gear on him," Greyback growled. "Attack everyone. I don't believe there is anyone that the killing curse cannot kill." Hearing this, the werewolves plucked up their courage and raised their wands at Sebastian. "Avada Kedavra XN." Facing the incoming spell, Sebastian gently shook the wand in his left hand, and an igloo took shape instantly, protecting Old Pete behind it. Then he exerted force with his legs, disappeared from the spot, and appeared next to a werewolf. It's very troublesome to stack spells. It's a waste to use it on you little minions. He clenched the mace in his hand and swung it fiercely at the werewolf who had not yet reacted. The werewolf in front of him suddenly shattered like a watermelon and turned into a bloody mist. You used too much force. You need to control yourself next time, otherwise it will be difficult to clean up." Sebastian looked around and grinned. "Everyone has used the killing curse on me. I have to defend myself properly." The werewolves were all terrified and scattered in all directions, crying and shouting. However, They had cast an anti-apparition spell here and could not use apparition, so they all ran until their legs broke, trying to get away from this monster. We admit that you are strong, but we are scattered, and I don't believe you can catch us all. Looking at the werewolves fleeing in all directions, Sebastian felt a little bored. So crispy. There is no sense of impact at all, and it's not as satisfying as hitting the alchemy doll. However, we can't let the tiger go back to the mountains. Every one of the radical werewolves present was a wanted villain. Although they are not as bad as the criminal greyback, they are both bad guys who like to attack humans on full moon nights. If we let them go, who knows how many innocent people will be forced to transform into werewolves under their sharp teeth in the future. Thinking of this, Sebastian held his wand and pointed it at the towering trees around him. Under the effect of transfiguration, they turned into huge pythons and entangled the fleeing werewolves. No matter how hard they tried to flee, they could not escape the pursuit of these giant pythons. Before a werewolf could react, he was entangled by the giant python. With the sound of bones cracking, he struggled in vain twice and then stopped moving. More giant pythons pounced on the other werewolves from all directions. A radical werewolf tried to jump up to escape, but as soon as he got into the air, he was swept by a thick snake tail and fell heavily back to the ground. The giant python quickly wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to the ground, opening its mouth and biting his neck fiercely. The screams of the radical werewolves gradually became sparse, and finally disappeared completely in the silent night. Hearing the movements of his men, Greyback no longer had the dignity he had just now. He was filled with fear and struggled to dodge one giant python after another that attacked him. Damn it! Why is this monster so strong? All of his men are top-notch fighters, and they can handle it calmly even when facing the pursuit of horrors. Now there is no power to resist at all. He and his men gathered together just to wait for the full moon night in a few days, transform into werewolves, and then attack a village. Why would such a monster be attracted here? Suddenly, Greyback recalled that he had once teased a child in the same way. The child tried desperately to escape, but was easily caught by himself and bitten hard. Did the kid turn into a werewolf? Greyback had no idea. He only remembered that after biting the child, he threw the child into the bushes like trash. As for the result, it doesn't matter at all. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind, and Greyback was kicked to the ground by Sebastian while running. He stood up nimbly, grabbed his wand, and started to attack Sebastian. Avada! Before he could finish his words, he felt his hand loosen and his wand was snatched away by the monster. Snap! Greyback's eyes turned red. My wand! Greyback was immediately aroused by the thought that he would have no chance of escape after losing his wand. He lunged at Sebastian and bit down hard on his arm. As long as the victim's skin is broken by the bite, the victim is at risk of contracting lycanthropy. If you don't let me live, you won't have an easy life either. Huh. Greyback suddenly felt as if he had bitten into solid steel. Not only did he fail to break the defense, but he also lost 2 of his teeth. Impossible. It can't be that hard. Greyback went completely mad, ignoring the pain in his teeth as he bit Sebastian's arm again and again. Looking at Greyback's crazy look, Sebastian grinned. Mr. Greyback, you can't do anything even if I give you the chance. You can't break my defense even if I stand still. As he spoke, Sebastian stretched out his other hand, grabbed Greyback by the neck, and lifted him up, then walked back to old Pete and threw him to the ground. Instantly, several ropes appeared, wrapping Greyback tightly around them. I gave those little brothers of yours a good beating. As for you, Mr. Fenrir Greyback, many of my staff hate you with a passion. I have to avenge them. Wait. The madness in Greyback's eyes disappeared, and the desire to survive prevailed again. Don't kill me. I can surrender to you and become your subordinate. No. I mean to be your servant. Servant. Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Yes, said Greyback eagerly, as if grasping at straw. I will be your humble servant. You're old Pete's boss, right? For a big shot like you, there are always some things that are not worthy of being mentioned on the stage, and people like me are needed to do them. I promise, whatever you ask me to do, I can do it beautifully. Give me a chance. No, Sebastian shook his head slightly. I don't need any servants. I just need good employees who can work for me. Sebastian glanced at old Pete, who came out of the igloo. I already have a lot of excellent werewolf employees. With that, Sebastian raised his mace and aimed it at Greyback's limbs as he watched in horror. By the way, I want to say hello to you on behalf of Lupin, Jenny, and Hall. It's because of you that they became werewolves. Confess your sins in pain. As the mace fell heavily, Greyback let out a series of heart-wrenching howls. The severe pain made him a little dazed. This howl is so familiar. It is usually the sound made by one's prey. Unexpectedly, when it was my turn, I screamed even more miserably than the prey. His howls of pain gradually weakened and finally disappeared completely in the night. Looking at Greyback, who was no longer in human form, Sebastian felt no emotion. He waved his wand, and the surrounding soil immediately began to churn, as if an invisible hand was controlling the earth, swallowing all the dead werewolves little by little into the deep soil. The surrounding woods returned to their original state, and only old Pete knew what had happened here. Sebastian was in a good mood after eliminating the werewolf leader Greyback and the radical werewolves he led. He knew clearly that it would not be long before Voldemort would rise again, and these werewolves would inevitably become his accomplices. Of course, even under Voldemort, filthy werewolves like Greyback were only marginal characters. Voldemort never really valued them, and didn't even grant them the status of Death Eaters. To Voldemort, these werewolves were nothing more than a group of lowly tools who could never gain his true trust. Thinking of this, Sebastian couldn't help but sneer. Lord Darklord, I will help you clean up these filth in advance to prevent these werewolves from polluting your eyes. I hope you can understand my good intentions. Sebastian put away his mace, canceled his dragon form, and left the dark forest with old Pete. The forest became completely silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing gently, as if whispering about everything that had happened here. After dealing with the trouble with Greyback, Sebastian was in a good mood. The next step is to lead the students to complete the Alchemy Club's project. The magical runes for identifying magic power have long been perfected. Moreover, after more than half a year of study and research, all the students in the Alchemy Club have mastered the corresponding alchemy knowledge. Under Sebastian's careful guidance, every student in the Alchemy Club can independently make their own student ID card. In this way, the Alchemy project to create a new security identification system for Hogwarts has finally come to an end. Fred, George, and other members of the Alchemy Club were ready to make identity badges for all members of Hogwarts. The Alchemy Club was going to make student ID cards for everyone. Once this announcement was posted, it immediately spread throughout Hogwarts. This was something new that had never happened before, and the students gathered together to discuss the contents of the announcement. Student ID? What's the use of this thing? Look down. This student ID card is related to the security of Hogwarts. How can a student ID card be linked to security issues? Why are you in such a hurry? You will know if you read on. Applying for a student ID card is equivalent to signing a magic contract with the school. In this way, if an outsider comes to the school, he will be discovered immediately. Is it really that magical? Ronald was full of disbelief after hearing everyone's discussion. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out the reason behind it. But it doesn't matter. Just ask Hermione when you are in doubt. Hermione, do you know the principles behind student ID cards? Hermione lowered her head, looking a little depressed. With her current level of knowledge, she couldn't understand the principle behind this. At this time, Fred stood up and began to explain everyone's questions. Professor Swan said that everyone's magic is unique. Based on this feature, we can create a unique identity badge, which is also a student ID card. Then use your student ID card as a carrier to sign a short-term magic contract with Hogwarts. The student ID card is a very special alchemical item. In addition to our basic information, it also has many additional functions. For example, check the examination requirements for each subject, check the final grades, and receive notification from the school, etc. Fred thought for a moment and continued. Professor Swan gave us a very vivid metaphor. Our magic is everyone's unique password. Through a magic contract, we keep a copy of this password in the Hogwarts castle. If we count from the time freshmen enter school, this password will be retained for 7 years. The student ID card is the combination lock used to verify the password. In this way, if someone pretends to be a little wizard and enters the school, his magic code will not match the code stored in the castle. And if the password is incorrect, he can't open the password lock of the student ID card and can't use the student ID card. What about the polyjuice potion? Harry asked. If I use the polyjuice potion to transform myself into another person, will I be recognized? Yes, Fred replied confidently. Professor Swan said that everyone's magic power is determined by the soul. Polyjuice potion can only change a person's appearance, but the soul cannot be changed. Ronald frowned. What if I lose my student ID? Then who can prove that I am Ronald? It's easy, little Ronnie, Fred replied with a smile. The student ID is just the carrier of the contract. The two parties to the contract are Hogwarts Castle and the students. We can use magic to verify whether your magic contract matches the contract left in the castle. As long as they match, it will be very easy to apply for a new student ID card. If you don't have a corresponding magic contract, then you are definitely a fake. When that happens, the alarm system at Hogwarts will sound, and the professors will take action to capture you personally. Don't call me Little Ronnie, Ronald said unhappily. Aren't you supposed to be busy? Why did you come out? How can you be worthy of the high salary the school offers you if you're so lazy and slacking off? Ronald has always been extremely envious of his twin brothers. The two of them hold several positions and receive a handsome salary every month. Because of this, their mother wrote many letters asking Ronald to learn from his twin brothers. Hearing this, Fred straightened his chest and said, "My job now is to answer everyone's questions and solve their problems." "Fred," Hermione requested, "can we see your student ID?" "No problem." Fred agreed and handed his student ID to Hermione. "Huh, why doesn't the photo on your student ID move when I hold it?" Hermione's face was full of questions. When it was in your hand, the pictures moved when I looked at them, and I couldn't trigger the special functions. This is an anti-theft design. The student ID card is only useful when it is in the hands of the student. In the hands of others, it is just an ordinary card. Fred took his student ID card, then took out his wand and tapped it lightly. Suddenly, words made up of light and shadow appeared in front of him. Written on it are Fred's examination requirements for each subject this school year, the required knowledge points for each subject, and the task notification of the Alchemy Club. Looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Fred smiled proudly. You can explore the specific functions after you get your student ID card. "Fred," Harry asked curiously, "what is this alarm system you were talking about?" Hearing this, Fred lowered his head and spoke mysteriously. "I'll tell you a secret. We have made a huge map of Hogwarts. This map can automatically detect everyone's identity information. Once someone who has not signed this magic contract appears within the school, they will immediately appear on the map." "Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to notify the prefects of each college and have them organize everyone, starting with the first-year students, to apply for student ID cards. Don't forget to bring your pets." Professor Swan said that even pets need to get a pet license. "By the way," Fred added, "when you apply for your student ID, you need to take a photo in your school uniform. Friendly reminder, you can go dress up now, so that the photos you take will look better." With that, Fred waved his hand and strode away in a dashing manner. He still has a lot of things to do. Hogwarts Castle is particularly lively today. The young wizards are busy dressing themselves up and preparing to take photos for their student ID cards. Normally, most of them go out without makeup, but today they all tried their best to dress themselves up. Most of the boys took a shower and styled their hair into a stylish look. Girls are much more complicated. Because they were only allowed to wear school uniforms, they not only spent a lot of time on their hairstyle, but also put a lot of effort into their makeup. Hermione stood in front of the mirror, looking at her front teeth and hair, feeling a little depressed. "My hair is so messy that I can't comb it neatly no matter how hard I try." The photo-taking notification was too sudden, otherwise I could have bought some hair products to take care of it. And these two front teeth are as big as rabbit teeth, which is really not very beautiful. Why? If only someone could help me with magic. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes lit up and she thought of a suitable candidate, Professor Mia Swan. At Hogwarts, she is recognized as the youngest and most beautiful female professor, and she usually wears delicate makeup. Maybe she will find a way to deal with her front teeth and hair. Hermione set off immediately and found a young and beautiful professor in the training office of St. Mungo's. She was surprised to find that there were quite a few students who had this idea, and there were already many little witches queuing up in the room. They lined up in a queue, chattering about how to dress more beautifully. Mia smiled and considerately helped students achieve the effects they wanted. During the whole process, she did not show any impatience and looked extremely elegant. Hermione waited patiently in line, and soon it was her turn. "Professor, my hair is too frizzy. Can you help me style it?" Hermione asked cautiously. "I really don't know what to do. I combed it for a long time, but it didn't work." "Of course, Miss Granger." Mia smiled softly and waved her wand gently. Suddenly, Hermione's fluffy and messy hair became smooth and soft, hanging neatly on her shoulders. "How would you like your hair to be worn?" Mia asked kindly. "Would you like it to be draped over your shoulders, or would you like me to braid it in an elaborate braid, or put it back in a bun?" Hermione thought for a moment and decided, "I want a bun. It will look more generous." Mia nodded and waved her wand again, styling Hermione's hair into an elegant bun. "Professor," Hermione opened her mouth shyly, "could you make my front teeth smaller? They're too big and don't look aesthetically pleasing." "This is easy." Mia asked Hermione to hold up a mirror. "Look in the mirror. When the teeth are reduced to your satisfaction, let me stop." As she spoke, she raised her wand and cast a spell directly at Hermione's front teeth. Soon, Hermione's slightly protruding front teeth became smaller under the effect of magic, almost fitting perfectly with her face shape. Hermione put away the mirror and looked at Mia gratefully. "Thank you for your help, Professor." She was so happy. To be honest, she had wanted to reduce the size of her two front teeth for a long time. However, she was afraid of wearing the wire braces to correct her orthodontic symptoms. So, even though her parents are dentists, she still insisted on using magic to treat her teeth. Now it seems that magic is more convenient. Hermione couldn't wait to show her friends the changes she had undergone. Before she even walked out of Mia's office, she was attracted by the words of the next student. It was a 7th grade girl, and she looked up at Mia with gossip in her eyes. "Professor, I heard that you and Professor Swan got married right after graduation. Is this true?" "Yes." Mia smiled and nodded, confirming the statement. "Professor, you have been married for so many years. Why don't you have children?" The students around him instantly quieted down, with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Hermione also stopped, wanting to hear the answer to this question. Mia smiled slightly, put away her wand, smoothed out the wrinkles of her long skirt, and spoke softly. "Having a child is something that needs to be carefully considered. The arrival of a child will change the couple's lifestyle, personal time will be compressed, and many freedoms and self-development may have to give way temporarily. Because raising a child requires a lot of time, energy, and resources, and for the healthy growth of the child, parents need to provide adequate emotional care and support. Therefore, before deciding to have children, both parties should seriously consider whether they are willing to make corresponding sacrifices and adjustments for the growth of their children. As for Professor Swan and I," Mia smiled happily, "we decided to enjoy our time together for a few more years before talking about having children. We are wizards. Our vitality is much stronger than that of muggles, so it is totally fine to have children a little later." "Oh, I see." The little witches suddenly understood. "Want to enjoy a world for two. That makes perfect sense." It seems that the professor and his wife have a really good relationship. The little witches chatted and laughed, and the office was filled with laughter again. The conversations that took place in this office inevitably spread throughout the campus. After all, the tall and handsome Professor Swan is not much different in age from many of his students' parents. The students were all very interested in the real reason why Professor Swan had no children. However, some words from the little wizards changed their meaning completely as they were passed on. Have you heard that Professor Swan and his family don't want children because they want to enjoy their own world? No wonder they don't have children. It turns out it's because they don't want to have children yet. Breaking news, Professor Swan can't have children. Ah, where did you hear this news? You don't know? It's all over the school. Really? You are slandering the professor. What slander? I have evidence. Remember, the professor has a famous nickname, the 2-Minute Man? With a swish, the student who was speaking took out an old newspaper from 2 years ago. See? This is the evidence. It's clearly written in the Daily Prophet. Isn't it used to describe how fast the professor catches the snitch? Who knows? There is no smoke without fire. Those reporters have sharp noses. Who knows where they heard the news and expressed it in this veiled way? I see. Professor Swan is really pitiful. Sebastian knew nothing about the rumors among the students. He led the students of the alchemy club to make final preparations for the refining of the campus card. After all, this project involves hundreds of teachers and students in the school, their pets, and hundreds of house elves. If you're not careful, big mistakes will occur. Soon, the first-year wizards, organized by their class leaders, came in an orderly manner to have their student ID photos taken. Gradually, Sebastian discovered that in addition to excitement, there was an indescribable emotion in the students' eyes when they looked at him. Upon closer inspection, the emotion seemed to be pity. Mercy? Sebastian frowned, somewhat confused. Why do students feel pity for themselves? Sebastian patiently supervised the students as they took photos and signed magic contracts one by one. He could only pretend not to notice the students' gazes. It's working hours now. If you have any questions, please talk to us later. The first-year wizards were not familiar enough with Sebastian, so most of the looks they gave Sebastian were rather obscure. When the second graders came, their looks became much bolder. Some of the young wizards even kept looking Sebastian up and down, which made him feel creepy. However, his sense of morality forced him to resist the urge to use reflexology to observe the thoughts of these little guys. Although he couldn't use legilimency, Sebastian was not completely without sources of information. After Harry finished signing the contract, Sebastian called him aside and asked what happened. Harry was embarrassed. He wasn't quite sure how to describe to Sebastian exactly what had happened. You can't just say that everyone is discussing whether your nickname is authentic. He could only lower his head and stammer as he repeated all the news he had heard. After hearing Harry's description, Sebastian's eyes went dark and he almost fell to the ground. Then, he became furious and his whole body turned red and hot. Merlin's big pants. Why is there such a rumor? Who on earth spread this rumor? Why was that old nickname brought up again? Which little wizard was so bored that he even kept an old newspaper from 2 years ago? This time, my reputation is completely ruined. Sebastian wanted to use the Oblivion Charm on each of the young wizards so that they would completely forget what happened today. However, it was too late now. The rumor had already spread throughout Hogwarts. In fact, this rumor may have spread throughout the wizarding world via owls. Sebastian could foresee that the tabloid reporters would have their own special carnival. Suddenly, a burst of discussion reached his ears. Look, Professor Swan is blushing. Really? It's redder than a tomato. This is the first time I've seen it. Is this because he heard Potter tell him the truth and then got shy? That's enough. Stop talking about it. The professor is already pathetic enough. Tired. Destroy it. These students are so unlovable. I don't want to stay in Hogwarts for even a second. Sebastian felt so exhausted that he didn't even have the energy to continue talking to Harry. He simply waved his hand wearily, motioning Harry to leave, while he himself fell in a deep thought. He racked his brains to think of a way to redeem his reputation, but after thinking it over, he realized that it was a complete dead end. Any attempt to defend oneself will be seen as a cover-up or sophistry, which will make the situation worse. Even if you shout at the top of your lungs, people won't believe a word you say. The best strategy for dealing with this kind of thing may be to just ignore it and let time dilute everything. Sebastian used all his strength to force a smile, pretending to be calm as if nothing had happened, and then continued to perform his duties. However, as the photo session progressed, the little wizards grew older and bolder. Some young wizards who had taken his classes even walked up to him and expressed their comfort and encouragement to him with concerned eyes. This time, Sebastian couldn't sit still anymore. He called Fred over, briefly explained the next arrangements, and then hurried back to the Muggle research office. After closing the door, he fell exhaustedly on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why? Compared with the discussions, the students' enthusiasm is even more overwhelming. It's better to hide for a while. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Dong, 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 dong. Who is it? Could it be that problems occurred in the project as soon as I left? Sebastian released his magical perception and found a familiar person standing outside the door. Severus, what does he want from me? Are you here to laugh at yourself? Sebastian mustered his energy, opened the door, and welcomed Snape into the office. Severus, what do you want from me? Nothing, Snape said expressionlessly. I just have some ideas about potions that I want to discuss with you. So simple. Sebastian was skeptical and started talking slowly with Snape. Gradually, he was completely relieved because Snape was really just discussing some of his discoveries in potions and didn't say anything nonsense at all. It seems that I was overthinking it. Severus showed absolutely no sign of laughing at himself. I am simply judging others by my own standards. He is indeed a good friend. He wants to divert his attention in this way and stop thinking about random things. As the sun began to set, Snape stopped the discussion and stood up to say goodbye to Sebastian. Just before leaving the office, he turned around and handed Sebastian a piece of parchment. What's this? Sebastian opened the parchment and began to read. A recipe, Snape said in a flat tone. A potion recipe I invented. I hope this helps your situation. After saying that, without waiting for Sebastian's reply, he walked out of Sebastian's office and closed the door heavily. Looking at the parchment in his hand, Sebastian was petrified. Good job. I didn't expect that Snape, a bachelor with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would study this kind of formula. Are the professors at Hogwarts so idle? Are you so concerned about students' gossip? Go home, go home. I really can't stay in Hogwarts today. Just as he was about to throw the parchment aside, Sebastian was attracted by the potion ingredients on the recipe. It seems that most of the ingredients in this potion recipe are very cheap. There are Houtunia Coda, malt oil, toad venom, goblin beard, dragon's bloodgrass, etc. By this calculation, the cost of this potion is extremely low. Sebastian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the curve of his mouth became wider and wider. This small piece of parchment represents countless and inexhaustible gold galleons. No, not just gold galleons, but also US dollars, British pounds, and RMB. Severus, just wait till you become a billionaire. Just then, Mia pushed the door open and walked in, teasing Sebastian softly. There are rumors about you everywhere in school. I didn't expect you to be so happy alone in the office. Rumors? Sebastian smiled disdainfully. It's just a rumor. I don't take it seriously at all. Besides, others may not know my strength, but how can you not know it? Puff. Looking at Sebastian's expression, Mia laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. You really don't care? Why did I hear someone blushing with embarrassment? Hearing this, Sebastian entered red-hot state again, put his arm around Mia's waist, and walked towards the fireplace. Go home now. When we get home, let me teach you a lesson. In May, the grass and trees at Hogwarts are lush and green, and the air around them carries the warmth of early summer. The students' conversation gradually shifted away from Sebastian's personal life and began to focus on reviewing their subjects. After all, they will have the final exams of this school year in a month. Sebastian announced solemnly during the Auror training class. In order not to squeeze out the students' review time, the Auror training class will conduct a final examination in the next week. Unlike other subjects, there is no written examination for this course. Instead, an Auror from the Auror office will personally lead you in the practical exam. Practice exam. The Auror from the Auror office showed up in person. The little wizard's expression suddenly became nervous. I wonder if the exam is difficult. As the first group of students to attend the Auror training class in the history of Hogwarts, they all wanted to have a good result. You need to prepare in the next few days. Once you receive the owl message, pack your equipment and head to the gate of Hogwarts. Someone will take you to the test there. The assessment will be conducted in groups of 2, and you will not know who your partner is until the day of the test. The examination will not be held in Hogwarts. Sebastian glanced at the students. Everyone will be examined in a different order. Some will be examined first, and some will be examined later. The 7th-year students will be examined first. Therefore, students who finish the exam first cannot disclose the exam content to others in any form. Otherwise, their exam results will be canceled. Don't be nervous. I've seen your progress over the past year. As long as you work harder, you can achieve good results. Ever since hearing the news about the test, Harry has been in a state of tension. So far, there are only 12 students in this course. If you count 2 sets per day, it will be your turn in 3 days at most. Harry didn't feel like complaining about the suddenness of the exam, and he also understood this form of assessment. After all, Auror is a very special profession, and they're always faced with various emergencies in their careers. When the Dark Wizards appeared, the Aurors had no time to prepare and had to rush forward immediately. Just after lunch on Thursday, Harry saw an owl fly in front of him and drop a letter. When I opened it, it clearly said, "Mr. Harry Potter, please come to the main entrance of Hogwarts within 20 minutes. No one will be allowed after the time limit." What was supposed to come has finally come. Harry's nervous heart suddenly calmed down. After all, the exam is coming soon, and there is no point in being nervous. It is better to adjust your state so that you can perform better. He checked the belongings he had with him, said hello to Hermione and Ronald, and then walked towards the school gate under their concerned gazes. Arriving at the gate, Harry found that Cedric had already arrived. He was standing next to a tall wizard, with his head down, thinking about something. Very good. His partner is Cedric. Since they are both on the school Quidditch team, the two have a pretty close relationship, so they will definitely be able to cooperate much better. Harry greeted Cedric and then stood with him, awaiting the wizard's instructions. Seeing the two of them arrive, the wizard looked at the magic watch on his hand and said approvingly, "Very good. Your group's assembly time was very short, less than 8 minutes. You'll get a high score for this. You can call me Dalish, and I will lead you to take the test. Today's assessment is very simple. Last week, a dark wizard escaped our capture and only left a lair. Your mission is to conduct a thorough exploration of his lair, search for any clues he left behind, and deduce his whereabouts. In addition, you have to collect evidence in his house. Remember, don't leave out any black magic items." As he spoke, Dawlish pointed to an old water cup on the open ground. "This is the door key. I will count to 1, 2, 3. We will put our hands on it at the same time. It will lead us directly to our destination. 1, 2, 3. Now quick!" After hearing the other party's instructions, Harry did not dare to delay and quickly put his hand on the old water cup. Suddenly, he felt a hook suddenly hooked behind his belly button, and his whole body flew off the ground with his feet. After a dizzying spin, the 3 people landed in a dense forest. Harry looked up and saw a spooky wooden house with some traces of spells around it. "Listen," Dawlish's serious voice sounded. "This house is full of traps. You must always be vigilant and use the skills you have learned to avoid these dangers. If it wasn't a life-or-death crisis, I wouldn't intervene. The time limit is 2 hours, starting now." Harry and Cedric looked at each other, took out a dragon leather glove and put on their left hands, then held the wand tightly in their right hands and walked towards the house carefully. There are no traps at the door of the house. It's safe. Everything seems normal in the living room, but we cannot let our guard down and need to remain vigilant. Strange. Why do several rooms look normal? Do you have any ideas, Cedric? Cedric looked around and answered in a low voice. "I think we should look for some unusual places, such as traces on the ground. I think there must be a secret basement here." "That makes sense." Harry cooperated with Cedric and quickly found a suspicious floor. It blends seamlessly with the surrounding floor, and if you don't look carefully, you can't even see the small keyhole on it. "Cedric, there's something wrong with the floor here." There's a smell of dark magic underneath it. Harry, be careful. It gives me a bad feeling. I suggest you use the shield charm now. As he spoke, Cedric used the shield charm, and Harry also used the simple shield charm to create a magic shield in front of him. Allaho hole open. The floor opened up, revealing a dark hole, with a strong smell of dark magic underneath. The two men entered the basement carefully and worked together to dismantle all the magic traps they encountered. They carried out the dark magic items one by one, and soon, all kinds of items covered the ground. Just when the collection of dark magic items was about to be completed, a sharp laugh came from the woods. Dawlish, you actually dared to come back alone and brought two burdens with you. Today is the time for me to take revenge. Dawlish's face was solemn as he shouted to the two students who ran to him to help. The opponent is very powerful. I can only hold him back for a while. Hurry up and use the portkey to return to Hogwarts to ask the professor for help. Be quick, or I might die here. Go, this is an order. After hearing this, Harry and Cedric, who originally wanted to join the battle, immediately made up their minds. Time is life. We must go back quickly to get help. You must not be a burden here. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other and reached for the old water cup on the ground at the same time. Before they could react, the familiar pulling feeling suddenly hit them, and they were both teleported out at the same time. After landing, Harry and Cedric were surprised to find that what appeared before them was not the gate of Hogwarts, but an unfamiliar dense forest. Where is this? The sharp laughter in the forest suddenly became hearty when Harry and Cedric disappeared on the spot via the portkey. Haha, Dalish, these students are very obedient. They leave immediately after hearing the order, without any delay. A tall wizard walked out of the woods and came to Dalish's side. This group of students did a good job just now. None of the traps in the basement were triggered. You found quite a lot of dark magic items. How long has it been? There was no trace of solemnity on Dalish's face anymore. He smiled and said to his partner, in the past hour, the efficiency was very high. They are all good seedlings. Tisk, TSK, Tisk, that's pretty impressive. By the way, which group of students are these? This is the 6th and final group. No more students will come. Put all these props away. To be honest, I really want to see how these kids will react next. It's a pity that I was born to work hard and can only play a small supporting role here. Aren't you curious, Dawlish? Don't be curious. Just do our part. Stop being so frivolous and clean up quickly. On the other side, Harry and Cedric were both worried. Something happened. The door key was fake, and the two people were taken to an unknown place. Is this a trap? It seems that the order just now. Harry, don't think too much. Let's use this portkey to return to the woods we were in before. As he spoke, Cedric grabbed Harry and quickly reached for the old water cup. What dumbfounded them was that no matter how they touched, the two people remained where they were, and the old water cup in front of them did not react at all. It's broken. The key has been swapped. This is a disposable key, Cedric said solemnly. The old cup has a chip on it. It's not the same as this old cup. There's definitely something wrong with that ore. Harry looked around carefully. Remember those letters we just found? I suspect that those letters contain crucial evidence. Letter? Cedric also remembered. The two of them did find a few letters just now, but before they had time to read them, they were attacked by the Dark Wizard. Cedric thought about it carefully and found that when the two of them took the letter to the open space outside the door, the Auror named Dawlish's face changed. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but now when I think back on it, I'm filled with doubts. You're quite right. Harry, we had just taken the letter out when we were attacked. Perhaps it wasn't an attack, but just an act. Otherwise, why would the other party watch us use the port key without any intention of stopping us? No wonder the Dark Wizards escaped, Harry said through gritted teeth. It turns out they were all in the same group. With the Aurors tipping them off in advance, they were able to escape however they wanted. Those letters must be evidence of communication between them. Snap, snap, snap. Accompanied by applause, a wizard covered in a black robe and wearing a mask walked out. It's a brilliant deduction. I can't help but applaud you. That poor key was just a safety measure. I didn't expect it to be used on you two little guys. I can't help it. It's your fault for discovering something you shouldn't have discovered. Who is it? Cedric and Harry were startled and quickly raised their wands to point at the person. What's going on? Neither of them noticed that there was a wizard hiding not far away. Harry's face looked a little grim. If the opponent had attacked just now, perhaps the opponent is very confident in his own strength, and there is no need for a sneak attack. Show your true colors. Cedric shouted. Ha, the real face. The black-robed man laughed nervously. What's the point of seeing the real face? You won't remember anything anyway. As he spoke, he raised his wand and cast a spell with a glowing red color at Cedric. The light of the iron armor spell flashed, blocking the incoming spell. Tisk, iron armor spell, the kid is quite careful. But this is not enough. If I had used the killing curse just now, you would have lost your life here. Seeing that the newcomer dared to attack, Cedric and Harry were shocked and angry, and quickly raised their wands to fight back. Children, don't resist. I won't kill you. I will just modify your memory of today so that you forget some things. My memory charm is very good, much stronger than my fellow Aurors, and I guarantee you won't be aware of any problems. Harry and Cedric made no response, but simply waved their wands faster. Spells were cast down on the man in black robe like a rainstorm. However, the opponent's strength was unexpectedly strong, and Harry and his companions could not cause any trouble to the opponent even though they tried their best. This stunning spell is quite powerful, but the movement of waving the wand is a bit big. Otherwise, it could really cause me some trouble. The disarming spell is not bad either, fast and accurate, but the connection to the next spell is a little slow. Faster, faster, this won't bring me any pressure at all, ha ha. Listening to the black-robed man's ridicule, Harry became extremely anxious. The gap in strength is too great, we must think of a way. Taking advantage of Cedric's attack, Harry pulled out a Peruvian invisible smoke bomb and threw it heavily to the ground. In an instant, thick black fog rose and enveloped all three of them. Harry moved quickly, and as soon as the smoke rose, he took out the hand of glory and lit a candle. Cedric, it's me, don't be nervous. Harry grabbed Cedric, and suddenly both of them could see everything clearly in the smoke. We had to find a way to get out of here, Harry whispered. Can you apparate? No, Cedric shook his head and said in a low voice. That's a spell that only seniors can learn. Why don't we make a sneak attack while he's not looking and see if we can knock him down? You attack first to buy me some time, Harry said quickly. I will use the two-way mirror to contact Professor Swan and ask him to come and rescue us. Just then, the voice of the man in black robes sounded. The Peruvian smoke bomb is not a panacea. To deal with it, you only need a large-scale transfiguration. Suddenly, the weeds in the mist began to grow wildly and turned into ropes, tying up Harry and Cedric before they could react. Gradually, the black fog dissipated, and the man in black robe walked up to the two men with a swagger. Under their angry gazes, he gently took off the mask on his face. Harry and Cedric stared at each other, and their whole bodies became dull. What's going on? The man in black robe turned out to be Professor Swan. Professor Swan, why is it you? Cedric looked at Sebastian sadly, the grievance in his eyes almost dripping with water. God knows how desperate he was when he was tied up just now. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the enemy became the professor. Who can stand this? Unlike Cedric, Harry felt numb the moment he saw Sebastian. No wonder he always felt that there was something wrong with the man in black robe. Not only did he show mercy, he also repeatedly reminded himself and Cedric of the shortcomings of the spell. Sure enough, everything is a familiar recipe and familiar taste. That feeling brought him back to the time when he was practicing spells with Sebastian during the holidays, except that the man in black robe was a little more poisonous. So this is letting myself go. Sebastian waved his wand gently, and the ropes on the two of them untied, turning them back into grass on the ground again. This is an additional assessment for emergencies. It mainly examines whether you can come up with effective methods to deal with sudden crises. Your observations are very careful, and your reasoning is very brilliant. I am indeed in the same group with the two people in the previous scene. Harry and Cedric's faces turned red when they heard this. What reasoning? Pushing back and forth. It's all about teaching you what's in the script. We are just actors performing with you. Professor Swan, Cedric asked boldly, how was our performance just now? Did it meet your expectations? Sebastian smiled and said, your performance did have some commendable aspects, but overall it can only be said to be barely passing. Barely passing? Professor, you are kidding. We have been dealing with you for so long. How come we can only barely pass? Harry and Cedric looked at each other, and both could see some dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Don't be unconvinced. Let's do a post-war review and you'll know where we can improve. Sebastian waved his wand, and 2 high-definition magic cameras quickly flew out from the treetops in the forest and hovered in the air. Then he took out the magic image from the camera and played it on the magic TV he took out from the traceless stretch bag. The images shown on the TV were captured by the high-definition magic camera, showing all the details of Harry and his companion's arrival in the forest. Professor Swan, Harry looked around. Are we doing a post-war review here? The environment here is beautiful and private enough. Do you want to go back to the Auror training class to review your performance? Sebastian smiled softly. That's fine with me. The key is, are you willing to share this magical video with others? No. Harry waved his hands quickly. I mean, what if we run into muggles? Don't worry. I've already placed a muggle-repelling spell nearby, so no one will find out. Professor, you are well prepared. Cedric smiled reluctantly. Watching himself on the magic TV, Cedric always felt like he was being executed in public. Fortunately, there were relatively few audience members, and the 3 people present were all the protagonists of the TV show. If we choose to go back to Hogwarts and broadcast it in front of all the students in the Auror training class, that would be too socially awkward. Look, Sebastian said, pointing at the screen on the magic TV. When you were first brought here by the portkey, you 2 stayed calm and didn't panic and yell. You did a great job. Cedric was quick to react and thought of using the portkey to fly back, which was great. However, there are some potential risks here. Please analyze what they are. Professor, Cedric said after a moment's thought, we can't tell whether the 2 people in the last scene are enemies or friends. After all, if they are enemies, we will face the siege of 2 adult wizards when we return. I wasn't alert when I touched the portkey just now, Harry reflected. You said before that you must be extra careful when using the portkey in a crisis situation. It's very easy to be attacked by the enemy at that time. Once the portkey is hit, it will be damaged at best, or will cause unpredictable consequences at worst. Not bad, Sebastian said with approval, very satisfied with the performance of the 2 little guys. Under today's circumstances, it is not the best solution to rashly use the door key to go back. It would be best for the Aurors to use the apparition spell and leave here directly. If there is an anti-apparition spell set up here, the best response is for 1 person to be on guard and use detection magic to check if there are any enemies hiding nearby with the disillusionment charm. Another one to try and contact backup or attempt to make a portkey. These are all means of saving your life. You still have a lot to learn. Let's continue to look down. The images on the magic TV continue to flash, and soon came to the scene where Harry and his friend were pointing their wands at the man in black robes. Cedric, you're making a big mistake here. Many dark wizards start with the killing curse. Any nonsense at this time is disrespectful to their own lives and safety. In this case, if you see a figure, don't waste time and use magic to greet him directly. After seeing his own performance on the magic TV, Cedric's face turned redder than a cooked prawn and took off the mask, revealing the true face. From an outsider's perspective, my behavior at that time was really stupid. Professor, Cedric said hesitantly, what if the person who comes is an innocent person? Then apologize and pay compensation in galleons afterwards. It's better than losing your life anyway. Sebastian's expression was a little serious. Don't gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance. We only have 1 life, and we can't afford to gamble. In the following battle, the performances of both men were remarkable. The only thing is that the cooperation between the 2 people is not so systematic, and it feels like they are fighting each other. Sebastian helped them analyze a lot, and when he became interested, He directly pulled 2 students to demonstrate on the spot. Even when they got back to school, Harry and his friend were still feeling a little dizzy. There is no way. They received a lot of information at once, and they need to think carefully before they can truly digest this information. Before they parted, Cedric asked Harry, "Harry, have you made up your mind to be an Auror in the future?" "Yeah." Harry nodded firmly. "I'm not very good at, nor do I like doing academic research. Now it seems that I quite like the feeling of beating up criminals." "Cedric, what about you?" "I don't know," Cedric said with a trace of confusion on his face. "I just want to experience different professions while I have time now. Next school year, I might choose to try the St. Mungo's training class. My idea is to try out a few different professions and then choose the one I like best." "Don't think too much about it," Cedric took a deep breath and said with a smile. "The Auror training course is over. Next, I have to focus on the final exams. I want to be the first in the grade again." "Professor Swan, why is it you?" Cedric looked at Sebastian sadly, the grievance in his eyes almost dripping with water. God knows how desperate he was when he was tied up just now. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the enemy became the professor. Who could stand this? Unlike Cedric, Harry felt numb the moment he saw Sebastian. No wonder he always felt that there was something wrong with the man in black robe. Not only did he show mercy, he also repeatedly reminded himself and Cedric of the shortcomings of the spell. Sure enough, everything is a familiar recipe and familiar taste. That feeling brought him back to the time when he was practicing spells with Sebastian during the holidays, except that the man in black robe was a little more poisonous. "So this is letting myself go." Sebastian waved his wand gently, and the ropes on the 2 of them untied, turning them back into grass on the ground again. "This is an additional assessment for emergencies. It mainly examines whether you can come up with effective methods to deal with sudden crises. Your observations are very careful, and your reasoning is very brilliant. I am indeed in the same group with the 2 people in the previous scene." Harry and Cedric's faces turned red when they heard this. "What reasoning? Pushing back and forth. It's all about teaching you what's in the script. We are just actors performing with you." "Professor Swan," Cedric asked boldly, "how was our performance just now? Did it meet your expectations?" Sebastian smiled and said, "Your performance did have some commendable aspects, but overall it can only be said to be barely passing." "Barely passing? Professor, you are kidding. We have been dealing with you for so long. How come we can only barely pass?" Harry and Cedric looked at each other, and both could see some dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. "Don't be unconvinced. Let's do a post-war review and you'll know where we can improve." Sebastian waved his wand, and 2 high-definition magic cameras quickly flew out from the treetops in the forest and hovered in the air. Then he took out the magic image from the camera and played it on the magic TV he took out from the traceless stretch bag. The images shown on the TV were captured by the high-definition magic camera, showing all the details of Harry and his companion's arrival in the forest. "Professor Swan," Harry looked around, "are we doing a post-war review here? The environment here is beautiful and private enough. Do you want to go back to the Auror training class to review your performance?" Sebastian smiled softly. "That's fine with me. The key is, are you willing to share this magical video with others?" No. Harry waved his hands quickly. "I mean, what if we run into muggles?" "Don't worry. I have already placed a muggle-repelling spell nearby, so no one will find out." "Professor, you are well prepared." Cedric smiled reluctantly. Watching himself on the magic TV, Cedric always felt like he was being executed in public. Fortunately, there were relatively few audience members, and the 3 people present were all the protagonists of the TV show. If we choose to go back to Hogwarts and broadcast it in front of all the students in the Auror training class, that would be too socially awkward. "Look," Sebastian said, pointing at the screen on the magic TV. "When you were first brought here by the port key, you 2 stayed calm and didn't panic and yell. You did a great job." Cedric was quick to react and thought of using the port key to fly back, which was great. However, there are some potential risks here. Please analyze what they are. "Professor," Cedric said after a moment's thought, "we can't tell whether the 2 people in the last scene are enemies or friends. After all, if they are enemies, we will face the siege of 2 adult wizards when we return. I wasn't alert when I touched the port key just now, Harry reflected. You said before that you must be extra careful when using the port key in a crisis situation. It's very easy to be attacked by the enemy at that time. Once the port key is hit, it will be damaged at best, or it will cause unpredictable consequences at worst. Not bad, Sebastian said with approval, very satisfied with the performance of the 2 little guys. Under today's circumstances, it is not the best solution to rashly use the door key to go back. It would be best for the aurors to use the apparition spell and leave here directly. If there is an anti-apparition spell set up here, the best response is for one person to be on guard and use detection magic to check if there are any enemies hiding nearby with the disillusionment charm. Another one to try and contact backup or attempt to make a port key. These are all means of saving your life. You still have a lot to learn. Let's continue to look down. The images on the magic TV continued to flash, and soon came to the scene where Harry and his friend were pointing their wands at the man in black robes. Cedric, you're making a big mistake here. Many dark wizards start with the killing curse. Any nonsense at this time is disrespectful to their own lives and safety. In this case, if you see a figure, don't waste time and use magic to greet him directly. After seeing his own performance on the magic TV, Cedric's face turned redder than a cooked prawn and took off the mask, revealing the true face. From an outsider's perspective, my behavior at that time was really stupid. Professor, Cedric said hesitantly, what if the person who comes is an innocent person? Then apologize and pay compensation in galleons afterwards. It's better than losing your life anyway. Sebastian's expression was a little serious. Don't gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance. We only have one life, and we can't afford to gamble. In the following battle, the performances of both men were remarkable. The only thing is that the cooperation between the 2 people is not so systematic, and it feels like they are fighting each other. Sebastian helped them analyze a lot, and when he became interested, he directly pulled 2 students to demonstrate on the spot. Even when they got back to school, Harry and his friend were still feeling a little dizzy. There is no way. They received a lot of information at once, and they need to think carefully before they can truly digest this information. Before they parted, Cedric asked Harry, Harry, have you made up your mind to be an auror in the future? Yeah. Harry nodded firmly. I'm not very good at, nor do I like doing academic research. Now it seems that I quite like the feeling of beating up criminals. Cedric, what about you? I don't know, Cedric said with a trace of confusion on his face. I just want to experience different professions while I have time now. Next school year, I might choose to try the St. Mungo's training class. My idea is to try out a few different professions and then choose the one I like best. Don't think too much about it, Cedric took a deep breath and said with a smile. The auror training course is over. Next, I have to focus on the final exams. I want to be the first in the grade again. It is now late May, and there are only 7 days left until the final exams. The Hogwarts castle was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the anxiety was like an invisible mist covering the entire school. In the corridor, students coming and going had different expressions. Some walked quickly to the classroom, as if hoping to grasp at straws in the last few review classes. Some people looked pale and walked with heavy steps, as if they could no longer cope with the pressure that was about to come. Some people even anxiously recite what they have memorized while walking, for fear that they will forget some key knowledge. In the auditorium, the long table that was usually filled with laughter and joy now had a hint of depression. Many students just mechanically stuffed food into their mouths with their eyes fixed on their textbooks. It was obvious that they only ate this food to fill their stomachs and stay alive. Some students even scratch their hair or bite their nails anxiously, without paying any attention to hygiene when eating, as if this can relieve stress. Tranquilizers and cheer potions once again became must-have potions for young wizards. Fortunately, the school had sufficient reserves of potions, so Madame Pomfrey did not become too busy to the point of collapse. Peeves, the ghost who often causes trouble in Hogwarts, keenly noticed the pressure on the young wizards. Every now and then he would suddenly appear next to the nervous little wizards and shout, "Exam time is here. Don't review anymore. You're definitely going to fail the exam at this level." This kind of prank often causes students to scream in fear, and some timid little wizards will even fall to the ground with pale faces. For a time, Peeves caused the wrath of heaven and earth, and many young wizards came to Sebastian to denounce Peeves' crimes to him. In just this morning, Peeves made several stressed-out students cry. Malfoy said indignantly, "He must have observed those students carefully, so he can accurately poke those students' pain points every time." "Professor Swan," Malfoy pleaded, "could you please take care of this?" "Yo, Xiaolong has made great progress, and now knows how to care about his classmates." Sebastian's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Malfoy with a smile. As if he understood Sebastian's look, Malfoy straightened his face and said, "I'm not trying to stand up for those classmates. It's mainly because Peeves is too annoying. He makes people panic and makes it impossible for them to study in peace. Professor, you must help us." Seeing Malfoy's duplicity, Sebastian smiled slightly. "Peeves is indeed a bit rude. Come on, I'll go and give him a lesson and make everyone happy." Soon, the group found Peeves in the corridor on the second floor, chasing after the little wizards and talking trash to them. Sebastian raised his wand and used emotion magic to make Peeves and the little wizards feel the same way. Suddenly, Peeves felt a huge shock. His eyes became unfocused, and he kept muttering, "It's over. I'm definitely going to fail. The OWL exam is too difficult. Why is history of magic so boring? There are too many things to memorize. I hate memorizing. I have to review the compulsory questions for each subject again. I don't want to fail miserably. I want to blow up the school. I want to blow up the school. Then we don't have to take exams." Emotional magic was surprisingly effective against Peeves. For a moment, it seemed as if all the anxious emotions of the little wizard appeared on Peeves. "Professor, will Peeves always be like this?" The students exchanged excited glances with each other and asked impatiently, "Peeves doesn't seem so annoying now." Looking at the excited eyes of the students, Sebastian smiled slightly. "This state can probably last for a week. Peeves won't bother you anymore until the exam. So just study hard." After Sebastian left, several students who had been bullied by Peeves bravely came to Peeves, folded into the shape of a ball, and play a passing game together. The little wizards let out a sigh of relief and smiled happily, with their anxious emotions alleviated a lot. While Sebastian was dealing with Peeves, Harry and the other two sat in a circle in the Gryffindor common room, studying hard for their final exams. Hermione's pen slid across the paper quickly, trying to remember every possible spell and theory more firmly. Occasionally, she would grumble quietly about a difficult problem, then immediately return to her work. Harry quietly studied the astronomy textbook. Among several subjects, astronomy and history of magic were his weak subjects. Unlike Harry and Hermione, Ronald seemed a little anxious. Suddenly, he threw the textbook in his hand, collapsed on the chair, and cried loudly, "I'm done. I have to retake my potions class. I still can't remember all the steps for the required exam. How to make a swelling potion. When I think of Professor Snape's serious expression, my mind goes blank. I haven't succeeded once so far. I'm done." Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, "I've been yelling at you to review since February. What did you say? There is still enough time. You will definitely be able to practice all the required questions before the exam. It's been delayed until now. There's not enough time." Although Harry had a good relationship with Snape, he was also afraid of Snape when he was serious. If Ronald fails the required test, his fate will be miserable. Harry thought about the steps for brewing the swelling potion and said to Ronald in a comforting tone, "Professor Snape has simplified the brewing steps a lot. I'll tell you the trick. Add 2 spoons of dried nettles and 3 portions of puffer fish eyes to the mortar and grind them into medium-fine powder. Don't make the mistake in the quantities. Mix the 2 powders and add them to the crucible. Heat over medium heat for 20 seconds. Remember this time, after gently waving the wand over the crucible, let it simmer for about 60 minutes. Harry spoke very slowly, fearing that Ronald would not remember the key points, and for a moment he acted like a potions assistant teacher. After completing the above steps, add 1 portion of bat spleen to the crucible, stir counterclockwise 4 times, and heat on low heat for 30 seconds. Before turning off the fire, don't forget the last step of waving the magic wand. If you forget this step, all your efforts will fail. As long as you follow the steps one by one, you will definitely be able to make it successfully. How about this? Don't just memorize it. I still have some ingredients for the swelling potion here. Just go and try it out. Thank you, Harry. Ronald took the potion ingredients handed to him by Harry with tears in his eyes. If I can pass the potions exam, I will definitely work like a slave to repay you. Despite the little wizard's reluctance, the final exam was carried out as scheduled. For most subjects, the examination is divided into 2 parts, a theoretical examination and a practical examination. In this year's exam, many professors set the required questions as part of the practical exam. As a result, as the exam progressed, students gradually discovered that this year's final exam was actually much easier than previous years. The afternoon after the exam, the sky over Hogwarts was blue. A gentle breeze blew across the Black Lake, and the lake's surface sparkled, reflecting the majestic outline of the castle and the surrounding mountains. Except for the 5th and 7th graders, the school was full of smiling students. This year's exam was very easy. I didn't expect that the difficulty of the exam would be greatly reduced with the required questions. It's all thanks to the professors' thoughtfulness that they set the required test questions as practical test content. I practiced them regularly and only had to review the knowledge in the textbook before the test. There are also improvements to the homework for each subject. In the past, it was all essays, but this year there are many papers, all of which are key knowledge from the textbook. When reviewing according to the papers, I saved a lot of effort. Yes, I think that except for history of magic, all other exams will be at least good. It is not a problem to get excellent for these courses with practical exams. It looks like I'll be able to have an easier summer this year. Don't talk about so far. Now you can relax a little and go play Quidditch. Is there anyone who wants to join us? Don't get too carried away. The 5th and 7th graders still have 2 weeks of exams. If you disturb them, be careful that the professor will scold you. Like most students, Harry and his 2 friends also relax in their own unique way. They changed out of their usual school uniforms and put on casual, everyday clothes, chatting leisurely by the Black Lake. Harry lay on his back on the grass, his arms behind his head, his eyes fixed on the clear sky. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air blowing on his face. I could hear a few birds singing in the distance, and from time to time, I could hear the sound of the lake water gently lapping against the shore. At this moment, he seemed to have completely thrown off the pressure of the exam, leaving only relaxation and comfort. Oh, it's finally over. Ronald stretched his body, supported his hands behind his back, and his face was full of relief. He stretched out his legs, his eyes swept across the lake leisurely, and smiled with a sense of relief. It's comfortable. Hermione sat next to them, smiling slightly and holding a book from the library. But this time, she didn't rush to open it, but just quietly enjoyed this peaceful afternoon. Actually, the exam isn't that scary, is it? She looked at Ronald teasingly. It's just that you always put it off until the last minute to start reviewing. Hey, I try my best. Ronald rolled his eyes, but then laughed. Honestly, I was so nervous when Professor Snape checked the potion I brewed. I didn't do a very good job of controlling the heat, and the swelling potion I brewed is much worse than what you 2 usually brew. I was worried that Professor Snape would give me a poor, but unexpectedly, the professor still gave me an A pass. Thank you, Professor Snape. Ronald stood up, picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it gently. The stone bounced a few times on the lake, causing a few tiny ripples. I was able to pass the exam like this. I really want to see if anyone will retake the exam. If so, I will definitely laugh at him to death. Hermione rolled her eyes speechlessly at this. This Ronald has so quickly forgotten how he cried before the exam and started to get carried away again. Ronald, you have to review with me next year. Don't leave it to the last minute again. I know. Why talk about something so far ahead? I will work hard next year. Harry tilted his head slightly and watched the interaction between Ronald and Hermione, with a smile on his face. When school starts, we will have to choose some elective courses. Which courses are you going to choose? If possible, I would like to take all the courses. Hermione looked at the lake and said expectantly, I think the elective courses are very interesting, and I don't want to miss any of them. Merlin, Ronald exclaimed, I've chosen all of them. Do you know how many courses I have to take? 12 subjects. 12 subjects in total. How desperate are you? Harry added, if you include Auror training and St. Mungo's training, that's 14 classes. Also, there will be a new elective course next school year, alchemy. It's not realistic to complete all of them. Hermione didn't say much to what the two said, but turned around and asked, what courses are you going to choose? Of course, Ronald shouted. The first thing to choose is Muggle Studies. This course is interesting and the exam is easy. Fred and George highly recommended it, and even Percy raved about it. For the second course, I will probably choose divination. As for the reason, those who understand will know it. The other elective courses are a bit difficult. I need to think about whether to choose them or not. Harry, what do you think? Well, Harry sat up, looked at the sparkling lake, and said with a conflicted expression, to be honest, I'm a little confused and don't know what courses to choose. Harry, Hermione said concernedly, why don't you ask Professor Swan? He will surely be able to give you some sound advice. I asked, Harry smiled. I'll relay what the professor said and give you a reference. Professor Swan said that divination is a class that tests one's magical talent. If you don't have sight, you won't learn anything from this class. However, the exam for this course is relatively easy. As long as you make up a story that everything you see is misfortune, you could get a high score. If you must learn something about divination, the course of arithmetic divination would be very interesting. So that's how it is. Hermione nodded, lost in thought. If Professor Swan says that you can't learn anything from divination classes, then you can just learn arithmetic divination. As for alchemy, Harry paused. Professor Swan said that if you want to take this course, you must also take ancient runes. If you have the energy, you'd better take the care of magical creatures class. That means I have 3 electives, and I don't have the energy to take other classes. Harry talked freely, sharing the advice he had received from Sebastian without reservation. After listening to Harry's words, Hermione made up her mind that she would give up divination and take all other elective courses. Ronald was calm and still wanted to choose Muggle Studies and divination. These easy elective courses were perfect for him. The 3 of them were each thinking about different things, and it was very quiet for a while. Harry took a deep breath and lay back down on the grass again. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Just enjoy this wonderful time first. As for the issue of elective courses, I will discuss it with Aunt Mia and the others during the holidays. Except for the 5th and 7th year students who were taking OWL and Newt exams, the entire Hogwarts was in a state of relaxation. Since he no longer had to invigilate the OWL and Newt exams, Sebastian's life suddenly became a lot easier. Although things are always happening in a magic school like Hogwarts, at this moment, he can temporarily put aside the busy affairs and enjoy his own leisure time. When Harry and the other 2 were chatting by the Black Lake, Sebastian called Luna to his office, preparing to give her some special training before the holiday. Speaking of Luna, this first-grade little wizard is undoubtedly a very special existence. She is gifted and has a unique sense for the mysterious power of emotions. Because of this, Sebastian took Luna as his apprentice and often taught her about emotion magic himself. You know, emotional magic is an advanced magic that can control and guide the emotions of others. It is usually not taught to young wizards of this age. The learning threshold is very high. Even looking at the entire wizarding world, there are only a few wizards who can master emotional magic. Although he had high expectations for Luna, Sebastian did not force her to learn too much, but directly taught her the ready-made emotional magic. After all, as a first-year student, Luna's magical foundation has not yet been fully established, which greatly limits her performance in emotional magic. Moreover, as the old saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. During this year, Sebastian patiently taught Luna various basic magical runes representing emotions. He spent nearly a year helping Luna lay a solid foundation for emotional magic. After all, for geniuses, as long as you help them lay a solid foundation, they will build tall buildings on top of them. Luna did not disappoint Sebastian's expectations and made rapid progress in learning the various basic magic runes representing emotions. By the end of April, she had fully mastered all the magic runes. For the sake of her grades, Sebastian did not disturb Luna in May and let her study hard for the exam. Only now, after the exam, did Sebastian call Luna over to test her learning results and teach her a little bit of advanced emotional magic. However, as soon as they met, Luna gave Sebastian a huge surprise that shocked him. What? You incorporated the magical rune of happiness into your singing. Sebastian was confused and couldn't figure out how the two things could be combined. Yes, Professor Swan, Luna said with a smile. I was under a lot of pressure from reviewing some time ago, so I went to the Forbidden Forest to play with the Thestrals. As if it could see my troubles, one of the Thestrals took the initiative to invite me and took me for a few laps in the sky. Sebastian was overwhelmed by what he heard. Good job, flying on a Thestral without protection and without an adult wizard to supervise. The little guy is so brave. This is a hidden Gryffindor. No wonder, in the original book, all of Luna's friends are Gryffindor students. After thinking for a while, Sebastian suppressed the urge to preach and asked curiously, and then, I feel so happy flying in the sky that I want to sing and let the Thestrals feel my happiness. Maybe it was because I was inspired. I naturally combined the happy magic runes with the song. The Thestrals were very happy to hear it. Is it that simple? Sebastian asked, can you now control the fusion of magic runes and singing? It should be possible, Luna said uncertainly. I'll know after I try it. As she spoke, Luna began to sing a happy nursery rhyme that was well known in the wizarding world. There's a lot of magic in the magic world. Spells fly and laugh. The owl letter flew away. Hogwarts, get on board. Holding a small magic wand in hand. The light flashes as soon as the spell is chanted. Fly around, Wingardi. The broom carries the joy in the wind. The chocolate frog jumped onto the table. A magical world to explore. Laughter accompanied by starlight. What a happy wizard childhood. After listening to this song, Sebastian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. This is not a song. This is magic in the guise of song. Moreover, the magical attacks were extremely concealed. If Sebastian was not very familiar with emotional magic, he would not be able to sense the mystery at all. Ordinary people would only think that Luna's singing is nice, and that it makes them feel happy after listening to it, without realizing that it is emotional magic that is at work. Genius. No, genius is not enough to describe this little girl with blonde hair. In her first grade, she used her unique magical talent to embark on a path that had never existed in the magical world. Sebastian was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and many speculations suddenly appeared in his mind. I wonder if different tracks have different requirements for the magic runes that represent different emotions. For example, let Luna sing rock and roll to bring exciting emotions to everyone. For example, singing some sad songs can bring deep sorrow to the enemy and undermine their morale and fighting spirit. For example, adding magic to distinguish between friend and foe into the singing can bring different effects to comrades and enemies on the battlefield. Sebastian tried hard to gather his scattered thoughts. No hurry, no hurry. We still need to plan Luna's training route carefully, and we must not let her waste her talent in any way. However, this advantage can be used to change Luna's situation among students and make more young wizards like her. Sebastian's eyes lit up as he came up with a brilliant idea. In Hogwarts today, except for the 5th and 7th year students in other grades have about 2 weeks of free time. You can recruit volunteers to perform at the year-end dinner. Luna can also go on stage and sing a song, and that will surely make many little wizards like her. Luna, would you like to sing a song for all the teachers and students at the end-of-year banquet so that they can all feel your happiness? Of course. Luna's eyes lit up. She liked to let others feel her happiness. The atmosphere of the year-end dinner was extremely lively. The little wizards ate very quickly, eager to finish dinner so that they could enjoy the next performance. The various delicacies on the long table quickly disappeared under the attack of the children, and the sounds of chewing and the collision of cups and plates could be heard one after another. There was a gleam of anticipation in everyone's eyes, and they ate and joked with each other about the content of the show. As the students put down their cutlery, Sebastian stepped forward and waved his wand gently. The long tables of the 4 colleges stretched, deformed, and connected together to form a huge stepped auditorium. In addition, a huge stage appeared in front of the audience seats, which looked extremely beautiful under the illumination of various magic lights. The little wizards took their seats with cheers and waited for the show to begin. Fred and George became the hosts of the party. Under their humorous hosting, the little wizards who had registered gradually appeared on stage. There were singers, dancers, acrobats, and talk shows. The whole performance was conducted amid laughter and applause. The programs on stage were more exciting than each other, and the little wizards fully displayed their talents and style that they never showed in normal days. Luna was the last to appear, and her singing brought the entire evening to a climax. The little wizards never thought that this strangely dressed little witch had such a beautiful singing voice. Now it seems that it's not that people dress weirdly, but that they don't understand fashion. The feeling of happiness was so strong that even after Luna's performance was over, they were reluctant to let her leave the stage. The little wizards kept shouting, "Luna, your singing voice is so beautiful. One more song. Luna, we love you 3, Red Heart." Saturday, June 26, 1993. The early morning sun shone through the tall windows of Malfoy Manor onto Draco Malfoy's sleeping face. Feeling the glaring sunlight, Draco sat up lazily and rubbed his sleepy eyes. After quickly washing up, he went straight to the garden on the side of the manor, where his parents were enjoying a quiet breakfast. "Dad, Mom, today is the day Professor Swan comes to visit. Should we let the house elves clean the manor again?" Draco spoke loudly, his voice echoing through the manor, breaking the morning silence. Lucius Malfoy frowned slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Since you came back with Sebastian's visiting card, you have emphasized this 800 times. Too unstable. This is not our Malfoy style." Narcissa just smiled softly, picked up the teacup, and said calmly, "Darling, Draco is still a child. He adores Sebastian, so he will naturally want to make today's visit perfect." "Mom really understands me," Malfoy muttered softly. "Professor Swan is not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. If I don't clean it up, I'm afraid it will bring shame to the Malfoy family." Lucius sighed and put down the newspaper in his hand. "The manor has been cleaned 3 times inside and out. You don't need to clean up today. Just be careful not to damage the hygiene of the manor. No matter how you look at it, this manor is already decent enough. Even the most picky wizard wouldn't be able to find any fault with it. Come on, Draco." Narcissa sat down at the table and patted the chair next to her gently. "There's still a whole day to go. Don't rush. Have breakfast first. I can hear your stomach growling." Draco was about to protest loudly when he heard his stomach growl in protest. His face turned red, and he sat down obediently and started eating breakfast in big mouthfuls. Lucius sighed and put down the newspaper again. "Etiquette, Draco. Pay attention to your etiquette when eating. Your professor is here, and you are still eating like a wolf? The Malfoy family can't afford to have such a person. I don't know what you learned at Hogwarts. You've lost all your dining etiquette." "Oomph." Malfoy curled his lips. The professor doesn't care about these empty formalities. Unlike those old-timers from pure-blood families, the professor values a person's ability and wisdom more. "I asked you to clean the room only to show respect to the professor." Hearing this, Lucius was furious. "My little dragon has changed. I used to be so well-behaved, whatever I said was what I did. Now, all I talk about is Professor Swan and what he thinks. But I heard that my little dragon no longer had the pride of a pure-blood family at Hogwarts, and could even communicate calmly with the mudbloods. This is outrageous. When Sebastian comes, I must have a good talk with him." Lucius stood up and said coldly, "Draco, Your professor doesn't care about these etiquettes, but we need to. I don't want people to think that the child at Malfoy Manor is a crude monkey. Don't worry about the rest. Just review the etiquette between nobles. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was evening. Draco kept looking at the clock on the wall. It's almost 7 o'clock. I'll go wait at the gate of the manor. The professor is always on time, and I don't want him to wait any longer at the gate. Having said that, he stood up and ran towards the gate of the manor. Arriving at the gate of the manor, Draco just checked his clothes when he heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. "Draco, are you waiting for me?" Draco looked up and found Professor Swan looking at him with a smile. He quickly opened the door and said happily, "Welcome to Malfoy Manor, Professor Swan. Please come in. I'll show you the way." "Thank you for your help." Sebastian nodded with a smile and took out a beautifully wrapped gift box and placed it in Draco's hand. "This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." "Gift? For me?" Draco looked at the gift box in his hand and felt extremely itchy. "Open it and take a look." Sebastian smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it's not a test paper." Opening the gift box in his hand, Draco was surprised to find that inside was an exquisite model of a Norwegian ridgeback. "I did it just like Norbert did. Do you remember?" "Of course I remember. I saw that little dragon being born when I was in 1st grade. Malfoy was so happy that he couldn't let go of the model in his hand and wanted to play with it right away. He suppressed his anxiety and only quickened his pace slightly. "What have you been doing during the holidays?" Sebastian joked. "Are you bored at home?" Hey. When I got there, the professor really asked me questions about my studies. Fortunately, I am smart and prepared, so I don't feel guilty at all." Draco patted his chest and replied, "It's not boring at all. I have been doing the summer homework assigned by professors since I got home. Although it's quite difficult, I'm almost done with it. I think the professors assigned too little homework. I almost finished it in just 1 week." Seeing Malfoy's expression as if he was going to praise me, Sebastian praised him with a grin. "Amazing. You're worthy of being a role model of our college. I wish all the students in our college were as hardworking as you." To be honest, this wasn't Sebastian's random praise, but he really recognized Draco's change. Sebastian had always taken Draco's efforts into account over the past year, and he often helped him answer his questions. And take summer homework, for example. In the Muggle community, children's summer homework is mostly just a formality, and teachers will not check it seriously after school starts. But it's different at Hogwarts. The summer homework assigned by professors is basically focused on the knowledge points of the new school year. Students need to search for information on their own to complete it. According to Sebastian's understanding, the homework assigned by Snape was to prepare for the shrinking potion, which was a key topic in the 3rd-year potions class. After praising Draco, Sebastian soon saw Lucius and Narcissa standing in front of the mansion. Lucius took 2 steps forward and shook hands with Sebastian using standard aristocratic etiquette. "Welcome to Malfoy Manor, Sebastian." Narcissa also said enthusiastically, "You haven't been here for a long time. Don't stand there. Please come in." Sebastian smiled as he handed the carefully prepared gifts to Lucius and Narcissa. The gift to Lucius was a snake-shaped staff with a smooth silver body, coiled up, and the snake's eyes inlaid with green gems. Narcissa took an exquisite lady's brooch, which had a golden vine as the base and was decorated with delicate gems, showing elegance and nobility. "Thank you for your kindness, Sebastian," Lucius said with a smile. "You are always so thoughtful." After the pleasantries, Lucius took Sebastian into the mansion at the back. Sebastian looked around and found that after nearly 10 years, the Malfoy family still maintained that ancient, luxurious atmosphere. The interior decoration of the house is still full of gorgeous Victorian-style details, with stone carvings and tapestries complementing each other, making it look solemn and elegant. Although this place is slightly less modern than Swan Manor, the two have their own merits in style and temperament. Soon, the group arrived at the restaurant. The gorgeous dining table was covered with an exquisite tablecloth. The fairy-crafted tableware was sparkling. Sumptuous food was placed in the center of the table, and the red wine glowed charmingly under the candlelight. The dinner started in a pleasant atmosphere. Sebastian chatted with the Malfoys at ease, and the topic quickly turned to Draco's performance at Hogwarts. Sebastian, Draco has been spoiled by us. He still needs your help at school. Don't worry, Draco works very hard in his studies. There are few people in the entire Slytherin who work harder than him. Listening to Sebastian's praise, the smiles on Lucius and Narcissa's faces never stopped. The atmosphere at the table became more and more harmonious, with laughter ringing in the ears as the guests drank and chatted, and all the guests were having a great time. After the dinner, Lucius took Sebastian to his study, which was equipped with top-level protective magic. With the door closed, it could prevent anyone from eavesdropping. After sitting down, Sebastian got straight to the point. "Senior, I'm here to share an important news with you today." "Oh," Lucius raised his eyebrows slightly. "What important news do you need to explain in person?" He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Seeing Lucius's nonchalant look, Sebastian grinned and said softly, "Senior, you may not know that the Dark Lord has appeared again." Shocking. Lucius shuddered suddenly and lost his grip on the cup, letting it fall to the ground. Clang! The scalding tea spilled all over the floor. Some even spilled onto his shoes. How is that possible? Lucius could hardly believe his ears. Hasn't the Dark Lord been dead for over a decade? Or he died there inexplicably when he was killing that child? That brat named Harry Potter was called the Savior because of this incident. How could it possibly appear again? Also, even if it did appear, why didn't any of the Death Eaters get the news? Instead, you, an outsider, knew it first. Lucius didn't care about the tea spilled on his feet. He just stared at Sebastian and said in a low voice, "Do you know what you're talking about?" "Of course," Sebastian repeated word for word. Meeting Lucius' gaze, "The Dark Lord has appeared again. Moreover, based on various indications, the Dark Lord will surely return within 3 to 5 years. Sebastian, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Lucius' voice trembled. "Isn't the Dark Lord dead?" Looking at the panic-stricken Lucius, Sebastian jokingly said, "Everyone says he's dead. Does that mean he's definitely dead?" The Dark Lord body was not found in Potter's house. Sebastian leaned forward slightly. 2 years ago, I saw with my own eyes the Dark Lord and his residual soul form sneak into Hogwarts and try to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Look, not only is he not dead, he is still trying to find a chance to revive. Why? Shouldn't you be very happy to hear this news, Senior?" "Happy? Of course I'm happy." Lucius was a little incoherent, no longer as calm as before. "But are you really happy?" Lucius felt mixed emotions. When they followed the Dark Lord, the Malfoy family was indeed very prosperous. As a favor to the Dark Lord, he indeed enjoyed a lot and was treated with courtesy wherever he went. Even if he met the Minister of Magic, he would speak to him politely. If I had known this news 2 years before the Dark Lord disappeared, I would have been overjoyed to pursue him. But more than 10 years have passed, things have changed, and the Malfoy family has become accustomed to the situation where there is no one giving orders from above. What's more, in order to get rid of the crime, he tried his best to distance himself from the Dark Lord in the Wisengamot court. Lucius was a little frightened. The Dark Lord appeared again without contacting these Death Eaters. Does that mean he no longer trusts him? Otherwise, how come he had no idea about the Dark Lord stealing the Philosopher's Stone? He clenched his fists again and again, trying to defend himself. "Of course I am happy. If the Dark Lord returns, I will still be his favorite." "Senior, just fool me with these words. Don't fool yourself." Sebastian smiled softly. "I still remember clearly how you emphasized during the Inquisition that you were under the Imperius curse. Do you think the Dark Lord will trust you after his comeback? If he really trusted you that much, why didn't he ask you for help in reviving him? You know, the Malfoy family is very important in the wizarding world. With your help, it should be easier for him to be resurrected. Now it seems that he has never looked for you." Listening to Sebastian's words, beads of sweat appeared on Lucius' forehead. He opened his mouth, trying to say something in rebuttal, but nothing came out. "Senior," Sebastian said earnestly, "our two families have a good relationship, and our cooperation has always been a pleasure. Back then, the Swan family was able to stay out of trouble because of the Senior's efforts. In return, when I first became an Auror, I also used my identity as an auror to help you eliminate some competitors, making your position more stable. Until today, Swan Alchemy has maintained close business dealings with the Malfoy family. That's why I'm willing to share this news with you." Sebastian adjusted his posture, leaned back on the sofa, and said meaningfully, "Senior, it's time for the Malfoy family to realign themselves. Change sides? How to stand? Should we join the resistance against the Dark Lord directly? Not to mention whether Dumbledore would protect his family. When the Dark Lord returns, he will probably personally expel the Malfoy family. For the Malfoy family, there has always been only one option for this multiple-choice question, and that is to continue following the Dark Lord." Thinking of this, Lucius reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then loosened his collar without regard for etiquette. "Thank you for your kindness, Sebastian, but the Malfoy family simply does not have any other choice." Lucius took a deep breath and spoke calmly. "Even if the Dark Lord no longer trusts me, he still needs me. After all, most of the old pureblood families now look up to the Malfoy family. He needs the reputation of the Malfoy family. He also needs the heritage of the Malfoy family, and he needs the gold galleons of the Malfoy family even more. So, we can still cooperate like before and provide convenience for each other in our respective camps. Isn't that better?" Hearing this, Sebastian held up a finger and waved it gently. "Unfortunately, this method is outdated and does not apply to your current situation." "How is it possible?" Lucius opened his mouth and was about to refute something, but was interrupted by Sebastian. "Don't be impatient, Senior." Sebastian smiled softly. "I'll share another secret with you. The secret of the Dark Lord's immortality." "The secret of the Dark Lord's immortality? What does this have to do with my situation?" Lucius was curious and listened patiently to what Sebastian said. "The reason why the Dark Lord did not die and turn into a half-human, half-ghost is because he made a dark magic tool for himself, a Horcrux. I think as an old pureblood family, you should have enough family heritage to understand what a Horcrux is and what its disadvantages are." When Lucius heard the word Horcrux, he suddenly realized. The family records do record such things as Horcruxes, and it is expressly forbidden for future generations to refine them. This evil prop can indeed ensure that a person will not be killed. However, is there actually someone who can refine this kind of thing? The prerequisite for refining a Horcrux is to split the soul. Once the soul is split, that person is no longer complete or no longer himself. No wonder the Dark Lord's appearance became so strange, and his personality became so violent, completely different from his previous wise and powerful appearance. It turns out that the Horcrux was the cause of the trouble. But what does this have to do with the Malfoy family? Just when Lucius was puzzled, Sebastian's words made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. "Senior, do you remember an old black leather notebook, the one with Tom Riddle's name on it? Could it be? That notebook is—" Lucius didn't dare to think too much. His face turned pale again, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. "Sebastian, you mean? It's not what I thought, is it?" Unfortunately, Sebastian directly punctured Lucius's last layer of fantasy. That notebook is the Dark Lord's Horcrux. As soon as these words came out, Lucius seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he collapsed directly on the sofa. He actually put the Dark Lord's tool of immortality into a little girl's cauldron. Then he let the other party take him into Hogwarts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He jumped up, came to Sebastian, grabbed his hand tightly, and asked, "Sebastian, since you've seen the notebook, that means you know where it is, right?" At this moment, Lucius threw all manners and etiquette behind his mind and begged bitterly, "As long as you help me find that notebook, I will agree to any condition you ask." "It's too late, Senior," Sebastian said with regret. "How do you think I found out that the notebook was a Horcrux?" The notebook took control of the student, then opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk. Basilisk? Lucius shuddered. The incident with the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets was on the news for several days. I also felt that Sebastian was so lucky that he led a group of students to solve the 1,000-year-old mystery. Now it seems that it's all about the notebook. "What about that notebook?" Lucius asked stutteringly. Do you think that Dumbledore would not pay attention to such a big thing happening in the school? Sebastian grinned. After we caught the basilisk, we followed the clues and found the notebook without alerting any students. It was from Dumbledore that I learned that the notebook was the Dark Lord's Horcrux. As for the notebook, it was destroyed, of course. Hearing this answer, Lucius's whole body went limp, and he staggered back to his sofa. There's one more thing you need to know about Draco, Sebastian said slowly. Lucius' heart tightened, and he looked up at Sebastian. Go ahead, I can handle it. Senior, Draco offended the Dark Lord unconsciously during his first year. How is that possible? How could Draco possibly offend the Dark Lord? Looking at Lucius, who was full of disbelief, Sebastian explained. Remember when I told you about the Dark Lord sneaking in Hogwarts and stealing the Philosopher's Stone? As a remnant soul, the Dark Lord does not have the ability to steal the Philosopher's Stone directly, so he possesses someone else and controls that person to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Draco and a few of his friends discovered the sneaky thief. Then, a few little guys with a sense of justice tried to stop the thief. Sebastian evaded the point and said, As for the result, I can only tell you that the Dark Lord failed. Tell me, is this indirectly offending the Dark Lord? Of course, Sebastian changed the subject. The Dark Lord may not remember Draco, but no one can tell. After hearing what Sebastian said, Lucius felt disheartened. He sat there with empty eyes, unable to utter a word. Completion. The Malfoy family is finished. He and Draco, father and son, had completely offended the Dark Lord. With the Dark Lord's narrow mind, there was no way that he would forgive them. Senior, Sebastian said gently, you were right about what you said just now. The Malfoy family does not have any extra options. What do you think? Lucius moved the corners of his mouth and said in a sad voice, What can I do? Side with Dumbledore. Will he trust me and protect the Malfoy family? Unfortunately, I don't trust him either. During the last Wizarding War, he couldn't even protect his own Order of the Phoenix. His methods were too weak. If he had been tougher and taken over the Ministry of Magic directly, using the power of the entire wizarding world to fight against the Dark Lord, the result last time might have been different. Senior, Sebastian stood up and walked to Lucius, looking down at him. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. No one told you to join Dumbledore. There is someone who is a better choice for the Malfoy family than Dumbledore. That's me. Lucius stared at Sebastian blankly for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. You want me to join you? Ha! Lucius pointed at Sebastian and laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Are you making me laugh, Sebastian? Don't you think it's naive to want to protect the Malfoy family from the Dark Lord? That's something even Dumbledore can't guarantee. I admit that you are a genius, but don't forget that the Dark Lord is a genius among geniuses. How old are you? How old is the Dark Lord? How can you make up for the decades of difference between them? Looking at Lucius, who was laughing crazily, Sebastian was not angry. He simply let his magic power boil over and surge towards Lucius in waves. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lucius' pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at Sebastian in surprise and suspicion. How come this feeling is the same as facing the Dark Lord? It's a suffocating feeling. Is this Sebastian? How come you are so strong? Looking at this person who was a few grades lower than him in school and always called him senior, Lucius felt like he was dreaming. To be honest, Lucius has always had a sense of superiority toward Sebastian. After all, it was the other party who asked him for help that prevented the Swan family from being targeted by the Dark Lord. Although the other party became the richest man in the magic world, I only admired his business acumen. Now it seems that I was superficial. In just over a decade, the other party has grown to this point. It's really scary. Senior, I admit that the Dark Lord is very powerful, but he is on the wrong path. Sebastian smiled and said, he should never, ever split his soul apart. Without any family inheritance, he has no idea how important a complete soul is to a wizard. Maybe he realized it, but he was still blinded by immortality. After all, according to his talent, if his soul is intact, he would most likely have the power to defeat Dumbledore head-on. Besides, he disappeared for almost 13 years anyway, which gave me a chance to overtake him. As for whether I am his match now, I will know only after we fight. Of course, I can give you a little more confidence." Sebastian spread his arms and said to Lucius, "Senior, take your wand and use a killing curse on me." "Are you crazy? Is your soul missing too? How can you say such irrational words?" Lucius looked at Sebastian like he was a fool, not understanding what he was up to. Sebastian stood up and said with a disdainful look, "Senior, in order for us to have a pleasant conversation, I need to let you see how powerful I am. It's just a killing curse." Looking at Sebastian's confident expression, Lucius grasped his wand as if possessed. "I actually started to believe your nonsense. I'm afraid I'm crazy too." He gritted his teeth, raised his wand, and pointed it at Sebastian, and shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" A green spell shot out from his wand, heading straight for Sebastian, but it didn't even touch Sebastian's body before being blocked by the light of the shield charm. How is this possible? Lucius felt like he had suffered too many shocks tonight and was in a trance. How can the shield charm block the killing curse? The shield charm is as fragile as paper to the killing curse. If you want to block the killing curse, you must use something tangible. This is common sense. How was that possible? Seeing Lucius was shocked by him, Sebastian sat back on the sofa and crossed his legs. He felt very comfortable. The reason why I practice the incantation so hard is just for this moment when I can show my power in front of others. Sebastian showed an unfathomable smile on his face. "Senior, do you believe in my ability?" "Believe. Even the killing curse can be blocked by the shield charm. So why shouldn't I believe it?" Lucius's mind was working quickly, and he suddenly understood the significance of the other party becoming a professor at Hogwarts. The professors at Hogwarts are natural allies of Dumbledore. Moreover, from the information he had currently, Sebastian and Dumbledore got along quite well. The Dark Lord couldn't even handle Dumbledore, so with Sebastian added to the mix, there was no chance of him winning. From this point of view, Sebastian is indeed the best person for him to turn to. Subconsciously, Lucius put on a flattering expression on his face. "Sebastian, could you please tell me a little bit about how to protect the Malfoy family from the Dark Lord?" "I can offer two options." Sebastian smiled and said slowly, "The first option is very simple. Considering the friendship between our two families, I can help you hide Malfoy Manor with the Fidelius charm, and I will be the secret keeper. Or I'll provide you with a safe house, and you can move in there. This method is very simple. It doesn't require you to sacrifice anything. You just need to hide in a safe house for a few years after the Dark Lord appears. The disadvantages are obvious. You need to hide for a few years. You don't have much freedom. And after you go into hiding, your family business will definitely be impacted. After all, the Dark Lord's men will not let go of this piece of fat meat. The advantage is also obvious, that is safety." After hearing the suggestion, Lucius thought about it for a moment and gave up. It is very safe to do so. Sebastian's character and ability are guaranteed, so there is nothing wrong with letting him be the secret keeper. However, he and Sissy could hide, but Draco was still young and couldn't hide like the two of them. Moreover, after the Dark Lord falls, it is estimated that the Malfoy family will decline completely and may even become a second-rate or even third-rate family. This result is absolutely unacceptable. "Sebastian, can you tell me what the second option is?" "You'll have to pay a lot for the second option, Senior." Sebastian smiled meaningfully. "You need to use your own intelligence and wisdom to fight for a future for the Malfoy family. For example, when the Dark Lord makes a comeback, you need to return to his side, become an undercover agent, and provide me with some useful information." Of course, Sebastian's voice became much deeper. "He does need the name of the Malfoy family, so your life shouldn't be in too much of a problem. But it will be very difficult for you. After all, the Dark Lord will definitely not use you. He will exclude you, humiliate you, and suppress you. As long as you can get through those difficult days, after Voldemort falls, I will personally prove it for you and shape you into a heroic undercover who endures humiliation for the sake of the wizarding world. With this achievement, the Malfoy family will earn the respect of everyone. With this achievement, I will personally take you to share the fruits of victory and allow the Malfoy family to take another step forward. Sebastian's voice was full of temptation. This plan has a high risk factor, but the rewards are also high. It's up to you to choose, Senior. Being undercover? After hearing Sebastian's suggestion, Lucius hesitated for a moment. The benefits of this plan are indeed much greater. Apart from anything else, once they succeed, the Malfoy family will immediately be able to transform themselves into a heroic family, and their status will be incomparable to what it is now. You know, after the fall of the Dark Lord, the Malfoy family used the excuse of the Imperius Curse and the method of donating gold galleons to avoid the liquidation of the Ministry of Magic. But since then, the Malfoy family's assets have shrunk a lot and their status has declined a lot. The Malfoy family still looks glamorous now, but many people dare to step on them. Just like last year, when a Ministry of Magic was investigating dark magic items, the pureblood trader Weasley led people to search Malfoy Manor many times. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have thrown away the Dark Lord's diary, and the Malfoy family wouldn't be so passive. But being an undercover agent is too dangerous. The other party is the Dark Lord. Once discovered by him, death will be the best relief. Lucius gritted his teeth and spoke to Sebastian in a low voice. Since the Dark Lord is only a remnant of his soul, why don't you and Dumbledore kill him right now? Lucius didn't say it explicitly, but just made a subtle gesture. In his mind, since the Dark Lord was so weak, now is the best time to get rid of him once and for all. In this way, many people don't have to worry anymore. Looking at Lucius' actions, Sebastian knew exactly what he was thinking. Wow, he is worthy of being the loyal and brave Malfoy. He is already thinking about getting rid of the Dark Lord once and for all. Sebastian shook his head slightly at Lucius. Of course we want to resolve this once and for all. But unfortunately, the Dark Lord is in a very special state now. No spell can kill him. Only after he is resurrected can we kill him completely. Hearing this, Lucius felt a little unwilling. It seems that at this point, the only way out is to go undercover. Otherwise, after the Dark Lord falls again, the Malfoy family may not be able to escape the liquidation of the Ministry of Magic. These were necessary sacrifices for Sissy and Draco. Seeing Lucius's expression changing constantly, Sebastian did not urge him. He just looked at him quietly, waiting for his final decision. After a long while, Lucius raised his head, looked at Sebastian, and said harshly, "I want to fight for a brighter future for the Malfoy family, so I am willing to be your undercover." Snap! Sebastian snapped his fingers and praised Lucius. "Wise choice, Senior." Here, Sebastian took out a magic contract and placed it on the table. "Please sign this contract." "Don't worry, the content is very loose, but if you betray me, I will know it immediately." Lucius did not have much resistance to the existence of the magic contract. He had seen too many intrigues and deceptions and understood that this was just a guarantee to reassure both parties. If he were to put himself in the other person's shoes, he would definitely ask the other party to swear an unbreakable oath. Lucius picked up the magic contract and, after confirming that what Sebastian said was correct, he signed his name without hesitation. After signing, he felt exhausted and leaned back on the sofa, trying to relax his tired body and mind. "Cole, I'm so tired." Seeing Lucius exhausted, Sebastian smiled and said, "Senior, after we sign the magic contract, we will be family. Since you are one of us, I am willing to reveal some information to you so that the Malfoy family can make preparations in advance so that they can obtain 100 or even 1,000 times more wealth in the future." What news? It is possible to obtain hundreds or thousands of times more wealth. Talking about this kind of problem, I'm not tired anymore. Lucius perked up, sat up straight, and looked at Sebastian with burning eyes. "What news?" Sebastian didn't answer directly, but glanced around the decorations in the study and said, "The Malfoys have good taste. Many of the items here are Muggle antiques. There are even quite a few royal items for Muggles. They are really impressive. Good vision." Lucius smirked, although he did not admit it to the outside world. He knew that after Malfoy's ancestors came to England, they obtained a large amount of wealth and power from the Muggle royal family by virtue of their status as wizards, and completed the original accumulation of wealth. Even this magnificent manor was acquired at that time. These antiques are the Malfoy family's heritage. Any one of them can be exchanged for the entire fortune of some wizarding families. Unfortunately, with the advent of the Statute of Secrecy, wizards went into complete hiding. For the sake of the family's interests, Malfoy's ancestors were forced to choose the camp of pure-blood supremacy. But what does this have to do with acquiring wealth? Suddenly, Lucius' heart skipped a beat. The other party would definitely not speak without a purpose. What he said must have a deep meaning. Why specifically point out Muggle antiques? No way. The other party is so bold. Lucius looked at Sebastian and asked doubtfully, "Does that mean you want to break the statute of secrecy and make money for Muggles?" "Tell me the truth." Lucius lowered his voice. "Do you want to become the next Dark Lord?" "What Dark Lord? That's too ugly." Sebastian's face straightened. "I am a man of justice. I have no intention of becoming the Dark Lord. Everything I do is just to seek benefits for the wizarding world." Lucius couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I actually guessed it right. He was about to open his mouth to say something when he heard Sebastian say, "Senior, the magic world's pie is too small and the wealth is too little. If you want to make more money, you have to look to a bigger market. As long as the statute of secrecy is broken, the products of the wizarding world will become treasures coveted by Muggles. By then, even the most common potions will be sold at exorbitant prices to Muggles. By then, even if wizards can only brew the most common potions, they can still live a prosperous life. We can stock up on various magical materials or finish potions in advance. By then, as the first batch of people to try it out, we will not only be praised for eternity, but will also earn countless wealth. The Malfoy family will also return to the supreme glory of the era without the statute of secrecy and recreate its former glory." Sebastian stood up and said passionately, "I will personally lead the charge. And you, my friend," Sebastian looked into Lucius' eyes, "would you be willing to represent the pure-blood families and lead them to cheer for me?" Lucius' blood boiled with excitement as he listened to Sebastian's description of the prospect. The representative of a pure-blood family and the countless wealth, each of them made Lucius excited. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he stood up suddenly. With the most standard etiquette, he placed his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Sebastian. "From this day forward, your will is the direction of the Malfoy family's progress. Mr. Swan." At noon on Sunday, Hogwarts was as quiet as a tranquil oil painting. Without the noisy students, the painting seems to lack some vitality. This weekend is destined to be a busy one for Sebastian. Today is a special day. Professor Kettleburn of the Care of Magical Creatures class is retiring, and almost all the faculty and staff have come to see him off. In Sebastian's eyes, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn was a true Fantastic Beasts fanatic. As Professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts, Kettleburn was known for his reckless personality, which often put him in dangerous situations. During his teaching career, Kettleburn was placed on probation at least 62 times, the most famous of which occurred when he was directing the pantomime The Fountain of Fortune. In order to provide stage effects for the play, he used a magically enlarged fire ash snake, but he did not expect the snake to suddenly explode on the stage, causing a theater chaos and filling the school infirmary. Brothers Fred and George once playfully rescued a salamander in his class by feeding it fireworks to see what effect that would have. Professor Kettleburn's classes have always been famous for their humor at Hogwarts. When young wizards come to their third year, many of them will choose his class. However, in his own words, he now only has one arm and half a leg left, so he wants to retire and spend more time with his remaining limbs. When Sebastian arrived at the auditorium, most of the school's professors were already there. They gathered together to hold a small farewell party for Professor Kettleburn. After 3 rounds of drinks, the professors left their seats, glasses in hand, and started chatting with each other. When he sees Sebastian, a drunk Trelawney insists on making a prophecy for him. "I don't see anything." Trelawney held the bottle, and looked at Sebastian carefully through her strange glasses. I see something. Oh, Sebastian showed interest. Can you elaborate on what that ominous thing is, Professor Trelawney? I saw behind you. There was a huge black army covering the sky and the sun. They were flying up and down, almost completely covering you. Trelawney burped slightly and said with a lisp, if you want to know more detailed information, please pay 100 galleons for the wine. No, it's the prophecy fee. Sybil, you've drunk too much. You're drunk and not very clear-headed. Professor McGonagall walked forward, holding Trelawney's arm, and walked out of the crowd. Her face was flushed. Obviously, she had drunk some wine. She shook her head gently at Sebastian, as if telling him not to believe it. No, I'm not drunk. Professor Trelawney waved his other arm. I still need to make 100 gold galleons. Seeing this, Mia walked forward with a smile, and together with Professor McGonagall, helped her walk to the side. Professor McGonagall waved his wand, transfiguring a sofa and allowing Professor Trelawney to sit on it. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Trelawney fell into a deep sleep. Sebastian was a little amused as he watched Professor McGonagall and Mia cover Professor Trelawney with a thin sheet. Professor McGonagall really cared for him and was afraid that he would be cheated, but this interrupted the prophecy. To be honest, he really wanted Trelawney to continue speaking, and he was willing to pay him 100 gold galleons for the prophecy. After all, others may not know, but Sebastian knows very well. In the original book, although Trelawney seems unreliable, almost all of her predictions came true. He really wanted to know what Professor Trelawney saw. The Black Army? Flying up and down? This is most likely referring to the Dementors. According to the original book, a group of Dementors will indeed be stationed at Hogwarts this year. But what does that have to do with me? Resisting the urge to continue asking questions, Sebastian raised his glass and found Professor Kettleburn to chat. Sebastian, I heard that the basilisk has gained some weight in your farm. Your employees are really capable. It's been hungry for too long, Sebastian said to Professor Kettleburn with a smile. Now that it's fed, it's normal for it to gain some weight. Sebastian, I've been pretty relaxed since I moved to Hogsmeade, so I want to take some time to go see the basilisk. Do you think you could do me a favor? That's easy. I'll just tell my employees later. You can go anytime you want. The old man was overjoyed at Sebastian's assurance and drank his glass in one gulp. After the party, Sebastian volunteered to personally escort Professor Kettleburn back to his home in Hogsmeade. After coming out, a breeze blew by, and Sebastian's eyes quickly cleared up. He waved his wand to remove the smell of alcohol from his body and walked slowly towards the principal's office. It has been a week since the holiday, and Lao Deng has been a little too relaxed. It is time to start a new education reform and find something for Lao Deng to do. This reform plan will target the professors at Hogwarts. The times are advancing, and the professors at Hogwarts must also keep pace with the times. Moreover, he had been in Hogwarts for 3 years and had already proved his ability through various means and secured his position as vice principal. Now he no longer had to be as cautious as he was when he first came to Hogwarts, and he could now openly get involved in the personnel rights of Hogwarts. With the reform plan prepared 3 years ago, Sebastian found Professor McGonagall and went to the principal's office with her. Looking at the two people who appeared together, Dumbledore's eyes twitched slightly. What a familiar scene. I wonder what Sebastian is going to do next. Can I allow myself to rest for another week? After all, no matter what, I'm already over 100 years old. However, this young man has always had some brilliant ideas, and the reform proposals he puts forward every year are all well-founded and impossible to refuse. And, thanks to his changes, Hogwarts did become a better place. Forget it. I'll just be busy. After all, I'm the principal. Thinking of this, Dumbledore looked at Sebastian and said gently, Sebastian, if you have any ideas, just tell me directly. As long as they are reasonable, I will cooperate with you. Wow, sure, old Dang has figured out his own temper. Facing Dumbledore's questioning gaze, Sebastian smiled and spoke loudly. Headmaster, both the defense against the dark arts and care of magical creatures professorships are vacant. I would like to ask, what are your plans for recruiting new professors? Hearing Sebastian's question, Dumbledore smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing back in his chair. I thought we were going to discuss something serious. That's it. Dumbledore thought to himself that if it were in previous years, he would have been anxious about the selection of new professors by this time. After all, it is not easy to find a professor who meets Hogwarts standards and is willing to take on the responsibility of teaching defense against the dark arts. But this year, that's not a problem. I had already decided on the professors for these two courses. Sebastian, you don't have to worry about this problem. Dumbledore said in a calm tone. The professor for the defense against the dark arts class has already been arranged. I have reached a consensus with Remus John Lupin. Hearing the name, Sebastian nodded. He was no stranger to this. As early as last year, Lupin had had an in-depth conversation with Dumbledore and agreed to the teaching job. In order to fulfill this promise, Lupin even turned down all film and television shooting plans starting from the second half of this year and concentrated on preparing to teach at Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Sebastian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lockhart had complained about this countless times in his letters recently. Due to Lupin's absence, the sequel to Wandering with Werewolves could not go ahead. After all, Lupin is the soul of the show and the indispensable werewolf protagonist. If a newcomer is found to replace Lupin, the audience will most likely not buy it, and it may even cause the reputation of the TV series to plummet. However, for Hogwarts students, Lupin is undoubtedly one of the most ideal defense against the dark arts professors. Lupin has been traveling outside for many years and has faced countless dark magical creatures. In particular, his understanding of dark wizards far exceeds that of some ordinary wizards. In his class, students can not only learn knowledge from textbooks, but also gain valuable survival experience from his personal experience. This kind of practical knowledge taught personally is often far more profound and useful than that found in books. Before Sebastian could fully wrap his mind around this, Dumbledore continued. As for the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, I plan to invite Hagrid to take the position. I believe he is qualified for this position. Hearing Hagrid's name, Sebastian sighed silently in his heart. As expected, Dumbledore still chose Hagrid as professor. It's not that he discriminates against Hagrid. It's just that Hagrid's teaching performance in the original book is hard to describe. Hagrid's passion for magical animals is unmatched, especially for dangerous, large creatures like achromatic spiders, dragons, and hippogriffs. He himself gets along very well with these magical animals and even considers them pets, but he rarely considers the fears of his students. Hagrid's teaching style is simple and rough, tending to let students face these dangerous creatures directly, as if they are born with the ability to deal with these threats. He forgot that not every student had his courage and love for these creatures. Worse still, Hagrid never considered the importance of teaching to the test, and his curriculum plans completely ignored test objectives, such as OWLs or newts. At one point, the students even spent a lot of time caring for the completely useless flobberworms and hybrid animal blastenscrits. This led to more and more complaints from students, especially those who placed great importance on grades. Hermione and the other two even gave up Hagrid's care of magical creatures class in their 6th year. He looked at Dumbledore, pondered for a moment, and then said, I recognize the knowledge of these two people. However, 3 years of teaching experience has made me realize that, in many cases, what I teach and what I teach my students are two completely different concepts. This is especially evident for new professors. This problem does exist, Dumbledore said helplessly. But for new professors, there is always a growth process. This is unavoidable. It's unavoidable, Sebastian countered, but we can accelerate the growth process of professors. For example, let professors prepare a lesson plan in advance, and then teach step by step according to the content of the lesson plan. Lesson plan? This is another new term. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at each other and asked Sebastian, Sebastian, could you explain in detail what a lesson plan is? No problem. Sebastian elaborated. Specifically, Sebastian said, the basic content of a lesson plan usually includes clear teaching objectives and requirements. For example, a schedule for class progress, detailed teaching steps, carefully selected teaching key points and difficult points, a list of teaching aids, and a reflection on the teaching effect after class. Together, these elements form a complete teaching program that helps professors effectively implement their teaching plans in class, ensuring the coherence and effectiveness of teaching. Sebastian took out his annual lesson plan and handed it to the two professors. This is the lesson plan I have written every year since I started. The content of the lesson plan is not static. Every year, I will make some minor adjustments based on the student's actual learning situation. I think this method will be very helpful for new professors. They can start preparing during the holidays so that they won't be in a rush when they start teaching. What do you think? Professor McGonagall flipped through Sebastian's lesson plans with an approving look on his face. As she browsed through the course, she said, "No wonder students always speak highly of Muggle studies. It turns out you have done so much detailed preparation behind the scenes. You should have shared this method with everyone sooner, Sebastian." If new professors can prepare lesson plans in advance and use them to guide their teaching, they can indeed adapt to teaching life more quickly. In addition, Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled. I think this method is not only suitable for new professors, but also for old professors. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully, his brows slightly furrowed. But, he said slowly, with a hint of hesitation in his tone, if this happens, the professor's workload will probably increase significantly. After all, writing lesson plans is not an easy task. Hey, that's what I want you to say. Sebastian raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth and took the opportunity to speak. You're right, President. That's why I've been thinking that maybe we should expand our team of professors. Expand the faculty? This suggestion immediately confused Dumbledore. Since ancient times, the tradition of Hogwarts has been that one professor is responsible for teaching one course, and there has never been a precedent for expanding the enrollment of professors. If the number of professors is increased, how should the teaching work of various subjects be coordinated? Dumbledore frowned, considering Sebastian's suggestion seriously. Looking at Dumbledore, who was lost in thought, Sebastian sighed in his heart. This idea has been in my mind for a long time. Being a prophet, he was very worried that the final battle in the original book would really take place in Hogwarts Castle. Therefore, he had long wanted to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to recruit a few more professors to expand the combat power of Hogwarts, or at least recruit a few more powerful wizards. Otherwise, we can't let the students go to the battlefield. Even if we take a step back, recruiting more professors would be a good thing for the existing professors. The professors at Hogwarts have heavy teaching tasks on their shoulders, far exceeding those of teachers in ordinary schools. First of all, they have to teach not only theoretical knowledge, but also hands-on magic courses, which makes every class full of challenges and pressure. Taking teaching students below grade 5 as an example, each professor of a required course needs to teach at least 2 large classes for students of each grade within a week, which means that the course arrangements for each grade must be detailed and thorough. Even in the advanced classes for 6th and 7th grades, where all students were taught together, this only temporarily relieved the pressure on the professors. In total, each professor needs to teach at least 12 classes per week. However, teaching is not their only task. In addition to teaching students in class, professors also spend a lot of time writing exams and preparing assignments for students. A more arduous task is marking students' essays and assignments, especially those of senior students, which requires them to review the content in depth and provide detailed feedback. In addition, providing after-class tutoring and answering student questions are also responsibilities that professors cannot ignore. Many students often come to them for help after class, from complex spell problems to potions recipes, and these additional tasks multiply the professor's daily workload. What's worse, many professors often hold multiple positions. For example, Professor Snape is not only responsible for the potions class, but also for the students of Slytherin College, their life and study. In addition, he is also one of the leaders of the dueling club. Professor McGonagall, in addition to being the Transfiguration professor, is also the dean and vice principal of Gryffindor College. She has to take care of student affairs, academic management, course coordination, etc. She's simply extremely busy. All in all, the work intensity of the Hogwarts professors is a bit too high and not humane at all. Thinking of this, Sebastian struck while the iron was hot and said, "President, you have made a good consideration. Writing lesson plans will indeed increase the burden on professors. Existing professors are burdened with heavy teaching tasks. For example, Professor McGonagall has to teach 12 large classes a week, in addition to guiding students' homework, correcting papers, and responding to an increasing number of student questions. This does not include the internal affairs of the college and the work of various clubs." He paused, remembering how exhausted Professor McGonagall often looked. With this pace, even the best professors will feel exhausted over time. This not only affects the quality of their teaching, but also deprives them of the space to be creative in class. Dumbledore nodded slightly, folded his hands on the table, and waited for him to continue. "If we can recruit some new professors," Sebastian continued, his tone more firmly, "the teaching load of all professors will be greatly reduced. When each professor's teaching load is lightened, they will have more time and energy to carefully prepare courses and design more interesting and in-depth class content. Professors can spend more time delving into their own academic fields and then bring the new knowledge they gain back to the classroom to directly benefit students." "You are right, Sebastian," Professor McGonagall said excitedly. "Professors can not only delve into academic research themselves, but also train and guide some outstanding students to conduct research together. In this way, the academic level of Hogwarts will definitely be raised to a higher level. In recent years, there haven't been many students publishing papers at Hogwarts." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Dumbledore nodded repeatedly. His brows relaxed a little, and the smile on his face deepened. "There are even more advantages," Sebastian said, looking at the two professors. "When professors have more time, they can better focus on the growth needs of each student. This will not only help students master knowledge faster, but also allow them to receive more personalized guidance in and out of class, and try to teach students in accordance with their aptitude." Sebastian came up with a specific reform plan and handed it to the two professors. "This is a specific management measure after recruiting more new professors. My idea is to let these professors with rich teaching experience become the subject leaders of the courses they teach." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of curiosity. "Head of the subject?" "Yes," Sebastian nodded and explained. "The subject head needs to have extensive teaching experience. They will decide on the teaching materials for this course. They are also responsible for reviewing the lesson plans prepared by new professors. If there are any unreasonable points, they can point them out in time to help new professors quickly integrate into the Hogwarts teaching system. In this way, the overall teaching quality of Hogwarts will not decline due to the expansion of enrollment. On the contrary, it will be improved due to this collaborative mechanism." "Sebastian," Professor McGonagall asked aloud, "other subjects are fine, but what about care of magical creatures and defense against the dark arts?" "Let's talk about care of magical creatures first," Sebastian said with a slight smile. Hagrid's special experience meant that he didn't receive complete education and training. Therefore, if you want Hagrid to become a qualified professor, you must find someone with rich teaching experience to discipline and guide him. My suggestion is to hire Mr. Newt Scamander and make him the head of the care of magical creatures class. Based on my communication with Mr. Scamander, I think he would be happy to contribute to Hogwarts and make more students fall in love with magical animals. As for defense against the dark arts, Sebastian shook his head. The special nature of this course makes it difficult to recruit new professors. Moreover, with professors changing every year, it is indeed difficult for new professors to prepare lesson plans. For this special situation, we can only treat it specially. I think, Sebastian said firmly, it would be best to find an experienced professor to prepare a reference lesson plan for all defense against the dark arts classes from 1st to 7th years. Every year, new professors prepare their lessons and arrange their teaching plans according to this example. In this way, we can effectively avoid the problem of different teaching progress and teaching content among professors every year. As for this candidate, Sebastian looked over at Dumbledore and grinned. I think you're the right person for the job, Principal. Cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore couldn't help but cough tactically at Sebastian's suggestion. He was in a very messy state and kept muttering to himself. I was listening attentively and was planning to hand over the task of writing a sample lesson plan for the defense against the dark arts class to Severus or Sebastian himself after Sebastian finished speaking. After all, either Sebastian or Severus would be a good fit. Who would have thought that all of a sudden this extra work would fall on my shoulders? This is really... Sit at home and work will come to you. Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to him, trying to find any sign of disapproval in her expression. However, to his dismay, Professor McGonagall seemed to agree with Sebastian's suggestion and even showed a hint of anticipation. This is helpless. I just want to be a principal quietly, take a stroll, play with Fox, and then relax and eat some cockroaches and think about some philosophical questions. Unexpectedly, even this small wish seems difficult to achieve. This Sebastian really knows how to find work for himself. Dumbledore coughed lightly and tried to politely refuse. Sebastian, I really appreciate your enthusiasm and creativity for teaching reform. Defense against the dark arts is one of the most challenging courses at Hogwarts, and its special circumstances do require a professor to make a sample lesson plan. But I'm not the right person. After all, I haven't been personally involved in teaching for many years. I think it would be appropriate to give this job to Remus John Lupin or to Severus. Severus takes over the defense against the dark arts class almost every year. Preparing lesson plans must be a piece of cake for him. Lupin and Snape, you really know how to order people around. Sebastian couldn't help but complain in his mind. There would be no problem handing it over to Snape. Given his enthusiasm for defense against the dark arts, he might even take the initiative to ask for the job. However, the defense against the dark arts professor for the next school year is Lupin, and given their poor relationship, it would be a miracle if Lupin was willing to refer to Snape's lesson plan. Besides, let Snape go. This guy is already tired enough. As for handing it over to Lupin, that's even more unreliable. It's not that Lupin's level is not good. The key is that Lupin has no reputation in the education field and cannot convince the public. This example lesson plan is meant to be passed down. Given the special nature of the defense against the dark arts class, only Dumbledore can keep the situation under control and no one else can help. As if he had anticipated Dumbledore's answer, Sebastian smiled slightly and praised him highly. You're being too modest when you say you are unfit. Everyone knows that you're the most powerful wizard in the current wizarding world. It's just a lesson plan for defense against the dark arts. It's easy for you to do it. I am even sure that no one can compare to you in your understanding of defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore listened to this and sighed slightly. If I really shirk my responsibilities again, it would seem irresponsible. Sebastian seemed to sense Dumbledore's hesitation and continued. Unlike other professors, you don't have to devote a lot of energy to this every year. Just 2 days of busy work this summer will give future professors a clear direction. You don't even have to do all the detail work, just design a framework. However, you need to design this framework carefully. It is best to specify all the teaching content and teaching plans. The specific teaching steps can be adjusted and filled in by the professors themselves. Of course, the supplemented lesson plan still needs your review. After all, as professors, we need to be responsible to our students. Think about it. Given that the professor of the defense against the dark arts class changes every year, only your example lesson plan can convince everyone. No one else can. Albus, Professor McGonagall also advised, I think Sebastian is right. You should take over the job. Dumbledore thought about it in his mind and smiled helplessly. During this holiday, I will carefully prepare a sample lesson plan. Anything else you want, Sebastian? Sebastian let out a breath and said sincerely, Principal, there's actually a deeper reason why I asked you to write the lesson plan. The underlying reason? Dumbledore became interested, looking at Sebastian through his half-moon glasses. Last school year, I also served as a professor for the aura training class. I found that students have a big problem. They know too little about the dark arts, and they haven't learned enough methods to fight against it. These contents were originally supposed to be taught in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Glancing at the two professors, Sebastian spoke in a low voice. In theory, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, students should see some dark magic and learn how to effectively resist it. However, due to the sensitivity of black magic, every year the professors have a mentality of not seeking merit, but avoiding mistakes. They avoid showing black magic to students and instead focus their teaching on fighting against dark creatures. I think this is a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Headmaster, Sebastian said with a serious face, Voldemort will come back again, and when he does, his men will use dark magic recklessly. Our students must learn how to deal with different methods of the dark arts and learn how to protect themselves. I request that you include all the content on how to deal with the dark arts when you compile your lesson plans. At the very least, this should be available to 6th and 7th graders. Dumbledore was slightly moved when he heard this. Black magic. Sebastian thinks deeply about this. This is indeed a sensitive issue, and I may not feel safe asking other professors to do so. It seems that you have to write sample lesson plans yourself. After confirming this, Dumbledore no longer had any doubts in his mind and took the initiative to discuss the details of expanding the number of professors with Professor McGonagall and Sebastian. Since Hogwarts has sufficient funds, Dumbledore waved his hand and said generously, "Trick, recruit professors with confidence." The initial goals are as follows. For required courses, 2 more professors will be added to each course to ensure that all students can receive one-on-one guidance. For elective courses, 1 additional professor will be added to each course as appropriate. If it is a special course such as Defense Against the Dark Arts, and we cannot recruit a professor, we will continue to maintain the original teaching system. Let the professor work harder and still be responsible for the teaching of 7 grades. Okay, Sebastian, that's all for today. It was getting dark, Dumbledore said, rubbing his brow. I also need to inform the professors. I will contact you by letter with the specific details. When the time comes, I'll trouble you to ask Swan Media to post a job advertisement. With the morning sunshine, Harry got off the night bus, ignored the dirty and messy environment around him, and walked towards the end of Spinner's End Alley with familiarity. After the holiday, Harry only rested for 2 short days before returning to his life of studying potions with Snape. Even so, he didn't feel it was hard at all, but rather enjoyed it. To be honest, Harry never quite understood why Ronald was afraid of Professor Snape. In his opinion, although Professor Snape had a serious expression, he taught seriously and spoke in a pleasant voice, which made him really likable. Anyway, I'm quite happy learning potions with Professor Snape. By the way, Professor Snape said yesterday that his potions level has reached the standard of 6th graders. Starting today, I will teach myself to brew a particularly complex potion. I wonder what that magic potion is. Looking forward to it. Boom, boom, boom. As the door opened, a unique fragrance immediately filled the air. Harry took a deep breath, a look of intoxication on his face. That's the taste. The aroma of potions and herbs mixed together is quite pleasant. Good morning, Professor. Snape's mouth curled up slightly, and then he nodded slightly and took Harry to the studio and came to the workbench where potions were brewed. The workbench was covered with all sorts of potion ingredients, some that Harry had seen before, some that were completely unfamiliar. Looking closely, Harry was surprised to find that most of these potion ingredients were very valuable. Is this the material for the potion we are teaching today? So expensive. This potion is this year's birthday present, Snape said evenly. I thought you would be interested. He waved his wand gently, and a thick potion book flew in front of Harry and automatically opened to a certain page. Harry looked down and saw the recipe for Buffy's brain stimulant written in neat handwriting on the page. The description of the potion's effects made Harry's heart beat faster. It can greatly enhance the drinker's brain power, improve memory and concentration. So powerful. This potion is tailor-made for all students. Harry guaranteed that if he took this potion to Hogwarts, the 5th and 7th years would go crazy. Snape's voice sounded faintly. I looked at your grades in various subjects and found that you got almost full marks in practical skills. But he is a little weak in questions that require memorization, which is particularly evident in history of magic and astronomy. When it comes to memory, your partner, Miss Granger, does much better. Oh, does the professor mean that he is dissatisfied with his poor memory? Harry scratched his head sheepishly. There was no way his memory was not as good as Hermione's, or it could be said that it was completely crushed. Harry even suspected that Hermione's magical talent was her super memory. Otherwise, how can you remember all the contents of a book just by reading it? You will be in your 3rd year when school starts, Snape continued. And with the elective courses, your study load will be even heavier. Bafe's brain-stimulating potion can make your study easier. Of course, it's just easier. This potion cannot turn a fool into a genius instantly. It can only improve memory by about 1/5 at best. Okay, take a closer look at the potion formula. Improve your memory by 1/5. Enough is enough. For me, any improvement can make me feel a lot more relaxed. Harry calmed down, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and read the potion formula carefully. So complicated. Looks a lot more complicated than last year's polyjuice potion. Is this really a potion recipe that a human could come up with? Looking at this complicated formula, Harry couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his palms. However, as it is written in the book, Snape warned in a serious tone, staring at Harry with eyes as sharp as an eagle. The production process of this potion is extremely complicated and the materials are extremely expensive. The slightest mistake can lead to disastrous consequences. Disastrous consequences? Professor, what do you mean? It will cause brain damage. Snape's voice was so cold that Harry couldn't help but shiver. The failure rate of Bafe's brain awakening potion is very high. As long as it is not brewed to perfection, it is possible to overexcite the user's brain and cause brain damage. So, a long time ago, the Ministry of Magic banned the sale of this potion to prevent inferior products from entering the market and harming people. As far as I know, there are several idiots in St. Mungo's Hospital who had to stay in St. Mungo's Hospital for a long time for treatment because their brains were damaged after drinking the inferior Buffy's brain awakening potion. I see. As Snape recounted the history of the Buffy brain potions, Harry suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder I have never seen Buffy's brain-stimulating medicine on the market. It turns out there is such a deep reason. Fortunately, Professor Snape is here, so he will definitely not drink inferior potions that damage his brain. Harry, I'll make it first, and you can help me. Remember to observe my material processing techniques carefully. Snape asked Harry to stand aside and picked up the potion ingredients on the workbench and began to work on them. He expertly chopped the silver leaves into small pieces and put them into the crucible. The water in the crucible had been preheated for a long time and was now bubbling slightly. When the silver leaf entered, the liquid immediately turned light green. Comparing it with what was in the book, Harry knew that this was the correct response. Then he added the dragon tongue. Snape roasted the chopped grass leaves over the flame for a few seconds, then quickly added them to the crucible. The liquid immediately glowed with a bright golden light. However, this is just the beginning. The real challenge lies in mixing the moonstone powder and the blood-red crystal powder. These two materials react easily. If they're not operated in the correct order and precise proportion, the entire potion will get out of control in an instant. Remember, Harry, Snape said coldly, his eyes never leaving the crucible. You must stir it 7 times counterclockwise, then 3 times clockwise. When you stir it the last time counterclockwise, slowly pour in the blood-red crystal powder. If you make the slightest mistake, the entire potion will be ruined. Harry tried desperately to memorize Snape's various techniques, watching him perform the operation step by step until he poured the blood-red crystal powder into the crucible. The liquid in the crucible made a slight humming sound, as if some mysterious magical reaction was occurring. The liquid gradually became thicker Its color slowly changed from light green to a dark purple, and it emitted a strange glow. Harry, prepare 4 servings of fresh frog brains now. Hearing this, Harry did not dare to delay and skillfully processed the frog and took out 4 brains. Snape whispered, "We must wait until the purple color is completely stable before adding the frog brain. Otherwise, it will be a failure." Snape extended his wand, and 4 portions of frog brains flew smoothly into the crucible. In an instant, the potion seemed to be ignited and bursts of steam came out. Harry held his breath and looked at the remaining magic materials and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's so complicated. There are still a lot of ingredients that have not been used, and I don't know how long it will take to cook. Seeing the reaction in the crucible gradually slow down, Harry quickly concentrated and watched Snape's next move. As the morning passed slowly, a bead of sweat began to appear on Snape's forehead. After complicated brewing, the medicine in the crucible was completely stabilized and finally took on a pure green luster. Success! Just one look at the potion in the cauldron made Harry absolutely sure that it had been brewed successfully. The color of the potion was exactly the same as described in the book, as emerald green as emerald and extremely pure without a trace of impurities. Harry couldn't help but smile. This was the Bayfi Brain Refresher, an extremely complex potion. The timing of adding the herbs and the stirring requirements were extremely strict. I saw with my own eyes that Professor Snape had been busy from morning till now, without a single break. The complicated steps make one dizzy just by recalling them. Professor Snape is worthy of being a master of potions. He succeeded in one try. Harry involuntarily turned his head to look at Snape, his eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. Noticing Harry's admiring eyes, Snape felt extremely pleased, but he remained calm, as always, and did not show any smugness. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then observed the potion in the crucible with an expressionless face. We can't be careless. This is not an ordinary potion. If there is any mistake, it can turn people into fools. Snape took out a portion of the potion and put it into a test tube, then held it horizontally in front of his eyes, carefully observing the color and concentration of the potion. Harry held his breath, his eyes fixed on Snape's every move. Isn't it over yet? The professor is indeed a master of potions, and every move he makes is full of stability. After repeated confirmation, Snape's body relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The potion was perfect, even more perfect than the one he brewed when he was young. I was originally worried that I would fail. After all, I haven't made the Bayf brain-refreshing potion for many years. It seems that he is still as good as ever. Snape gave a slightly satisfied smile and turned to look at Harry, a rare warmth in his eyes. The brewing of the potion was successful. However, for safety reasons, potions like Bayf's brain-stimulating agent are best diluted before taking. A ratio of 5-to-1 or 6-to-1 is best. Snape waved his wand, and a bottle of clear distilled water flew lightly to his hand. He precisely controlled the ratio of water to potion, slowly pouring distilled water into the test tube. The originally emerald green liquid began to fade gradually, and finally turned into a gentle light green. Okay, Snape poured the diluted potion into a small crystal bottle and handed it to Harry. This is your gift this year. Drink it. Harry took the bottle. The bottle was cool and smooth. The light green liquid was rippling slightly in the bottle, emitting a strange light fragrance. Anticipation and curiosity, excitement and nervousness, all these emotions intertwined together, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Thank you, Professor. Harry was very touched. Although Professor Snape never attended his birthday party, he never forgot to give him his birthday present and gave him a very precious potion every year. He raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Professor, such a good potion. Won't you drink it? How about you drink this bottle first?" Hearing this, Snape's facial features softened. Buffy's brain-stimulating potion is only effective the first time you drink it. I've already drunk it when I was young. You can drink this potion. Harry nodded, taking Snape's concern to heart, then took a deep breath, carefully brought the bottle to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank it all. The moment the potion flowed into his throat, Harry immediately felt a cool, warm current spreading throughout his body. The feeling was both comfortable and magical, as if a gentle force was nourishing his nerves and gradually seeping into every corner of his brain. Suddenly, his mind started to speed up. He felt that his memory had improved a lot, and the process of brewing the buffet brain-awakening potion that had originally given him a headache gradually became clearer to him. He could recall almost every detail of Snape's teachings. Harry blinked, as if he was still adjusting to this new experience. He felt his brain was relaxed, and his thoughts were extremely active. This is what memory enhancement feels like. So cool. It looks like I won't have to worry about history of magic and astronomy classes anymore. How do you feel? Snape noticed the change in Harry and asked with concern. Excellent, Professor, Harry enthused. I've never felt my brain so relaxed. Professor, you gave me a brain-enhancing potion during the summer vacation of my first year, but I think the BAFE brain-enhancing potion is much more effective. Intelligence enhancer? Snape raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Compared to Buffy's brain-stimulating potion, intelligence enhancer is far inferior. It can only make the user's mind active for a short period of time, but it cannot improve the user's memory at all. Moreover, the improvement of your memory by the BAFE Brain Refresher Potion is not achieved overnight. It will take you some time to adapt to the changes it brings to you. Of course, it might give you a little side effect. Side effect? It's not mentioned in the book. Harry looked at Snape nervously. Professor, what are the side effects? Snape said evenly, you may have a little more difficulty sleeping until you are fully adjusted to the changes it brings. Don't worry. In less than a month, you will be fully adapted and have no problems falling asleep. Don't become overly reliant on this potion, Snape warned gently. It will only improve your memory, but knowledge will not automatically come to your mind. You still have to rely on your own efforts to learn it. Okay, don't slack off. While your brain is still excited, recall and summarize the brewing process just now. I'll go prepare lunch. Lunch? Harry shuddered, the fear of being dominated by Snape's lunch suddenly appearing in his mind. He hurried forward, took Snape's arm, and walked towards the living room. Professor, you have worked hard all morning and are really exhausted. I can't let you make lunch anymore. Harry poured Snape a full glass of Coke and said with a smile, Professor, have a drink and take a good rest on the sofa. Leave lunch to me. With that, he turned and left, heading straight into the kitchen, fearing that Snape would make a sound and leave him behind. Watching Harry disappear through the kitchen door, Snape smiled from the bottom of his heart. This child is still so sensible. After looking at it for a long time, even that face doesn't look so disgusting anymore. He leaned back on the sofa, relaxed, and took a sip of Coke. This drink, it's really sweet. After lunch, Harry came to the workbench and began to brew the Buffy brain-refreshing potion himself. After the memory was enhanced by the potion, every detail of brewing the potion was extremely clear. The description in the book, Snape's advice, and his previous experience in brewing potions seemed to have turned into a seamless blueprint, guiding him forward step by step. Harry's heart was filled with pride. At this pace, it would be hard to fail. Xiao Xiaoba, wasted his time using the brain-stimulating potion, and he will be easily defeated by me soon. However, the reality was much harsher than Harry had imagined. Even though he had memorized the brewing steps in his mind, everything did not go as smoothly as he expected. The steps were exactly the same as the professor's, so why did it fail not long after the start? That doesn't make sense. Could this be what the professor had told me during the brewing process? To try my best to sense the changes in the potion in the crucible instead of just judging by its color? He carefully verified this with Professor Snape, and the answer he got confirmed his inner thoughts. Harry, the reason why many advanced potions are difficult to brew is because the reaction time in the potion is uncertain. Moreover, in many cases, the reaction of the potion will be completed in a very short time. If you want to brew it successfully, you must grasp the opportunity and add the next step of the potion ingredients into it. You can't accurately judge the changes of a potion just by its color. So, You must learn to use your magic power to sense the potion in the crucible and grasp the timing of the potion's reaction. This is the only way to become a good potion master. During the process of making the BAFE brain-stimulating medicine, there will be many drug reactions, which is just right for exercise. The only way for a potion's master. Hearing this, Harry felt slightly excited. If possible, he certainly wanted to become an excellent potion master and carry forward his mother's talent. But how to do this? How to use magic perception in brewing potions? Is it like using the levitation spell to sense objects in Auror training class? He had just taken out his wand and was about to try the levitation spell when Snape stopped him with a glare. Don't use a wand. Think of your magic as an extension of your body. Control your magic to sense the reaction of the potion in the crucible. Harry shrank his neck, tried hard to control his magic, and slowly reached towards the crucible. After stabilizing this state, he concentrated and started the experiment again. He mixed the moonstone powder and blood-red crystal powder in proportion, and then carefully poured them into the crucible. I thought the timing was just right, but the moment the ingredients were put into the pot, the medicine began to churn violently, creating bubbles of varying sizes. Harry's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he wanted to do something to remedy the situation, but it was too late. The potion did not turn into a dark purple color, but became turbid and finally emitted a pungent smell. Failed again. However, when he consciously used his magical perception, he seemed to sense something different. This discovery made him very excited, and he quickly adjusted his mindset and started brewing again. Each time, he repeatedly confirmed the order of the potion ingredients and the amount to be added, and tried to operate at the best time. However, none of these worked. There was always a step where the material was added a little too early or a little too late, causing the potion in the crucible to completely get out of control. Faced with Harry's failure, Snape did not blame him too much, but patiently encouraged Harry to continue practicing. As the days passed, Harry's potion skills improved steadily, and he was already able to consistently detect subtle reactions in potions using his magical perception. Later, he even refined some inferior buffet, brain-stimulating potions, although these potions would damage people's brains. However, all this comes at a price. Due to the constant experiments, the precious potion ingredients were consumed like water, which made Harry feel very distressed. If I waste money like this, will Professor Snape go bankrupt? Do you want to take the initiative to bear the consumption of materials? Harry's heart was in a tangle. Would this embarrass the professor? As if sensing Harry's worry, Snape said expressionlessly, I have 4 bottles of the Barfay brain-refreshing potion I brewed before, and they have been bought by pure blood families such as the Malfoy family and the Knott family at high prices. Instead of worrying about the cost of materials, it is better to practice hard and succeed in refining the potion as soon as possible. After hearing what the professor said, Harry no longer had any doubts in his mind and concentrated on practicing brewing the potion. Time passed unknowingly, and Harry practiced diligently under Snape's guidance for a whole month. The world of potions became clearer and clearer before him. Although he had not yet created the perfect Buffy brain wake-up potion, Harry knew that his potion skills had made a qualitative leap. However, one day, when Harry opened the door of Snape's house, he was greeted by a completely different atmosphere. The house was filled with a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere, as if even the air had become much heavier. Harry hesitated, then looked up and saw Snape sitting in his usual armchair, his whole body tense, holding his wand, his whole body trembling slightly. His eyes were fixed on the magic TV in front of him. His expression was terribly gloomy, and his cold eyes were full of anger. Following Snape's gaze towards the magic TV screen, Harry saw that the morning news on the screen was showing a wanted warrant for a person. It was a wizard he had never seen before, with a hideous face and eyes full of madness and danger. The host's voice sounded on the screen. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban last night. This person is extremely dangerous and is now wanted by the entire wizarding world. Anyone who provides clues will receive a generous reward. Harry felt his heart sink. He had never seen Snape so excited and nervous. Who is this criminal? Why is the professor so excited? Harry walked slowly into the room and spoke carefully. Professor, who is that person? Snape did not answer immediately, his eyes still fixed on the screen, his fingers unconsciously clenching the wand, the knuckles turning white from the force he was holding. After a moment, Snape looked at Harry and said with a complicated expression, "He is a notorious and extremely crazy murderer. You don't need to take it too seriously. I just didn't expect that he could escape from Azkaban. By the way, you haven't moved back to Swan Manor yet, Harry? Just a murderer?" Professor Snape looked like he was hiding something. Harry didn't dare to ask more questions, so he could only answer honestly. "Not yet. Aunt Mia said she'll pick me up tomorrow night." Well, Snape stood up and said to Harry, "We'll stop practicing potions for now. I'm going to teach you a spell. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate to use it to defend yourself." Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, and this incident swept every corner of the wizarding world like a hurricane. Harry had never imagined that one person's escape from prison could cause such a stir. Even his way home was shrouded in this storm. On the night bus, the conductor was holding that day's edition of the Daily Prophet, which contained a large section reporting on Blake's prison escape. The passengers kept whispering, as if Blake was everywhere and might even appear in front of them at the next second. However, what really surprised Harry was that after returning to the Dursleys' house, he saw a wanted poster for Sirius Black on the Muggle TV as soon as he walked into the house. Unlike the wanted posters in the wizarding world, Black on this wanted poster does not move, and his facial expression is not ferocious, but he looks very gloomy. Harry's Uncle Vernon stared at the TV without blinking, his face full of vigilance. On the screen, the news anchor was solemnly warning the public. Again, the fugitive is armed with deadly weapons and is extremely dangerous. If you have any clues, please contact the dedicated hotline immediately. Looking at the wanted poster on TV, Harry was a little bit incredulous for a moment. This guy's wanted order has even spread to the Muggle world. It turns out that the wizarding world and the Muggle world are still connected. Otherwise, how could a wanted poster be broadcast on Muggle TV? However, this also proves one thing. That is, this fugitive named Black is indeed very dangerous. Otherwise, he would not appear in Muggle news at all. The picture on TV changed, and the news anchor began the weather forecast. In the next few days, the whole country will enter a high-temperature state. Please pay attention to avoid the heat. Is that all? Vernon roared, making Harry's ears ring. What did this lunatic do? Where did he escape from? Where is he now? How can people take precautions without any specific information? These incompetent guys. Harry stood quietly aside and couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. Forget it, I'd better not tell my uncle that Black is a wizard, so as to avoid him falling into even greater panic. After all, it had never been a secret that Uncle Vernon had an attitude towards wizards, a world he had always avoided. By the way, what kind of person is this guy named Blake? What does his jailbreak have to do with me? Why did Professor Snape teach me a powerful spell today? Harry's mind was full of questions. Although the professor didn't say it explicitly, Harry could still understand that it was to prevent himself from encountering this Black. Could it be that Blake was coming for me? Just as Harry was lost in thought, Vernon suddenly came to his senses, and the anger on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. He turned to look at Harry, his tone becoming oddly cordial. "I'm back, Harry. Is studying hard? I have already signed the permission form for you to visit the magical village. The form is on your desk. You will see it when you return to your room. I remember that Mr. Swan will come to pick you up tomorrow night, right? Come on, call Dudley and your aunt, and we'll go to a restaurant tonight to eat, as a way of seeing you off in advance." Hearing Vernon emphasize the name Mr. Swan, Harry instantly understood the deep meaning. To understand, isn't it just to say a few good words for you? Simple. Time passed quickly without anyone noticing, and in the blink of an eye, Harry's birthday arrived. Compared with last year's birthday, there are far fewer guests today. Ronald's family won the Daily Prophet jackpot, and with the gold galleons, the whole family went on a trip to Egypt. However, Ronald always remembered his good friend and sent Harry a birthday present via owl early on. Hermione did not stay in the UK this summer. She went on vacation to a beach in France with her parents. According to her letter, she was tanned. Although Harry's birthday party was not as lively as last year because his friends didn't come, he didn't feel lonely at all. Lupin and Hagrid arrived as promised, bringing a warm atmosphere to this birthday. As the dinner was coming to an end, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting happily with drinks in their hands. Harry, when school starts, I will be a professor too, so you must choose my class. Hagrid smiled and said proudly, Oh, I forgot to tell you, I teach the care of magical creatures class. A trace of regret flashed across his face. I originally suggested changing the textbook to the Monster Book of Monsters. You don't know, that book is very interesting. If you don't open it in the right way, it will bite you like a magical animal. It's a pity that Mr. Scamander disagrees. Books that bite? It sounded a bit scary. A drop of sweat ran down Harry's forehead. If this kind of book were really used, students would definitely complain. Well done, Mr. Scamander, for stopping it. I've written in the lesson plan that in the first class, I'll let everyone see the hippogriff. However, this plan was also rejected by Mr. Scamander. Hagrid looked frustrated. He actually asked me to start with Bowtruckle, Fairy, and Orb Dropper. That's not interesting at all. Hagrid, it's a good thing someone stopped you, Lupin said jokingly, with a broad smile. Hippogriffs are still too dangerous for young wizards. Mr. Scamander's suggestion is correct. You should start with some cute magical animals. This will also stimulate students' interest in learning. Cute? I don't understand what's so cute about Bowtruckles. Hagrid muttered quietly. Hippogriffs are obviously cuter. Hearing Hagrid's mumbling, everyone laughed and gave Hagrid advice. Harry sat aside, happily listening to several adults discussing how to be a qualified professor. Seeing Hagrid and Lupin laughing, Harry's heart suddenly moved. Haven't I always been curious about what kind of person Sirius Black is? Why not ask them both now? He hesitated for a moment, then asked Lupin and Hagrid in a casual tone. Hagrid and Professor Lupin, have you heard about Sirius Black? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly changed, and the relaxed atmosphere just now seemed to freeze. Lupin's face suddenly darkened, and he lowered his head in silence. Hagrid, on the other hand, had an angry look on his face and red eyes, and he seemed to be trying hard to suppress some emotion. His fists were clenched tightly, and the joints made a slight creaking sound, as if he was about to smash into something out of control in the next second. Harry froze. This reaction was much stronger than he had expected. Why is this happening? Could it be that my guess was correct, and this fugitive named Sirius Black had a special relationship with me? No wonder when I asked Aunt Mia and Professor Swan, they both hesitated and changed the subject after just a few words. Curiosity was like a spark that ignited in Harry's heart and instantly burned into a raging fire. His burning desire made him eager to know the truth behind this. He looked at Hagrid and the others and asked anxiously, Can you tell me what the relationship is between Sirius Black and me? Please. Sebastian raised an eyebrow subtly at Harry's request. Among the 4 robbers, only Lupin gets along well with me because he is reasonable. The relationship between James, Sirius, and himself was extremely bad. Sebastian was too lazy to seek justice for Sirius. He sat quietly aside, waiting for others to ask Harry questions. Hagrid's breathing became heavy, and his thick shoulders rose and fell with every breath, as if he was trying hard to control his emotions. Finally, he took a deep breath and said sullenly, That is a shameful betrayer. There is nothing to say. Traitor? Harry's heart sank. Who betrayed? If it has something to do with me, does that mean he is betraying his own parents? His breathing became rapid, and he turned to look at Lupin, hoping he could explain in more detail. Lupin remained silent, his eyes staring at the ground, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was lost in distant memories. His fingers gently stroked the teacup, trying to calm his inner turmoil through this action. Can you tell me what he did, Professor Lupin? Harry's voice trembled slightly. Finally, Lupin raised his head. His expression was complicated and his eyes were full of pain and struggle. Originally, he didn't want to tell Harry the cruel truth, but when he saw the look in Harry's eyes, His heart ached, and he completely softened. Never mind, just tell Harry. In any case, he has the right to know the truth of that year. Harry, Lupin's voice was low and hoarse, as if he chewed every word for a long time before speaking it out. If it is possible, I really don't want to mention this person to you. Sirius was originally Remus John, Mia said hastily, interrupting what Lupin was about to say. Today is Harry's birthday. Aunt Mia, Harry begged. Please ask Professor Lupin to tell me. Just treat this as my birthday present, okay? Hagrid's anger, Lupin's hesitation, and Mia's obstruction made Harry's heart feel like it was being bitten by thousands of ants. His mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down at all. He felt that if he didn't find out the truth, he would go crazy. Seeing Harry's painful expression, Mia's heart softened, and she opened her mouth, trying to say something. But she finally chose to remain silent, and just came to Harry and held his hand. Mia. Lupin looked at Mia and gently dissuaded her. If we don't tell Harry, he will definitely try to piece together what happened back then by himself. Instead of doing this, why don't we tell him exactly what happened back then? Lupin took a deep breath and turned to face Harry. His eyes were deep and filled with an unspeakable sadness. Harry, I know you want to know the truth, he said in a heavy voice. We didn't tell you because we didn't want you to get hurt. But I think I understand that some truths cannot be avoided, especially when you're already at the center of the vortex. Lupin paused, as if he had already organized his next words. Sirius Black was once your father's closest friend. They were brothers, not blood brothers, but the bond between them was deeper than that between brothers. He, James, and Peter, the four of us. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The four of us were once the closest companions in Hogwarts. Best friend, just like me and Ronald. Hearing this answer, Harry's pupils shrank sharply. Sure enough, this guy betrayed his parents. A complex emotion surged in his heart, including curiosity and a hint of fear. His body was tense, and he leaned forward slightly, listening intently to Lupin's words, afraid of missing a single word. Lupin continued. At that time, the Dark Lord's power grew stronger and stronger, and the shadow of war loomed over the wizarding world. Many people trembled under the dark mark. Betrayal and frame-up became the norm in war. For some reason, your parents, James and Lily, were chosen and became the Dark Lord's main target. You were born not long ago, and for safety reasons, your parents decided to use the Fidelius charm to hide your home. It is a very powerful magic that can keep the secret forever in the soul of the secret keeper. As long as the keeper doesn't leak the secret, no one will know where your home is, even if that person is the mysterious man. Secret keeper? Leak? Harry's heartbeat was speeding up, and he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Although he had a vague idea of what he was about to hear, he still found it hard to believe the fact. James chose his most trusted friend, Sirius Black, as the secret keeper. Lupin's voice became lower and lower, and every word was as heavy as a mountain, weighing on Harry's heart. You mean? Harry felt his head buzzing, and his thoughts were in a mess. He tried to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. Lupin's voice was filled with pain. Yes, Harry. Sirius, he betrayed your parents. He revealed your parents' hiding place to you-know-who. Is that really the case? Harry felt as if the whole world had come to a standstill, but he couldn't believe it, and even didn't want to believe the fact he had just heard. He once thought that his parents were found and killed by Voldemort. But the truth was so cruel. Who could have imagined that it was their closest friends who betrayed them and pushed them into the abyss with their own hands? But why? Harry's voice was trembling, full of anger and grief. Why did he do that? We don't know why, Harry. No one can understand his motives for betrayal. Lupin closed his eyes, as if suppressing the pain in his heart. Maybe it was fear, maybe it was Voldemort's temptation, but whatever the reason, the result is the same. Your parents were killed by Voldemort, and Sirius, after killing Peter, was captured by the Aurors and imprisoned in Azkaban. And now that he has escaped from Azkaban, he may be coming for you. Hagrid could no longer suppress his anger. He stood up and growled with his fists clenched. If I catch him, I will break all his bones. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D is not worthy of being your godfather, Harry. As soon as the words came out, everyone stared at him, as if blaming Hagrid for revealing the news. Hagrid realized that he had said something wrong, so he covered his mouth and sat back on the sofa in a huff. Harry felt like he was standing on a glacier. There was no temperature around him, which made his hands and feet cold. "Godfather," he repeated in a low voice. "That man is my godfather?" He wanted to stand up and scream hysterically, but waves of powerlessness filled his whole body. He stood up and staggered towards his room under everyone's worried gaze. "I'm too tired. I'm going back to sleep first." Harry was undoubtedly suffering from insomnia. He lay on the bed with tears streaming down his face, his parents' faces, Voldemort's hideous smile, and Sirius's hideous appearance on the wanted poster constantly flashing through his mind. Sirius Black, I must catch you and make you apologize to my parents. The next morning, just after daybreak, Harry dressed and came to the small dueling field at Swan Manor. He practiced all the attack spells desperately and refused to take a break even when he was exhausted and sweating profusely. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to improve his own strength and then take revenge with his own hands. At 9 in the morning, Harry saw Sebastian walking towards the gate of the manor, then opened the door and welcomed in a short and fat man. He heard Sebastian's voice in the distance. "What brings you here, Minister Fudge? Minister of Magic Fudge?" Harry quickly put away his wand and pretended nothing had happened. Young wizards are forbidden to use magic during the holidays. It's okay to use magic secretly in a wizard family, but it's another matter in front of the minister. He didn't want to be caught by Fudge and get into trouble. "Sebastian, I heard that Harry Potter is living in your house now." Fudge's voice came from afar. "I'm here to visit him." "Looking for your own?" Harry looked at Fudge, who was walking towards him with Sebastian, with a puzzled look on his face. "What does the Minister of Magic want from a little wizard like me?" "Harry, I'm Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Fudge stretched out his right hand to Harry with a very kind look. Harry quickly extended his hand and shook Fudge's hand. "Hello, Minister Fudge, it's nice to meet you. What can I do for you?" "I'm here to visit you on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. I thought you would stay at your aunt's house, but it's not very safe there right now." Fudge said with a smile, "This place has top-level magical protection. You're safe living here. This is the most important thing right now." "I see." Minister Fudge was worried that Sirius Black would go to his aunt's house and cause trouble for him. Indeed, as a former friend of his parents, it was normal for that person to know where his aunt lived. Now it seems that leaving my aunt's house was actually a good thing. If that person can't find me, he probably won't attack my uncle and aunt. "Harry, were you just practicing a spell?" Fudge smiled and patted Harry's shoulder like an elder. "Finished. Or maybe the minister found out. I won't be fired, right?" I was just exercising," Harry stammered. "What a hard-working child. That's good. It's always good to work hard on practicing magic." Harry asked blankly. "I thought you were going to punish me." Harry regretted the moment he said it. It seemed that Minister Fudge didn't mind, so why should I mention it more? "Who did you learn this fast-talking habit from?" "Punishment?" Fudge blinked in confusion. "I mean," Harry hesitated, "I violated the reasonable restraint of Underage Wizards Act. Underage students are not allowed to use magic during the holidays." "Ha ha," Fudge laughed heartily. "The Ministry of Magic will not punish you for such a small matter. Different situations have different treatments. If it was a young wizard living in the Muggle world, he should have received a warning letter by now. After all, without the supervision of adult wizards, underage wizards using magic can easily lead to exposure in the wizarding world. But you live in Swan Manor now, and no one will care if you use magic here." Hearing this, Harry felt relieved and took the opportunity to ask, "Minister, any news about Sirius Black?" Fudge's smile faltered slightly. "Well, we have no news about this madman for the time being. But don't worry, it's only a matter of time before we catch him. Of course, I hope you stay here until we catch him. You must understand our intentions, right? Okay, you continue practicing your spells here while Sebastian and I go talk for a few minutes." Fudge smiled, shook Harry's hand again, and followed Sebastian into the living room. He sat on the sofa and said with a sigh, "Who would have thought that Black, as James' best man and Harry's godfather, would betray them and join the you-know-who? But nothing is impossible for this madman. He even didn't spare his friend Peter Pettigrew. I still remember the day we caught him. It was such a tragic scene. There were corpses all over the ground, muggles wailing everywhere, and Black was standing there laughing. When I think about it now, I feel a chill in my neck. Sebastian," Fudge took a sip from his teacup, "I have something to say. You must keep an eye on Harry Potter. Don't let him go out alone. Even if he goes to Diagon Alley, you must follow him. After all, no one can guarantee that the lunatic will not be crazy enough to attack in Diagon Alley." "Don't worry," Sebastian smiled. "Harry's safety is absolutely fine. By the way, Minister, I heard that Black escaped from Azkaban the day after you went to inspect it." Hearing this, Fudge's face turned as black as charcoal. "That's right, it's a disaster. There are rumors about me everywhere now, and some unscrupulous tabloid reporters even speculated that I provided Blake with the opportunity to escape successfully. It's so unfair." Fudge complained with a gloomy face. "We all know what a terrible place Azkaban is. But as a minister, I have to do my duty and conduct regular inspections. During the inspection, Blake actually wanted the Daily Prophet in my hand, saying that he wanted to do the crossword puzzle in it to kill time. I felt sorry for him, so I just threw the newspaper to him. Who knows what he read in the newspaper? And he escaped from prison that night." According to our subsequent investigation, Fudge's expression was full of helplessness. The prisoners said that after I left, the madman kept yelling, "He's in Hogwarts. He's in Hogwarts." Because of this, everyone said that there was something hidden in the newspaper I gave him, so he was able to escape from prison successfully. Do you think I am wrong? Fudge was helpless. Ever since Blake escaped from prison, his reputation has plummeted. But Blake was so slippery that he could not be caught for a while. Therefore, he urgently needed to do something to improve the situation. There's nothing I can do. My subordinates are incompetent and haven't been able to help me improve my situation yet. When Fudge was at his wit's end, he thought of the magical man Sebastian. The press conference about Wolfsbane Potion and Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon really helped increase my reputation. "Sebastian," Fudge looked at Sebastian, his eyes full of expectation. "Can you help me change my reputation?" Hearing this, Sebastian raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. "Ask yourself for help." It seems that Fudge is very anxious. Looking closely, Fudge did show signs of getting angry. Sebastian pondered for a moment, then spoke to Fudge. "The best thing to do is to catch Blake right away. If that doesn't work, you can make something out of Azkaban." Making a fuss about Azkaban? Ever since Sirius escaped from prison, the Ministry of Magic has been focused on capturing Black. As for how Black escaped from prison, the Aurors had long since given up investigating. Fudge asked doubtfully, "Sebastian, do you mean to ask the Ministry of Magic to refocus its attention on Azkaban and find out the loopholes there?" "Alas, this isn't easy. You know, Black is one of the most heavily guarded prisoners, and Dementors are guarding his door day and night. However, judging by the Dementors' reactions, they did not detect anyone leaving Azkaban that night. The Aurors couldn't figure out what went wrong." "Minister," Sebastian chuckled softly, "don't dwell on what went wrong or how he escaped from prison. That's not the most important thing right now. The best way to eliminate the impact of Blake is to cover it up with something that has a more far-reaching impact. For you, the minister, the best effect is to do something positive and attract the attention of the people." "Positive things? Azkaban? How are these two connected? What good can be done in Azkaban?" Fudge looked at Sebastian with a question mark on his face, waiting for him to further answer his questions. Looking at Fudge, who looked confused but expectant, Sebastian smiled secretly in his heart and got straight to the point without keeping him in suspense. Since 1718, Azkaban has officially become a wizard prison. On the surface, it has successfully become a place to hold wizard criminals. After all, Dementors can act as guards, saving time, galleons, and energy. But if you look closely, there are actually many irrational aspects in it. Previous ministers of magic have basically paid no real attention to these issues. You can reform Azkaban and be the first minister to reform Azkaban. Hearing this, Fudge's eyes gradually brightened, and his eyes flashed with undisguised interest. Every word Sebastian spoke fueled the desire within him. Interesting. The first minister to reform Azkaban. This title was created specifically for himself. Of course, this matter must be done beautifully, so that I can be remembered by the world as a brave and innovative leader. Sebastian, Fudge's eyes became more and more anxious. Tell me quickly, what is so unreasonable about Azkaban? Sebastian relaxed against the couch, tapping his fingers on the armrest, as if he was collecting his thoughts. The biggest problem is the single model of Azkaban. The criminals imprisoned here, although charged with different crimes, were all sent to this cold and dark prison regardless of the severity of their crimes. Criminals serving life sentences were mixed with wizards who had only committed minor crimes. Even those who had committed innocent crimes were sent to this extreme environment. For those who have committed minor crimes or have not been sentenced for a long time, the oppressive environment of Azkaban will only cause their minds to collapse, and they may even lose the possibility of reintegrating into society. Fudge frowned and nodded. Indeed, this one-size-fits-all approach can easily cause problems. In fact, he had heard some voices of dissatisfaction with Azkaban, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. So, what should the direction of reform be? How should I change this system? Fudge couldn't wait to know the answer to the question. Minister, the first step to reform is to show some humane care to these prisoners who have committed less serious crimes. Sebastian, do you mean to build another independent prison? That would cost too much, and the Ministry of Magic cannot afford it. That's not a big deal, Sebastian smiled and continued. Have you ever heard of labor reform, Minister? Labor reform? Fudge shook his head blankly. Having grown up in the wizarding world, he had never heard of the concept of labor reform. The so-called labor reform is to make prisoners achieve the purpose of reform through labor. Understood. This is to make the prisoners work. Fudge gaped at Sebastian. Merlin, how evil must this guy be to think of making prisoners work? As expected of Sebastian, he always thinks of things that others can't think of. Sebastian, Fudge hesitated. The prisoners will riot if this happens. Don't be impatient, Minister. I'm not finished yet. Sebastian waved his hand gently. My idea is to eliminate the criminals who are serving life sentences and give the remaining prisoners an alternative. Should I go out to work or continue to stay quietly in prison in Azkaban? If you choose to work, you need to work 8 hours a day. Of course, the work location is not in Azkaban, and the meals during work must also be guaranteed. To put it bluntly, Sebastian said, these prisoners can go to work before leaving Azkaban during the day, and then be sent back to Azkaban to sleep at night. As for the content of the work, it can be planting herbs, brewing potions, or something simpler, just processing potion materials or processing alchemical materials. If you still don't know how to do it, then it's very simple. The Ministry of Magic can provide special trainers to train these prisoners. In this way, when these prisoners are released from prison, they will have a skill and relevant work experience, and will be able to better integrate into society and reduce the crime rate. Fudge leaned forward slightly, his eyes shining. He could feel that simply helping the prisoners reintegrate into society would bring him great prestige. In addition to this, there are many advantages of labor reform, such as it can bring a lot of gold galleons to the Ministry of Magic and improve the financial problems of the Ministry of Magic. In order to stay away from the Dementors, the prisoners must be willing to come out and work. After all, only those who have actually been in Azkaban know that once you leave Azkaban, there is paradise everywhere. Maybe, in order to stay outside longer, the prisoners are willing to work more than 8 hours. 996 or even 007 are possible. Hey, Fudge could already foresee the scene of people praising him. However, he was not too proud. After all, there were still many problems involved. For example, how to transport prisoners to and from Azkaban on a large scale. How to prevent prisoners from slacking off in the name of work. How to prevent prisoners from escaping while working, etc. Thinking of this, Fudge's face was full of smiles. Sebastian, there are still many problems here. You must help to the end. Fudge poured out all the confusion in his heart. He really wanted to get this done, so he urgently needed Sebastian to answer his questions. Facing Fudge's doubts, Sebastian smiled confidently. How to make the prisoners commute quickly? This question is not difficult. Not difficult? Your attitude makes me look incompetent. Fudge racked his brains to understand where Sebastian's confidence came from. Azkaban is located in a remote area on a small island isolated in the vast ocean. It is impossible for wizards to reach it through the apparition spell. The only way to get there is via a special ship from the Ministry of Magic. But that special ship is not very fast, and it only sails at specific times of the month. It is simply a fantasy to use it for ordinary commuting. There is a quick way, Floo powder. It is also easy to implement. All you need to do is build some fireplaces in Azkaban and then connect them to the Floo network. However, with so many people using Floo powder to commute every day, the expenses are extremely high. You know, a spoonful of Floo powder costs 2 silver sickles. More importantly, this method has great security risks. If some foolish prisoner were to get excited while standing in the fireplace and shout somewhere else and try to escape from prison, it would lead to a disaster. By then, all the blame for the prisoner's escape will be put on themselves. Just imagining this scene, Fudge couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Apart from Floo powder, what other fast ways to commute are there? Fudge frowned, his fingers unconsciously stroking the teacup in his hand, and he couldn't come up with a solution after thinking for a long time. Sebastian, can you please tell me how to solve the commuting problem? Minister, Sebastian said with a smile, do you remember the strange alchemical item disappearing cabinet that appeared during the last Wizarding War? Vanishing cabinet? Who doesn't remember this? The image of the vanishing cabinet immediately appeared in Fudge's mind. These cabinets are usually placed in pairs of 2. Wizards can get into one cabinet and close the door, and then appear from the other cabinet. During the last Wizarding War, the vanishing cabinet saved many families. But wasn't the inventor of the vanishing cabinet killed by a mysterious man? There are not many disappearing cabinets on the market nowadays. Even if there are 1 or 2, they are antiques with ridiculously high prices. However, for the sake of one's own political achievements, this gold galleon still has to be spent. Thinking of this, Fudge said to Sebastian, the vanishing cabinet is a good idea. It can solve the problem of point-to-point commuting for prisoners. However, the size of the vanishing cabinet is not very large. There is no way to fit more than a few people at a time. If we want to allow the prisoners to commute, 1 or 2 sets of vanishing cabinets are not enough. And I doubt whether there are enough vanishing cabinets available on the market today. Sebastian, do you have a lot of vanishing cabinets in stock at Swan Alchemy? Fudge asked with a frown. Unfortunately, Swan Alchemy doesn't have any in stock. There's no stock. What are you talking about here? Fudge was speechless and was about to complain when he heard Sebastian say, however, I have figured out the principle of the vanishing cabinet and successfully reproduced a brand new vanishing cabinet. The original vanishing cabinet was designed for a home, so it was smaller and not suitable for use in Azkaban. So, the new vanishing cabinet can be designed in the style of a room to meet the commuting requirements of the prisoners of Azkaban. If the minister chooses this plan, I can give the Ministry of Magic a preferential price and waive any maintenance costs for 3 years. A replica of the vanishing cabinet, and it can also be designed to suit the style of the room. In this way, the prisoner's commuting problem is directly solved. Fudge looked at Sebastian and said with great joy, this is a good plan. It's fast and safe. Let's go with it. We'll discuss the details later. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, Fudge let out a long sigh, leaned back on the sofa, and took a sip of tea with great pleasure. The most difficult problem has been solved, which makes me see the dawn of victory. Come on, let's work together and think of solutions to other problems. Sebastian smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Then let's talk about how to prevent the prisoners from escaping. The first measure is to expand the Auror team and let the Auror supervise. The second is that if the prisoners want to come out to work, they must first sign a strict magic contract. If they are unwilling to sign the magic contract, they do not have the right to come out. Trust those guys to make the wise choice. With point-to-point travel as an all-in-one approach, those guys will naturally give up the idea of escaping. That makes sense? Fudge nodded repeatedly. Then you Swan alchemists should pay more attention to the magic contract. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, Sebastian, can we make those prisoners serving life sentences also sign magic contracts? This will prevent another jailbreak like Black's from happening again. The idea is a good one. However, for these prisoners, they have nothing to lose and cannot enjoy the opportunity to leave Azkaban. It is not easy to get them to sign a magic contract willingly, unless it is enforced at the time of sentencing. Sebastian did not comment further, but simply said, this requires the minister to discuss this with everyone at the Wisengamot meeting before making a decision. Let's talk about getting the prisoners to work hard first. You're right, Fudge replied with a smile. Let's focus on the problem at hand. What wonderful ideas do you have? Sebastian said confidently. If you want the prisoners to work hard, you have to show them the benefits. I suggest introducing a sentence reduction mechanism. To put it bluntly, it means that for prisoners with outstanding performance, their time in Azkaban will be reasonably reduced. Under this incentive mechanism, they will definitely be eager to compete for the first place. Of course, what I put forward today are just some rough ideas. The specific details still need to be discussed at the Wisengamot meeting. You are too modest, Sebastian, Fudge said cheerfully. It is always the most difficult to start from 0 to 1. With your ideas, I can finalize this matter. Seeing Fudge's happy expression, Sebastian grinned. This wave is called multi-win. Fudge had achieved something. It is easier for students in the Auror training class to find jobs. The prisoners can also leave Azkaban as soon as possible. Swan can also earn a large sum of gold galleons by doing alchemy. Everyone has a bright future. He raised a cup in his hand and spoke to Fudge. Then let's use tea instead of wine to celebrate the success of our cooperation in advance. By the way, Minister, I also have something that I need your help with. Help? Sure. Since Sebastian has asked, I have to help him no matter what. This is called reciprocity. Fudge took a sip of tea and said to Sebastian with a smile, You're welcome, Sebastian. Just tell me if you have any problems. It's not a big deal, Sebastian replied. I want the Ministry of Magic to allocate the vacant land east of Hogsmeade Village to Swan for alchemy. That's it. Fudge wondered. The open space outside Hogsmeade Village is unowned. If you want it, just go and occupy it. No one will bother you. Why do we need to involve the Ministry of Magic? I'm planning to expand Hogsmeade Village, so I want a vacant lot that's a little bit bigger. Facing Fudge's gaze, Sebastian said calmly, With the Ministry of Magic stepping in, many disputes can be avoided in the future. I wonder if you are willing to help me with this, Minister? Hearing this explanation, Fudge nodded slightly. It turns out that they wanted to develop Hogsmeade. Sebastian actually took the initiative to ask the Ministry of Magic to intervene. It feels so great to be respected. No one in the Ministry of Magic cares about small matters like this. All he had to do was issue a document in the name of the Minister of Magic. Simple. It looks like it won't be long before Hogsmeade is transformed. If I were to do it myself, I would definitely have a share of the credit for the development of Hogsmeade. Thinking of this, Fudge straightened his chest and said generously, Sebastian, you have helped me so much. It would be really unreasonable for me to refuse such a small favor. I'm in charge. You can have as much land as you want. I'll mail the documents to you later. Just wait for good news from Owl. The minister is very generous, Sebastian complimented. In that case, I want to return the favor. If this matter can be settled, I am willing to donate 20,000 gold galleons to the Ministry of Magic. Also, after developing Hogsmeade, I am willing to set aside a separate building and give it to the Ministry of Magic as a branch of the Auror office. Usually, we have a few Aurors on duty here to maintain order and deter the fugitive black. What do you think, Minister? A piece of unowned land in exchange for 20,000 gold galleons? This no-cost business is such a good deal. There's also a separate building that serves as a branch of the Auror office, used to intimidate black. Such a great achievement just fell directly on my head. Apart from anything else, by then, Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, and many parents of students will all praise me. Sebastian does things to make people feel comfortable. Fudge waved his hands repeatedly and said righteously, "Hey, that's too formal. What's the point of talking about gold galleons or no gold galleons? Developing Hogsmeade is a good thing for the entire wizarding world. As Minister of Magic, I will of course give my full support to this project. By the way, Sebastian, speaking of Blake, there's one more thing I need your help with. We all know that Black is going after Harry Potter, so he will definitely appear around Hogwarts. So, I will meet Dumbledore later and ask him to agree to let Dementors be stationed in Hogwarts to protect the safety of the students. Can you come with me?" Hearing this, Sebastian looked at Fudge speechlessly. Didn't they agree to set up a branch of the Auror office and have the Auror stationed in Hogsmeade? Why are you still thinking of bringing Dementors into Hogwarts? As a Minister of Magic, you don't understand what Dementors are like. If there is any trouble, the parents of the students will scold you to death, no matter whether you're a minister or not. No, I can't wait for any trouble to happen. As soon as the news of Dementors arriving at Hogwarts comes out, you, Fudge, can expect to be inundated with howlers. Since the atmosphere of the conversation was pleasant, Sebastian decided to give some advice. Having Dementors guarding Hogwarts is not a very good idea. Dementors bring more than just fear. They devour people's happiness and hope. To Dementors, the little wizards of Hogwarts are just delicious cakes. Dementors don't have much rationality. If they hurt a young wizard, it would be no small matter. Minister, don't forget that we have Quidditch matches with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang every year. If they knew there were Dementors around Hogwarts, I'm worried that they would refuse to come to Hogwarts to compete because of safety issues. When that happens, our international image will not look good. Minister, Sebastian said earnestly, do not be overly afraid of Blake. Hogwarts has Dumbledore and the professors. We have enough power to protect the students. Hearing Sebastian's dissuasion, Fudge stood up, paced back and forth with a frown, his face full of confusion and hesitation. Sebastian, I know this may not be popular, but the stationing of Dementors is necessary. Fudge finally spoke, with a hint of urgency and helplessness in his tone. Professors cannot stay alert all the time, but Dementors can stay awake all the time. It is more reassuring to use them to guard Hogwarts. Black is so elusive. I'm worried that he might sneak into Hogwarts through some unknown secret passage. The safety of the Savior is of great importance. If he is harmed by Black, I, as the Minister of Magic, cannot bear the responsibility. As for the other two magic schools, I will send someone to communicate with them. Fudge stopped walking, turned, and looked firmly at Sebastian. Sebastian, for the sake of our friendship, you should accompany me to persuade Dumbledore. Have to. It's a waste of breath. In the past 2 years, Fudge has tasted the power and has begun to refuse to listen to advice and act arbitrarily. Now, they're all thinking about demonstrating the authority of the Ministry of Magic in front of Dumbledore. Don't even think about what kind of person Dumbledore is. How could he agree to allow Dementors to be stationed in Hogwarts? Sebastian shook his head imperceptibly. Forget it. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. This guy won't give up until Dumbledore scolds him. However, Fudge was a bit cunning and did not raise this request when he came. Instead, they wait until everyone is happily chatting and want to pull themselves together to share the pressure. I just discussed a few business deals, so it would be difficult to refuse Fudge's request now. It doesn't matter. Just be an invisible person when you get there, and then act according to circumstances. I see. Sebastian sighed softly and stood up. For your sake, Minister, I will accompany you to Hogwarts. The air in the headmaster's office almost froze. Fudge and Dumbledore stood at the two ends of the table, neither of them willing to give in. Fudge was still wearing the slightly loose green robe, but the expression on his face was completely different from his usual smooth expression. Dumbledore was no longer the gentle and kind old man. His gaze was cold, and his blue eyes flashed like ice. Cornelly, I thought I made it clear in my letter that Dementors are not welcome at Hogwarts, and I will not allow any Dementors into Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was low, and his tone was filled with unquestionable determination. After hearing Fudge's purpose, his face turned extremely dark, and his usually kind appearance was completely torn away by anger, replaced by a terrifying majesty. Fudge tugged at his collar uncomfortably, with an awkward smile on his face, but he persisted stubbornly. Dumbledore, I understand your concerns, but Black is out there. We can't take it lightly. Black is too cunning. The only thing we can be sure of is that he will come to Hogwarts. Only here will he have the opportunity to hurt Harry Potter. Dementors are the most effective defense. They must be present. Dumbledore, you have to understand my difficulties. Black's escape from prison has caused panic in the entire wizarding world. If he hurts the Savior, I can't bear this responsibility at all. Dementors cannot distinguish between good and evil. They only devour students' happiness and hope indiscriminately. Dumbledore's voice was no longer gentle, but filled with thunderous anger. I will never let them into Hogwarts, no matter what you say. Dumbledore, the safety of Hogwarts is my responsibility. Fudge raised his voice, holding the table with both hands, leaning forward slightly, with a hint of impatience in his tone. The Ministry of Magic has decided that Dementors will be stationed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore stared into Fudge's eyes, suppressed his anger, and said, Cornelly, you are risking the lives of your students. Do you really understand how terrible Dementors are? Do you want to turn Hogwarts into another Azkaban? Dumbledore, let me emphasize again that Dementors are employees of the Ministry of Magic. They will obey the Ministry's orders and not do anything unnecessary. The atmosphere between the two was tense. Although Fudge felt uneasy, he still stood straight and looked at Dumbledore stubbornly. Sebastian had been sitting there watching silently until this moment, when he finally felt the need to intervene. This guy Fudge insisted on dragging himself along. If it were just him and Dumbledore at the scene, Fudge's attitude might not have been so tough. However, now that he was present, Fudge did not want to and would not show weakness. After all, as the Minister of Magic, his authority cannot be trampled upon. Then let me step in and act as a peacemaker. Sebastian sighed softly, stood up, and walked over to the two of them. Minister, Headmaster Dumbledore, Sebastian said in a dissuasive voice, both of you have valid concerns. Well, let's choose a compromise. Dementors can come, but they can only guard outside the walls of Hogwarts or at the various entrances. This way, they can effectively prevent Black from entering the campus without causing too much impact on students' daily lives. What do you two think? Fudge seemed to have found a way out and quickly agreed to the suggestion, nodding repeatedly. Yes. The Dementors are outside the school and will not enter the campus. The students will not be disturbed. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and glanced at Sebastian gratefully. Fortunately, Sebastian was brought along. Otherwise today would not have ended well. Being stared at by Dumbledore was too stressful. Luckily, I held on and didn't embarrass myself in front of Sebastian. He forced a smile. Isn't this the best solution? Dumbledore frowned slightly. Although he was still reluctant, he knew that this was the best compromise at the moment. After all, Fudge was the Minister of Magic, and he didn't want to embarrass Fudge. Okay, let's go with this plan. As long as the Dementors don't enter the campus, I can accept it for now. After reaching a consensus, the atmosphere in the principal's office eased. Everyone was talking and laughing, without any trace of the tension that had just been there. After chatting for a while, Fudge stood up to say goodbye. In order to ease the relationship between the two, Dumbledore decided to see him off in person. Sebastian, wait here for a moment. I'll go see Connolly off. The door to the principal's office had just closed when Sebastian heard someone calling him. Hey, Swan's boy. Sebastian turned his head and looked at the portrait of the headmaster who made the sound. The person in the portrait is Phineas Nigellus Black, the most unpopular headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Principal Black, what do you want from me? Come closer. Let's talk in private. Principal Blake's goatee twitched, looking very funny. Whisper? We have something to talk about in private. Sebastian walked to the portrait suspiciously, ready to hear what he would say. Seeing the looks from the other headmaster's portraits, Headmaster Black curled his lips and spoke in a low voice. You are the most outstanding graduate of Slytherin, and I am the headmaster of Slytherin. For the sake of this relationship, I hope you can do me a favor. Help? This is a bit new. I wonder what this former principal is going to do to get my help. Sebastian smiled and said, I'd like to hear more about that. Do you remember Sirius Black? You two were classmates in the same year. Of course I remember. He just escaped from Azkaban, and now the Ministry of Magic is hunting him all over the world. Ah, this useless guy. Principal Black showed a trace of sadness on his face. I have been dead for so long, and I still have to worry about these younger generations. Sebastian, we are all Slytherins, so we can barely be considered a family, so I would like to ask you to help him. Help Sirius? Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Principal, I don't know if you still remember that I don't have a good relationship with that guy. I owe you a favor. Principal Black muttered softly. The Black family is so poor. There are only 2 males in total. The legitimate heir is missing. He hasn't appeared in years. He must have died outside. Now Sirius is the only one left. Although he has been expelled from the family, he still has the blood of the Black family in him. He is the only one left in our family. Please help me find him and lock him up in number 12, Grimmauld Place. Seeing that Sebastian was unmoved, Principal Black pleaded again. Sebastian, I know you and Sirius don't have a good relationship. Let me make the decision. After you find him, you can beat him up and vent your anger. Also, once you get to number 12, Grimmauld Place, you can take whatever you like. You know, as an old pure-blood family, the Black family has many very valuable antiques. In addition, the collection of books there is extremely rich, almost comparable to the library at Hogwarts. I'm sure you'll find something of interest there. The Black family still has a large amount of gold galleons in Gringotts. You can ask Sirius to pay you enough. Well, consider my suggestion. Sebastian curled his lips slightly. You could take whatever you like. Number 12, Grimmauld Place has an owner. Regulus, the true heir of the Black family, is still alive and well. How could I possibly go there and take whatever I wanted? Moreover, according to Sebastian's inference, Sirius might not be able to enter 12, Grimmauld Place now. You know, in the wizarding world, expelling family members is done through special genealogical magic. After being removed from the family tree, everything in the family has nothing to do with the person being removed. In the original book, Sirius was able to return to the Black family and use the Black family's gold galleons and Gringotts because he was the only one left in the entire Black family who died. He naturally became the sole heir of the Black family and could return home and use the family's gold galleons. But now Regulus is alive and well, and Sirius, who was expelled from the Black family, certainly cannot enjoy any benefits of the Black family. If Regulus had not personally stepped in to add Sirius back into the family tree, Sirius would never have been able to enter 12, Grimmauld Place, nor would he have been able to use any of the gold galleons and Gringotts. Seeing that Sebastian had fallen silent, Headmaster Black asked anxiously, How are you thinking about it? Can you please give me a word? Dumbledore will be back soon. Merlin's beard. How come you're back already, Dumbledore, and what have you heard? I heard a lot, such as Sirius is the only child in your Black family. Dumbledore appeared at the door of the headmaster's office. He said in a firm tone, Phineas, I will not allow anyone to protect this criminal. Phineas Black shouted indignantly, Dumbledore, you can't be so heartless. This is the last hope of the Black family. Heartless. Dumbledore raised his voice. He betrayed his friends, massacred muggles, and now he has escaped from prison and is trying to murder his godson. Phineas, you want a Hogwarts professor to protect such a criminal? The portrait of Phineas opened his mouth as if to argue something, but in the end, nothing came out. He just sighed heavily, hunched over, and sat on the ground in the portrait. Sebastian, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Sebastian. I trust you will not do anything stupid. Of course, Headmaster, don't worry. Sebastian said, Is there something you want me to stay for? Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, sat down in his chair, and said, It's about the new professor. Except for the professors of Muggle studies and alchemy who were recommended by you, the professors of other subjects have basically been recruited. Minerva arranged for them to stay in the professor's dormitory. However, the dormitory does not have matching furniture yet. If it were ordinary furniture, it would be easy to solve, but now all Hogwarts uses the high-end alchemical furniture you provided. To be fair, the school plans to purchase some of the same furniture from Swan Alchemist. Dumbledore smiled and said, I want to ask if you can give me a favorable price. That's it. I thought it was a big deal. Sebastian smiled and said generously, What kind of discount is this? How can the school pay for such a small thing? I've said since I started that I'll take care of all the furniture in the professor's office. For such a small matter, you can just write me a letter. Would you like to introduce me to the new professors? I like to learn more about them in advance so that I can get along better with my colleagues in the future. Sebastian's abacus was jingling. This is a good time to win people's hearts. After returning, we will prepare a big induction package for each new professor. In this way, my say with the new professor will definitely be greatly increased. Hearing Sebastian's request, Dumbledore smiled and took out a stack of documents and introduced them to Sebastian one by one. Fudge was very efficient and mailed the Hogsmeade documents to Sebastian within 2 days. In the following days, Sebastian arranged for Swan Alchemy's staff to develop Hogsmeade while training Harry's dueling skills. In addition, he would take time to find a deserted place to practice his dragon form. During this practice, I actually discovered some big problems. Sebastian's wand doesn't match his dragon form very well. Every time he casts a spell in dragon form, there's a slight sense of sluggishness. If you use it at full strength, you can even hear the wand whine. What does this mean? This shows that the magic power of the dragon form is too strong, and Sebastian's wand can no longer withstand such high-intensity magic output. Not only that, but there are some issues with current wands. For Sebastian in his dragon form, the current wand is too short. Holding it in your hand is like holding a cigarette. It doesn't feel comfortable no matter how you use it. Moreover, the wooden material is a bit fragile for the dragon form. Every time Sebastian uses the wand, he has to be very careful, for fear that he might crush the wand if he is not careful. From any point of view, Sebastian urgently needs to replace a powerful wand. Otherwise, after transforming into dragon form, he would be restricted and unable to exert 100% of his combat power. If you want to buy a suitable wand, you still have to go to Ollivander's wand shop. Given the special nature of the dragon form, it is very likely that Ollivander's inventory will not be able to find one suitable for Sebastian. So, Sebastian wanted Ollivander to tailor a unique wand based on his dragon form. However, it is summer vacation now, and many new students will go to Ollivander's to buy wands, so Ollivander will definitely be very busy. If you want Ollivander to concentrate on customizing your wand, you have to wait until the freshmen have purchased their wands. Sebastian waited patiently until the 3rd day before school started, when he came to Diagon Alley alone. Sebastian stood on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley and looked up at the sign for Ollivander's. The shop sign is mottled and old, as if it has been through countless years. The twisted golden letters flickered slightly in the sunlight, as if greeting every wizard who was about to step into the magical world. Ollivander's Wand Shop, making fine wands since 328 BC. Pushing open the old wooden door, the wind chimes on the door rang gently, making a long ding-dong sound, and the faint smell of dust and the fragrance of ancient wood immediately filled the store. Looking around, the layout of Ollivander's shop remained the same, with hundreds of rectangular wooden boxes piled on the surrounding shelves. Each box contained a wand, waiting for the next destined person to arrive. As school was about to start, most of the young wizards had already finished their shopping, and the store seemed unusually deserted. As Sebastian looked around the store, Ollivander quietly came out from behind the shelves. He looked as old as the shop, with a thin body, gray hair, and eyes hidden in deep eye sockets like glowing glass beads. Although no longer young, his movements are still agile and his eyes are still sharp. As soon as he saw Sebastian, he smiled. "Mr. Swan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I still remember the wand you bought when you first came to the store." Ollivander's voice was soft and low. 12 inches, made of vine wood, which is a very rare material among magic wands. Its owner always has lofty pursuits and has a foresight beyond ordinary people. The heart nerve of the fire dragon and the powerful staff core can perform spectacular magic. It was one of my masterpieces when I was young. and I have always hoped that an owner who deserves it would buy it. Ollivander looked at Sebastian with a smile. I am glad that it followed you and shines brightly in your hands. What do you want to buy today? A wand care kit? Or do you want me to check the health of your wand? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ollivander. Please take a look at my wand first. Sebastian smiled and handed over his wand. Ollivander took the wand carefully, as if he were touching a precious work of art. He gently stroked the surface of the wand with his fingertips, looked at it carefully for a while, and nodded slightly. Your wand is in good condition, healthy and strong, but it seems that it has cast a very powerful spell, causing it to be slightly damaged. But it doesn't matter. Give me half an hour, and I can restore it to its original state. By the way, I will also give your wand a full treatment. What do you think? Okay, no problem. I'll just wait here for a moment. Sebastian smiled and agreed to Ollivander's request. He was very good at using this wand, and now that it was damaged, he needed to repair it as soon as possible. Ollivander's craftsmanship was extremely superb, and in a short while, he handed the repaired wand to Sebastian. After repair and care, the entire wand is as bright as new, and the surface seems to be covered with a faint glow. Mr. Ollivander, your craftsmanship is still as superb as ever. After waving his wand twice, Sebastian casually put it back into the wand case and looked at Ollivander. Actually, I came here today to buy a new wand. A new wand? Ollivander said doubtfully. Your wand is in perfect condition now. It was jumping with joy in your hand just now. There was no sign of mismatch at all. Why buy a new wand? Sebastian's expression turned serious. It's perfect, but at some point it couldn't handle the magic fluctuations when I cast at full power. I can feel its pain and the faint whine it makes whenever a powerful spell is cast. Ollivander's expression instantly became extremely shocked, and he looked at Sebastian in disbelief, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Can't bear your magic power? This is unbelievable. If your magic power has exceeded its limit, then you really need a more powerful wand. Ollivander nodded and turned to walk towards a shelf. There are many factors to consider when choosing a wand for an adult wizard, but it doesn't matter. In Ollivander's store, you can always find a wand that meets your needs. Mr. Ollivander, Sebastian interrupted, I have a special case. So, I don't want to just pick a ready-made wand. I need you to tailor a wand for me that can fully carry my power. Special circumstances? Ollivander hesitated and said, I rarely take on custom wand jobs. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but the custom wands are also not very stable and often fail to perfectly match the owner of the wand. Like I said, the wand chooses the wizard. But I know that in the entire wizarding world, you're the only one who can satisfy my needs, Sebastian complimented. It's an ancient heritage of more than 2,000 years. If I don't look for you, I don't know who to look for. Ollivander was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling when he heard Sebastian's words, and he immediately changed his tone. The Ollivander family is the best family of wand makers in the world. I bet no one knows wands better than I do. You found the right person for this job. First, tell me why your situation is special, so that I can accurately help you design a new wand. Sebastian smiled slightly and took out a magic contract. Mr. Ollivander, for safety reasons, I need you to sign a confidentiality agreement first. Forgive my offense. To be honest, I'm not sure that you can customize a wand that will satisfy me according to my special situation. Don't worry, after hearing my situation, whether or not you are still willing to help me customize the wand, you will receive a large sum of gold galleons. So mysterious? Do I need to sign a confidentiality agreement? Ollivander frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. I just don't believe that there's a wand that Ollivander can't customize. Driven by curiosity and the attraction of gold galleons, Ollivander nodded, picked up the magic contract, and signed his name. Sebastian looked at the flow of people outside the shop, then turned to Ollivander and said, I need a private place to show you what's special about me. Ollivander took Sebastian to the workshop at the back of the shop, turned on the magic light, and looked at Sebastian. After making sure no one would disturb him, Sebastian let out a light breath, and amazing changes began to occur around him. His arms lengthened, his shoulders became broader, and dark scales emerged from beneath his skin to cover his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the intimidating dragon form appeared before Ollivander. Ollivander was stunned. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. His lips opened and closed, but no sound came out. His fingers trembled as he touched his forehead. His eyes filled with disbelief, shock, and excitement. Merlin's wand, this is simply incredible. What kind of magical creature is this, a dragon? No wonder you ordered a new wand. Sebastian. Ollivander grabbed Sebastian's hands and said excitedly, I don't want the galleons anymore, but you have to promise to let me make a brand new wand for you personally, and not to ask anyone else for help. The making of this wand will be the greatest challenge of my life. Looking at the excited Ollivander, Sebastian tried to comfort him again and again. Mr. Ollivander, don't get excited. I only trust your craftsmanship and will not ask anyone else to make a wand. After getting Sebastian's assurance, Ollivander calmed down his excitement a little. This is a magical creature form. To round it off, it means custom making a wand for a dragon. It's really challenging. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it and couldn't sleep. Ollivander's eyes flashed with long-lost enthusiasm. He picked up the magic measuring tape and began to measure Sebastian's physical data impatiently. Raise your arms, stretch them straight, and don't move. There was a hint of excitement in Ollivander's slightly trembling voice. The measuring tape danced through the air like a living thing, circling precisely around Sebastian's arms, fingers, shoulders, and even his head. They quickly measure everything from shoulder width to palm length, from the thickness of the knuckles to the curvature of the arm, and even measure the flexibility of the wrist. Ollivander's eyes were terrifyingly focused as he carefully wrote down every measured data on the parchment. This is the most perfect body type I have ever encountered, Ollivander muttered to himself. And I have so many ideas in my mind. Next, let's test which type of wood is most suitable for you now. As he spoke, Ollivander took out many samples of different types of wood and placed them on the table. Mr. Ollivander, Sebastian reminded him, I am very strong now. Please test it directly with the strongest wood. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll accidentally crush the wand. Yes, Ollivander muttered to himself. This is indeed something that should be considered. When fighting, people will always unconsciously hold their wands tightly. Not if the wand isn't strong enough. He picked and chose and picked out the wood with the highest hardness, from oak, yew to ebony, and so on. Each piece of wood was the toughest and most commonly used wand material in the wizarding world. He handed Sebastian a piece of yew wood, a hard and flexible wood that might meet Sebastian's needs. However, when Sebastian squeezed it gently, the seemingly tough yew had actually made a slight cracking sound. No, yew is not suitable. Let's try ebony. Ollivander snatched the yew from Sebastian's hand and put the ebony into his hand. Unsurprisingly, this ebony, known for its durability, could not meet Sebastian's needs. Try the snakewood. Let's try quebracho. In a short while, Sebastian tried all the wood on the table. The wood was piled up randomly, making the workshop look messy. Unfortunately, most of the wood couldn't withstand Sebastian's strength. A very few woods that met the hardness standard did not show any magical resonance in Sebastian's hands, and were obviously not suitable as the main material for his wand. This really stumped Ollivander, as he had never seen a situation where there was such a problem in selecting wood. He frowned and sat on the stool, thinking quietly. Rare. So rare that none of the commonly used wand woods are suitable. Ollivander took out a thick notebook and kept flipping through it. Let me think about what other materials could be applied to the current situation. Looking at Ollivander, who was lost in thought, Sebastian put forward his own idea. Mr. Ollivander, since there is no suitable wood, can we use metal as the main material of the wand? I've also heard that some peculiar wand craftsmen use the bones of magical creatures to make wands. What do you think of this method? Hearing Sebastian's suggestion, Ollivander stopped what he was doing. I'm afraid metal won't work. In the field of magic wands, it is generally recognized that metal is not suitable as the main material of magic wands. Skeletons of magical creatures. Ollivander took out another old notebook and flipped through it quickly. Yes, there have been successful examples of magical creature skeletons, but this type of wand is extremely picky. Never mind, we can give it a try. Based on your form, we could try the dragon skeleton. Ollivander rubbed his temple. Unlike wood, there are different types of dragons, and each bone in their body is also different. It is not easy to choose the right bones to make a wand. Sebastian nodded, thought for a moment, and then came up with a bold idea. In that case, then use my bones. Ollivander's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Your bones? Yes, Sebastian smiled. My current form is a magical creature. Using my bones to make a wand will naturally be able to perfectly match my magic power. I think the forearm bone is suitable. It is hard enough and of moderate length. What do you think? What a cruel person. Perhaps only such a ruthless person can achieve amazing results. Ollivander's eyes twinkled as he nodded slowly. Well, this is indeed a crazy but feasible idea. The main material was solved, but the choice of the wand core still troubled Ollivander. Phoenix feathers and unicorn tail hair will have an immune reaction to dragon bones. Now it seems that the only option is to use the dragon's heart nerve as the core of the magic wand. That's good too. The magic wand made in this way must be extremely powerful. Sebastian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, as for the core, why not use the heart nerve of my dragon form? Generally speaking, it is not necessary to kill the dragon in order to access its heart nerves. Otherwise, no matter how many dragons there are, they will not be able to satisfy the wizard's demand for wands. Moreover, removing the arm bones is not a difficult task. With the help of the bone-growing spirit, any number of bones can be grown again. Because of this, Sebastian had the confidence to choose the material of the wand entirely on his own. He also wanted to see how powerful this wand, which perfectly matched his own, could be. For the sake of a powerful magic wand, this little suffering is bearable. Mr. Ollivander, I will go back and prepare the wand materials. After all, it is not convenient to perform surgery here. Hearing Sebastian's words, Ollivander patted his chest and said, in that case, I will first practice making a few dragon bone wands with ordinary materials. This is a fresh attempt. I will definitely make a perfect wand for you. After bidding farewell to Ollivanders, Sebastian returned to Swan Manor and, with the help of Mia, removed the left forearm bone and a section of heart nerve from the dragon form. He used a spell to properly process the two materials, and then sent them to Ollivander by owl. Mia was so distressed that she took out bone-growing spirit and various tonics and fed them to Sebastian. Fortunately, in dragon form, Sebastian's physical fitness was greatly enhanced, and he recovered his strength again in just 2 days. It's September 1st, and it's time to go back to school. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry and the other two, who hadn't seen each other for a whole holiday, gathered in a carriage and shared their summer experiences with each other. Ronald glanced at the front of the train and said to Hermione and Harry, did you notice that there is another carriage in front of the prefect's carriage? It should be the professor's carriage. I arrived a little earlier and saw Remus John Lupin enter the carriage. When he arrived, he caused a sensation on the platform. Many students and parents asked him for his autograph. You should call Professor Lupin, Ronald, Hermione said. It seems that he must be the new defense against the dark arts professor. What I mean is, Ronald said mysteriously, Professor Lupin is a TV star. Why would he want to be a professor? Besides, he is a werewolf. What was Headmaster Dumbledore thinking by letting him be a professor? Isn't he afraid that the parents of the students will make a fuss? Ronald, Hermione rolled her eyes at Ronald and said unhappily, if you read the news more often, you should know that the Wolfsbane potion has been invented for a whole year. As long as they take the Wolfsbane potion on time, the werewolves can work normally. I think the headmaster took this into consideration and asked him to teach the defense against the dark arts class. Besides, we all met Professor Lupin on Harry's birthday last year. He seemed like a very gentle man. Of course, I know Professor Lupin is very gentle. Ronald scratched his head. I just think that the wizarding world is very prejudiced against werewolves. If he comes to teach at Hogwarts, many parents will complain. He has worked hard to build up a good reputation through TV dramas. If a student's parent causes trouble, his reputation will be ruined. No matter how you look at it, it's not a very good choice for him to teach at Hogwarts. Harry shook his head slightly. On my birthday this year, Professor Lupin told me that he had agreed to Headmaster Dumbledore's request last year, so he deliberately turned down all filming plans. He actually sacrificed a lot. After all, he can earn more money by filming TV than by being a professor. By the way, Harry, Hermione said with a curious look on her face, did you have a happy birthday this year? What did you do for special training during the summer vacation? I had a great birthday. Thank you for the gifts. As for special training, Professor Snape taught me how to brew the Buffy brain-stimulating potion at the beginning of the holiday. Before he could finish his words, Hermione screamed, Buffy brain-wake-up potion? I read in a book that it is a very advanced potion that can improve a person's memory, but the brewing process is very difficult. It is said that only a potion master can brew this kind of potion. You've even started learning the Buffy brain refresher potion. My God, I'm so far behind you in potions. I haven't succeeded perfectly yet. Harry waved his hands repeatedly, looking modest, but my potion-making skills have improved a lot. I can teach you the techniques I learned. The Buffy brain-refreshing potion brewed by Professor Snape is perfect. After I drank a portion of the potion, my memory did improve a lot. Improve memory? Ronald's curiosity was overflowing. He looked at Harry with jealousy on his face. Honestly, Harry, I've always suspected that you and Professor Snape have some special relationship. Otherwise, why would he be so nice to you? That's a magic potion that can improve memory. If possible, he would also like to have a drink. Tell me quickly, what does it feel like after your memory improves? It feels like I've learned things much faster. I can remember those complicated potion formulas completely after reading them twice. Of course, this potion also has some side effects. Harry's face gradually darkened. The rain outside the window suddenly got heavier. The car windows were covered with rain and became gray, just like Harry's mood. Things that I don't want to remember will pop up in my mind from time to time. For example, a wanted poster for Sirius Black. Sirius? Hermione's face was full of worry. Harry, you said in your letter that Sirius was coming for you. What exactly is going on? Can you tell me in detail? He betrayed my parents and joined the mysterious man. Now he's out to kill me and seek credit from his master. Hermione's expression instantly became serious, her brows furrowed. Harry, this is no small matter. You must be very careful. If you ask me, you'd better not even go to Hogsmeade before you catch him. I'm not afraid of him. I hope he comes looking for me, Harry said bitterly. Professor Snape taught me a very powerful spell. I practiced it very hard this summer just to catch him. Ronald showed a confident smile, patted Harry on the shoulder, and said, I support you. I believe you can defeat him. Hermione quickly interrupted Ronald's optimistic attitude, her voice stern. Ronald, don't be silly. Sirius is not an enemy that underage wizards like us can handle. Even the Muggle world is reporting on his escape, which is enough to show how dangerous he is. We definitely won't let Harry fight alone, Ronald said confidently. The two of us will help him. If we meet Sirius, the three of us can attack him together, and maybe we can beat Sirius down right away. You know, Harry has been receiving special training from Professor Swan. His strength is not comparable to that of ordinary students. With the two of us helping him, Sirius will definitely be in trouble. When the time comes, we can catch him and exchange him for a bounty from the Ministry of Magic. Wouldn't that be perfect? Hermione glared at Ronald in dissatisfaction, as if she was glaring at a fool. Ronald seemed not to notice Hermione's look. He lifted Harry's arm and said to Hermione, Harry is fully equipped. Look at his sleeves. Even the buttons on them are protective gear. Besides that, Harry also has many different alchemical protective items, such as a vest made of basilisk skin that can resist most spells. I dare say that with this set of protective gear, even if Sirius hits him, he will take him a long time to fight. There's an old saying in the magic world that gold galleons represent combat power. Just as they were arguing, the train began to slow down, the sound of the wheels gradually faded, and the sound of wind and rain hitting the windows was so loud that it was distracting. Suddenly, The train stopped suddenly, and in the distance there was the sound of luggage falling from the rack. Then all the lights went out, and the carriage fell into complete darkness. As a black shadow flew past the window, the rain on the car window began to condense into ice, and the temperature in the car dropped sharply. "There's a problem. Everyone be careful." Harry felt a palpitation. He drew out his wand cautiously and used the fluorescent charm to dispel the darkness in the carriage. "Get your wands out. I'm going to go out and see what's going on." At this moment, the sliding door of the carriage slowly opened, and a figure covered in a black cloak stood outside the door. Seeing Harry standing, the figure began to breathe towards him. In an instant, a biting chill came over him, as if penetrating his skin and freezing his heart. Enemy! Must fight back. Long-term training made Harry raise his wand subconsciously. Without hesitation, he used the most powerful spell he had learned so far. God's sword has no shadow. Before the Dementors attacked, the professor's carriage was filled with laughter and chatting, and the atmosphere was particularly relaxed and pleasant. This year, Hogwarts hired a lot of new professors, and they were all arranged by Sebastian in this special professor carriage. After introducing each other, the professors gradually became familiar with each other. They sat together in groups of 3 or 4, reminiscing about their youthful school days or enthusiastically discussing their respective lesson plans. Lupin and Newt sat in the corner, sharing with each other some interesting changes in Hogwarts this year. "It's quite special to have all the professors traveling together on the Hogwarts Express," Newt said with a smile. Lupin shrugged, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This was all Sebastian's idea. He said that we should relive our school days. Newt leaned back in his chair with a faint smile on his face. "I didn't expect to be able to ride the Hogwarts Express again after so many years. I almost thought I would never get on this train again." Lupin smiled. "Yes, this trip brings back many memories of school days." Newt raised his hand, rubbed his shoulder, smiled bitterly, and said, "I enjoyed it at first. After all, the memories of school are still wonderful. But now I have to sit for a long time, and my old arms and legs can't stand it anymore." Lupin grinned. "When we get to Hogwarts, you'll have to give Sebastian a good scolding." He thought for a moment and whispered, "I think that Headmaster Dumbledore agreed to this plan for other reasons. I guess it's to deal with Sirius Black's prison break. If he's so crazy as to attack the train, the professors are there, so at least there's a response." Newt raised an eyebrow. "That's a reasonable explanation, but I don't think he's that crazy." As they continued their discussion, suddenly, the train shook slightly and began to slow down. Newt noticed the change in the scenery outside the window. He frowned and touched the window glass with his fingers. He instantly felt a strange chill. This feeling, it's a Dementor. He stood up suddenly and said to the professors who were still in confusion, "The Dementors are coming." Professors who know the Patronus charm go out and guard the students to prevent the Dementors from doing harm to them. The professors in the carriage suddenly became quiet. Although there is no sign of Dementors yet, no one doubts Newt's judgment. As the most famous master of magical creatures in the wizarding world, most professors grew up using Newt's textbooks. They all stood up and held their wands in their hands. After a brief arrangement, the professors who knew the Patronus charm hurriedly left the professor's carriage and walked towards the student's carriage. At the critical moment, everyone demonstrated extraordinary professionalism. Lupin also picked up the wand, feeling a sense of uneasiness spreading in his chest. Harry, he involuntarily quickened his pace, walked quickly through several carriages, and headed towards the rear of the train. Suddenly, the train came to a screeching halt. The lights went out, and darkness fell. The students' noisy voices came one after another. "What happened? Why did you stop? Ouch, don't step on my foot. It hurts. The suitcase fell off the luggage rack and hit me. I think I'm injured. Where's the prefect? Why doesn't the prefect come out and explain what's going on?" Seeing this, Lupin had no choice but to shout, "I am the professor of defense against the dark arts. All students, please stay in your seats and don't move. There may be danger in the corridor." In order to maintain order, other professors also shouted, "I'm a new potions professor. Don't panic. I'm the professor of charms." I'm the professor of transfiguration. The rain on the windows froze into ice, and the cold became more biting, as if an invisible hand was slowly strangling people's breath. All the warmth and happiness in the carriage seemed to be ruthlessly taken away by something. Seeing this, Lupin quickened his pace again. He took a deep breath, clenched his wand tightly, and was ready to cast the Patronus charm at any time. As soon as he entered the last carriage, he saw from afar a black figure trying to float into the student's compartment. What was even more worrying was that Harry's roar was heard from the box, followed by an invisible spell that flew out and directly tore the wall behind the Dementor. Damn it! Dementors are attacking students. He quickly raised his wand and pointed it at the Dementor. Expect God to guard. Silver light burst out from the tip of his wand, transforming into a bright silver wolf, howling and pouncing at the Dementors. In the box, looking at the cracks on the wall, Harry felt a flash of annoyance in his heart. Hateful. Although this spell is powerful, it is ineffective against the monster in front of him. What to do now? His head was getting heavier. In a trance, Harry seemed to hear a scream coming from afar. The voice was full of fear and pleading. Whose voice is that? I feel so sad. I really want to help this lady. However, he felt that he had no strength in his body and could not move his arms, let alone cast a spell. Just before he lost consciousness, Harry saw a silvery white light drive away the monster in front of him. Then, he heard Lupin's roar. Dementors! The person you're looking for is not here. Get out of here. Great, Professor Lupin is here. As soon as Harry relaxed, he lost consciousness completely. After an unknown amount of time, Harry felt someone patting his face. Harry, wake up, are you okay? Harry forced his eyes open and found himself lying on his seat, with Hermione and Ronald looking at him with worry on their faces. Everything returned to normal. The lights in the carriage came on, and the train continued to move forward at a constant speed. It's like a dream. However, the broken wall behind Lupin reminded him that a monster had indeed been here just now. Harry, have a piece of chocolate. It will help your condition. Lupin was relieved to see Harry wake up and handed the chocolate to Harry. Don't worry. The Dementors have left. You are safe now. Take a good rest. I will go and discuss this with the other professors. Seeing Harry eat the chocolate, Lupin closed the door of the compartment and walked towards the front of the car. Harry, Ronald said excitedly, what kind of spell did you just use? It was so powerful that it even tore the Hogwarts Express apart. Professor Lupin couldn't fix it with a restoring spell. Ignoring Ronald's question, Harry frowned and said, there was a woman screaming just now. Do you know who it was? Harry, no one screamed. Hermione told Harry what had just happened with a worried look on her face. Harry remained silent, his mind filled with the woman's voice, but no one could provide any useful information. No one spoke much during the rest of the journey. After more than 10 minutes, the train stopped smoothly at the station. In a heavy rain, students got off the bus one after another, and the scene was extremely chaotic for a while. The professors reappeared, maintaining order while casting spells on the students in the rain. The fire and water resistance spell, the drying spell, and the umbrellas conjured up by transfiguration. Seeing this, some senior students took out their wands and followed the professor's example to help their classmates get rid of the cold. The little wizards were no longer cold and quieted down. Under the guidance of the professors, they lined up in an orderly manner to get on the carriages. After a while, everyone appeared in the warm auditorium. The great hall was filled with chatter as students gathered together, vying to talk about what they had seen and heard on the Hogwarts Express. Oh my God, I felt so cold when that thing came in. Ernie Macmillan, a third-grade Hufflepuff boy, said as he waved his arms exaggeratedly, with a tremor in his voice. I felt like my bones were freezing. You're right, me too. The girl opposite, Hannah Abbott, quickly agreed, still looking a little frightened. I was sitting in the corner of the box. The monster just passed by outside the box, but the air inside the box seemed to freeze. I have never felt so uncomfortable. All the happiness seemed to be sucked away. Those are the Dementors guarding Azkaban, a senior student explained to the younger students around him. They're responsible for absorbing happiness and bringing despair. Hearing this, Ernie Macmillan looked towards the Gryffindor table and said, "It seems that Harry Potter is quite capable. He dares to confront such a terrifying creature." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the agreement of many young wizards. What's so strange about this? You know, Potter defeated the you-know-who when he was a baby. He is the legendary savior. Potter is really amazing. That unknown spell tore the Hogwarts Express apart, and even Professor Lupin couldn't fix it. When I first heard it, I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. The cracks in the wall can't be faked. Listening to everyone's discussions, Malfoy at the Slytherin table looked at Harry with a complicated expression. Hateful, outshined by Potter again. When the Dementors got on the car, I didn't dare to move. Who would have thought that Potter was so powerful that he could fight the Dementors head-on? Although he fainted in the end, the crack on the carriage was Potter's medal of courage. I thought that after a summer of hard work, I would be able to defeat this guy Potter. I didn't expect that he would know such a powerful spell. Now it seems that I still need to practice more. Snape sat in the professor's chair, listening to the students' discussions, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Is the Minister of Magic a pig-brained person? He actually allowed Dementors to board the Hogwarts Express. This stinky werewolf Lupin was still somewhat useful. He drove away the Dementors and saved Harry at the critical moment. That is to say, Harry did not suffer any substantial harm. Otherwise, he would have followed Dumbledore's example and sent a howler letter to Fudge. Looking at Snape, who looked like he didn't want anyone to approach him, the young wizards swallowed silently and whispered to their companions. Who said Professor Snape quit? Isn't he sitting in the professor's chair just fine? But the wizard who claims to be the potions professor is now sitting in the professor's chair. Not only the professor of potions, I also met the new professors of charms and transfiguration. I was so scared. When I saw the new transfiguration professor, I thought Professor McGonagall had quit. What's going on? Why are there so many new professors in the professorial chair? I don't know. Anyway, there's a big move at the school. Look, the old man sitting with Dumbledore is the legendary Newt Scamander. Wow, this is idols entering reality. Professor Lupin is not bad either. Should we go ask him for his autograph now? Amid the students' discussion, Hagrid led the first-year students into the auditorium. As the sorting ceremony ended, Dumbledore slowly stood up and walked to the center of the podium. He looked through every student in the hall with a smile on his face. He raised his hands and pressed them gently, signaling the students to be quiet. The auditorium gradually became quiet, and even the slightest whispers disappeared. "Welcome back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Before we enjoy our sumptuous dinner, I have a few things to announce. First of all," Dumbledore's face darkened slightly. "I'm sure many people have seen the Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, on the Hogwarts Express. They're sent by the Ministry of Magic to perform official duties. They will be stationed at various entrances to the school this year." As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur of discussion immediately broke out in the entire auditorium. The students couldn't help but look around, especially those who had witnessed the Dementors on the train, who still had a trace of fear on their faces. "Quiet," Dumbledore said in a very serious voice. "I must emphasize that when they are here, no students are allowed to leave the school at will. No tricks can deceive them. Dementors are very dangerous creatures. They cannot distinguish between good and evil. They can only sense your emotions and soul. Therefore, I strongly advise all students, no matter what the situation is, do not try to provoke them or give them the opportunity to hurt you." Many students couldn't help but shrink their shoulders and look down at their plates, as if they didn't want to recall the oppressive feeling brought to them by the Dementors. Harry was no exception. He couldn't help but feel his stomach tighten a little, that suffocating chill still lingering in his mind. Dumbledore noticed the tense atmosphere among the students in the hall, and then changed the subject, revealing a relaxed smile. "Now I would like to share some exciting news. We have some new changes in our professor team this year. Many new professors have joined our teaching team, and I believe many students have come into contact with them. First," said Dumbledore, "we are honored to have with us Newt Scamander, the most renowned magizoologist in the wizarding world. He will be the professor of care of magical creatures, responsible for teaching 5th, 6th, and 7th years. As soon as Newt Scamander's name was announced, the atmosphere in the auditorium instantly became extremely warm. Almost every wizarding family has heard of the legendary story of Newt Scamander, and his book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is a must-read textbook for every student. The students clapped excitedly. The Hufflepuff students were particularly excited and warmly welcomed their old senior back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore let the lively atmosphere in the Great Hall die down slightly before continuing his announcement. Rubeus Hagrid will be teaching care of magical creatures alongside Professor Scamander. He'll be teaching 3rd and 4th years. The whole hall cheered again, especially the Gryffindor students. Hagrid stood up suddenly and waved excitedly to everyone around him. He stood up so fast and so hard that he almost overturned the professor's chair. Dumbledore raised his hand again, signaling the students to be quiet. The professor of defense against the dark arts is Remus John Lupin. I believe many people know him. Of course I know him, he's a TV star. Almost everyone has seen the TV series starring Lupin, except for a few young wizards who looked embarrassed. Everyone stood up and cheered for Lupin. Listening to everyone's cheers, Lupin felt relieved. He had always been worried that the young wizards would dislike his identity as a werewolf. Then Dumbledore introduced the new professors one by one. Whether on the train or on the platform, the performance of these new professors has already won the favor of the little wizards. The young wizards did not hesitate to give applause and warmly welcomed every new professor. The dinner officially begins. Ronald said to Hermione excitedly while stuffing a chicken drumstick into his mouth. Is what Professor Swan just said true? I'm a little doubtful about my ears. Can you win glory for the school and get gold galleons just by playing wizard chess? Hermione, could you help me confirm if this is what you mean? Seeing Ronald's excitement, Hermione smiled. Of course, she understood why Ronald was so excited. After all, this good friend had always been good at wizard chess. In the 1st grade, he successfully cracked Professor McGonagall's chessboard. I would play wizard chess with others whenever I had nothing to do. Now that playing wizard chess can bring honor to the school, Ronald is of course eager to give it a good performance. It's just what you think, Ronald. Professor Swan just said that this is the new Let 100 Flowers Bloom program launched this year. Hermione took a sip of pumpkin juice, moistened her throat, and continued. The purpose of this plan is to cultivate all-round talents for Hogwarts. As long as you have a skill, whether it's wizard chess, gobstones, or broom racing, as long as it's a competition openly recognized by the wizarding world, as long as you have the ability to participate, the school will let the professor accompany you to participate in these international competitions and win glory for the school. Ronald swallowed the chicken in his mouth and said loudly, If you ask me, Professor Swan is a genius. He can always make all students play to their strengths. If I can win the grand prize in the wizard chess tournament, my mother will never say that I am wasting my time on playing around again. Are you planning to participate in the wizard chess tournament? Hermione encouraged. Then you better try your best. You should know that the wizard chess tournament is a competition that all wizard chess masters in the magical world will participate in. It is completely different from the chess you usually play in school. You can't fall behind in your studies either. Of course, I believe you can take care of both. Ronald, Harry also offered advice. Didn't Professor Swan say that students can form interest groups on their own? With your level, you can definitely form a wizard chess group and practice more with your team members. This will make it easier for you to participate in the wizard chess competition. Do you know when the next competition is? Of course, Ronald said with a beaming face. The next wizard chess tournament will be held in March next year, and it will be held in the UK. I have been paying attention to this information, and now it finally comes in handy. You still have a lot of time to prepare, Harry said, and you can even go to Professor McGonagall to compete and learn from him. I heard from Professor Swan that she is a famous wizard chess expert. If you can beat Professor McGonagall, you will definitely get a good ranking. Hermione agreed. Professor McGonagall's teaching duties are much easier now. I'm sure she will be willing to help you. Professor McGonagall wants to see students bring honor to the school more than anyone else. Ronald gritted his teeth and said, Beat Professor McGonagall? I will try my best. By the way, is there any competition you guys want to participate in? Hermione frowned in thought. To be honest, she is always focused on studying and has not paid attention to various competitions in the wizarding world. At the moment, I really can't think of any competition suitable for me to participate in. What's more, this year I signed up for all elective courses except divination. If it weren't for the magical props Professor McGonagall had just given him, he wouldn't have been able to take so many classes at the same time. My schedule is extremely tight, and I have to use every day as if it were 2 days, leaving me with no extra time to participate in those competitions. As for me, Hermione hesitated, I won't participate in any international competitions. But I have an idea to take the interview test mentioned by Professor Swan in the history of magic and astronomy classes. Interview assessment, Ronald said exaggeratedly. This is too difficult. This needs to be approved by the professor first. Then, all professors in the same subject will interview you at the same time, and the interview will cover all the knowledge points of this academic year. Although it's difficult, once you pass the interview, you can stop taking these 2 courses and don't do the homework for these 2 courses. You can save time for other courses, Hermione said firmly. Moreover, after passing the course, you don't have to take the final exams for these 2 courses and can directly get an excellent grade, which is still very cost-effective. Ronald smacked his lips and said, I can't envy you enough. I can't envy you enough. Harry, what are your plans? Harry glanced at the professor's chair and said softly, Professor Snape said that the third-year potions class is no longer meaningful to me. I am more confident in my spell skills. So, I'm going to take part in the interviews for both charms and potions. Professor Swan said that my transfiguration skills are not good enough, so I have to squeeze out more time to practice transfiguration. As for international competitions, I plan to participate in the Magic School Potions International Championship next April. Honestly, I want to quit the school Quidditch team and make more time for myself. Harry glanced at Wood in the distance cautiously. But this is just a thought. I'm afraid that we'll be angry. This is his last year at school, and he must be thinking about winning the championship again. I don't mean to discourage you, Harry, Ronald said, shaking his head. You are still far behind Crumb. If we want to win the championship, we have to rely on the chasers to widen the gap. He changed the subject. However, it is not without a chance. 2 chasers of Durmstrang have graduated, and 1 beater has also graduated. With them replacing new players, we still have a good chance of winning the championship. Ronald counted on his fingers. The keeper is Wood, the chasers are Fred, George, and Cedric, the seeker is Harry, and the beater is Roger Davis. Except for the lack of a power hitter, this is our dream team. Too bad. Marcus the Troll has graduated. Ronald, Hermione said in a low voice, don't you know? Marcus failed too many courses and is being held back. Look, he's sitting at the Slytherin table right now. Merlin's big pants. Ronald took a quick look and found that many students were pointing in Marcus' direction. He turned his head and said in horror, the professors are serious. I thought this was just the professor's way of scaring us last year, so we could study harder. This is too scary. It seems I really need to study hard. I don't want to repeat a grade. Not only will it be embarrassing, but my mother will definitely beat me to death. Hermione, you have to give me a hand, please. When the last piece of dessert disappeared from the plate, Dumbledore declared the dinner over. The students followed their house teams and headed towards their respective common rooms. A lot has happened today, and they can't wait to have a good rest. Harry walked among the crowd, his steps mechanical and heavy. Until this moment, his mind was still occupied by a complex emotion. Why did I faint? Why was I the only one so strongly affected by the Dementors? What's even more worrying is why I was the only one who heard the woman scream. Who is that woman? Harry's heart beat faster unconsciously, as if an invisible hand was tightening his chest. He had a guess in his mind, so he urgently needed to find someone to verify his answer. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. After only a moment's hesitation, Harry decided to ask Sebastian for help. After arriving at the floor where Sebastian's office was located, he greeted Ronald and quietly slipped out of the team. The lights on the floor were dim, and Harry's hurried footsteps echoed in the long corridor. When he reached the door of Sebastian's office, Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm his thoughts. After a while, he saw Sebastian and Aunt Mia walking towards the office. Surprisingly, Malfoy was following them. Malfoy obviously noticed Harry standing at the door, and the moment their eyes met, both of them could understand what was expressed in each other's eyes. "Why are you here too? Harry, do you have something to talk to us about?" Mia asked with concern. "Are you still not feeling well? Do you want me to check you out again?" "No, I'm fine." Harry quickly waved his hand to deny. "I just have a question. I want to consult Professor Swan." "Yo, like Malfoy, are you also looking for yourself?" Sebastian raised an eyebrow, opened the door of the office, and invited everyone to go in. "Let's sit down and chat. Who will speak first?" His tone was relaxed, as if this was an ordinary evening tea party. Mia smiled and poured each of the two children a glass of Coke, then temporarily returned to her office, leaving the space to Sebastian and the others. Harry and Malfoy looked at each other and gave in. "Let Potter talk first. My business is not that urgent." "Let Malfoy speak first. My matter is more complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time." "Okay," Sebastian interrupted, smiling. "No need to be humble. Draco, your question is about elective courses. Please tell me first." Hearing the professor's words, Malfoy hesitated and spoke to Sebastian. "Professor, my dad. He forced me to take Muggle studies, but I don't really want to take this class. Of course, I'm not discriminating against Muggles, nor am I saying this course is bad." He glanced at Sebastian cautiously, fearing that he might misunderstand him. "But I already have other electives that I'm interested in, namely care of magical creatures and ancient runes. Besides that, I have to spend a lot of time practicing spells. I really don't have the energy to take care of this course. I'm very confused now and don't know what to choose." Sebastian nodded slightly, a thoughtful smile on his face. After understanding what he had heard, Lucius decided to use the Muggle Studies class to change Draco's perception of Muggles. This is a precautionary measure, a preparation for entering the Muggle world in advance. As the only heir of the Malfoy family, it is not acceptable to know nothing about the Muggle world. It was indeed necessary for Draco to understand every aspect of the Muggle world. Now that Lucius has boarded his chariot, he should help him train a successor. "Draco," Sebastian smiled, "I understand your father's painstaking efforts. He is paving the way for your future." "Paving?" Malfoy frowned slightly, obviously puzzled by his father's arrangement. "Muggle studies?" The Malfoy family has always looked down upon Muggles and even avoided them. But now his father asked him to learn Muggle knowledge, which made Malfoy feel a little incredible and even a little uncomfortable. Sebastian continued, "Your father Lucius is a very smart man. He saw the possibility of further advancement for the Malfoy family from Swan's alchemy. The wizarding world and the Muggle world are isolated from each other on the surface, but in fact, the connection between the two is getting closer and closer. The technology, ideas, and power of the Muggle world are developing rapidly, and it is likely to have a profound impact on us in the future. Your father's idea is very clear. He doesn't want you to be limited to the narrow vision of the wizarding world. He wants you to open your eyes and see the world. He wants to make the Malfoy family stronger, so he places his hopes on you." Malfoy's eyes flashed with confusion. "Professor, I don't understand." Sebastian smiled and said, "Your father is a shrewd man. He has realized that being confined to the traditional ideas of the wizarding world will hinder the development of the Malfoy family. However, his personal stance has long been extreme purebloodism. Once he changes his stance, the Malfoy family will lose a large number of allies. So he placed his hopes on you. You are still young, and in the future you can choose a political stance that is more beneficial to the Malfoy family and bring new allies to the family." "I see." Malfoy nodded. He never thought that a simple course choice would involve such deep political considerations. "This is not just a simple course selection, Draco," Sebastian continued to explain. "This is your father's long-term plan for the family. He hopes that you will have the ability to cross two worlds. To have this ability, you need to learn as much as possible about the Muggle world through Muggle studies." "Draco," Sebastian said softly, Are you willing to put in more effort and sweat for the Malfoy family? Willing, of course. After listening to Sebastian's analysis, Malfoy felt his blood boiling. It's just one more class, no big deal. I am the heir of the Malfoy family. If I can't even bear this little hardship, how can I be qualified to carry the banner of the Malfoy family? Looking at Malfoy's excited expression, Sebastian smiled slightly and said, "It seems that you have figured it out. In that case, I will give you another suggestion." "Professor, you say?" Malfoy's face was full of excitement. "As I recall, your wand is made of hawthorn wood and unicorn hair. This way, you will be a little more talented than others in healing magic. You might as well work harder. I suggest you join St. Mungo's training class. I believe you will achieve extraordinary achievements in healing magic. This positive image can bring you more prestige." "Thank you for your help, Professor. I now understand what to do." Malfoy stood up, bowed solemnly to Sebastian, and then left Sebastian's office in a proud and heroic manner. He swore secretly in his heart, "Leave the future of the Malfoy family to me." Watching Malfoy leave with high morale, Harry couldn't help but grin. Malfoy is still so straightforward. Troubles come and go quickly. That's great. If only his problem were as simple as Malfoy's. Just as Harry was lost in thought, Sebastian's eyes turned to him. "Harry, what about you? I can sense that you are in a very mixed mood. You seem to be unusually troubled." Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Today on the Hogwarts Express, I was attacked by a Dementor." "I know. We received Lupin's message," Sebastian said gently. Dumbledore was furious. He sent a howler to Minister of Magic Fudge right away. "I heard that you were the only one who stood up against the Dementors at that time. I have to say you were very brave." Harry scratched his head sheepishly at the professor's compliment. "I sensed an extreme danger at the time and remembered what I learned in the Auror training class. To strike first is the best way to gain the upper hand. It's just that my spells had no effect on the Dementors. Even more embarrassingly, I passed out. Don't blame yourself. When faced with unknown danger and unable to avoid it, you responded very decisively." Sebastian affirmed, "It's just that Dementors are a very special kind of creature. Ordinary spells have no effect on them. Once you learn how to deal with them, everything will become much simpler." "So that's it." Harry nodded, feeling better. He hesitated, his voice becoming low and nervous. "Professor, I don't understand why I was the only one who fainted when facing the Dementors. Also, I heard a woman's voice screaming when I fainted. I asked Hermione and the others, and they found out that I was the only one who heard the scream, as if I was hallucinating. But that scream was extremely real and—" Harry paused. I felt that voice was very familiar. Harry's breathing quickened slightly. He didn't know why, but every time he recalled this voice, his heart would feel tight. He looked at Sebastian nervously, expecting him to help him analyze it. Sebastian's eyes fell on Harry. He thought for a moment and spoke carefully. "Harry, Dementors are dark creatures. They have no eyes, but they're able to keenly sense our emotions. Their bodies are like a tattered cloak, almost without substance, as if they were just an empty shell. The most terrifying thing is their mouth. Hidden under their cloak, that is the organ they use to suck souls." Soul-sucking. Harry listened intently, and, thinking of the Dementors he encountered on the train, he felt uncomfortable. They are a cold, frightening presence. When Dementors approach, the air around them becomes bitterly cold, as if they have taken away all warmth and happiness. You feel hopeless, like there's nothing left in the world to look forward to. That's because normally Dementors feed on the hope, joy, and happiness of others, leaving behind depression and despair. Harry involuntarily tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair, the memory of the cold and suffocating feeling resurfacing, and he couldn't help but shudder. "You fainted after encountering the Dementors," Sebastian said slowly, his eyes becoming more profound. "That's because you are particularly sensitive to them." "Particularly sensitive? Why is this happening?" Harry looked at Sebastian, confusion evident in his eyes. Sebastian sighed softly, a look of sympathy in his eyes. "Dementors particularly like to prey on those who have experienced great pain and trauma. The happiness of these people is the ultimate delicacy for them. And you, Harry, you lost your parents at a young age and watched them being murdered by Voldemort. The pain and trauma you carry within you runs deeper than many. For these reasons, Sebastian went on to explain, Dementors are strongly attracted to you. Not only do they sense your pain, they can also bring back painful memories and make you relive your darkest moments. Your soul was strongly stimulated, and you fainted under the self-protection mechanism of your body. Harry's chest suddenly tightened, as if being grabbed by some invisible force. He closed his eyes and vaguely imagined a green light, a scream, and a woman's cry. Let me relive my darkest moments. Harry whispered, a tremor in his voice. So, the woman who screamed was my mother? Sebastian nodded slightly. Yes, Harry, that is the deepest trauma in your heart. Your mother died that night to protect you, and her screams are deeply engraved in your memory and soul. Hearing Sebastian's affirmation, Harry felt a pain in his heart and fell into deep sadness. As expected, my guess was correct. That was my mother's voice. No wonder I felt so familiar with that voice. No wonder there was a strong sense of pleading in that voice. Was it the mother begging Voldemort to spare her life? My heart hurts so much. I never want to hear my mother's dying screams again. After a moment's silence, Harry raised his head again and looked at Sebastian firmly. Professor, I never want to faint from seeing a Dementor again. So, can you teach me how to ward off Dementors? Just like Professor Lupin warded off the Dementors on the train. Sebastian nodded. That is the only spell that can protect against Dementors. It is a very advanced spell, the Patronus Charm. This magic is extremely complex, so complex that many experienced wizards have difficulty using it. Advanced spells? Very difficult? Harry opened his mouth, about to say that he was not afraid of any difficulties, when he heard Sebastian continue. In view of the special circumstances this year, I think it is necessary to let all students learn the Patronus Charm in the Duel Club. It's a tough learning curve, but I've developed special teaching skills. I am confident that most students will be able to master the Patronus Charm, so that no one will have to worry about encountering Dementors outside the school. Patronus Charm. Harry silently repeated the name of the spell. It seems that I can look up some relevant information before training in the Duel Club. No matter what, I must master this spell as soon as possible. Seeing Harry, who was worried, Sebastian took out a bottle of dreamless sleeping potion, took out a drop, and added it to the Coke in front of Harry. Harry, you've been through a lot today. You need to clear your mind and have a good rest. Drink 2 sips of Coke and go back to sleep. Good night. The Hogwarts Great Hall was as bustling as usual at noon. Harry, Hermione, and Ronald sat at a long table, enjoying a steaming hot lunch. Hermione flipped through her Care of Magical Creatures textbook, taking a bite of the food on her plate from time to time. Harry poked idly at the steak on his plate with his fork. Ronald poked the potatoes on the plate with his fork and began to describe his divination class to Harry and Hermione with an exaggerated expression. The divination classroom is on top of the tower. You have to climb up a steep staircase. To be honest, that staircase made me dizzy. Once you enter, it's like you've stepped into another world. The curtains are drawn tightly. The whole classroom is dim. The lights are very weak. It feels like it's not a classroom, but a mixture of a loft and an old-fashioned tea house. The classroom smelled like spices, kind of like Grandma's incense, but a little more choking. Neither Harry nor Hermione signed up for the divination class, so it was very interesting to listen to Ronald's talk. There were all kinds of strange curtains hanging on the walls, some with stars and moons painted on them, and some very strange symbols. Ronald continued. What's exaggerated is that the temperature in the whole classroom is always very high, so hot that it makes people dizzy. I suspect that Professor Trelawney may be cultivating our future heat tolerance. Harry, Hermione. Ronald narrowed his eyes and raised a mysterious smile. I just learned something quite remarkable in divination class. Would you like me to tell your future? Harry raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced by Ronald's amazing skills. Hermione rolled her eyes unabashedly. According to my understanding, divination requires opening the third eye. If you have opened your third eye, then you can predict the future for us. By the way, Professor McGonagall said that every year Professor Trelawney predicts that students will leave. Who did he predict this year? Ronald recalled and said, "It seems that there was no prediction of who would leave, but she told Parvati to be wary of a man with red hair. Then Parvati stayed away from me as if I had a plague." He pretended to be mysterious as he approached Harry and Hermione and said in a low voice, "I think I have a talent for divination. Do you really not want me to help you with your divination?" Harry almost spit out the steak in his mouth. He suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "Oh, then give me a divination, great prophet." "Do as I say, Harry." Ronald's face suddenly became serious. "Get a teacup and fill it with tea. Then drink the tea until only the tea leaves are left." Hearing this strange request, Harry shook his head and cooperated. "Okay, there are only tea leaves left." Ronald glanced at Harry's teacup and continued to arrange. "Hold the cup in your left hand and shake it 3 times, then turn the cup upside down on the tray to drain the water." After Harry did as he was told, Ronald took the teacup and analyzed the contents of the textbook seriously. "Well, that looks like a bowler hat. You'll probably end up working for the Ministry of Magic." "That's accurate, Ronald. We all know that Harry wants to be an Auror the most." Hermione smiled softly. Ronald waved his hand dismissively. "Hermione, you just lack imagination. That's what divination does." He continued to turn the cup, observing the appearance of the tea leaves. "This looks like an animal, like an eagle. According to the book, you have a mortal enemy." Harry blinked and deliberately cooperated. "Thank you, Ronald. I think I know who the enemy is." Hermione chuckled and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that's a unique explanation. Perhaps I should go tell Professor Trelawney. She should consider you as a genius apprentice." Ronald covered his face and sighed in pretended helplessness. "Don't disbelieve me. Professor Trelawney even praised me." As he said this, he couldn't help laughing. I found out what Fred and the others said was right. As long as I predict some tragic results, I will always get praise from Professor Trelawney. If this was in class, I should have interpreted it this way. Ronald imitated Trelawney's tone and expression and said exaggeratedly, "Oh my God, I saw an ominous omen in your cup. It is a bad omen of death." Watching Ronald's performance, Harry smiled happily and said, "I have a feeling that you will pass this course with high marks." Looking at the 2 people playing, Hermione shook her head with a smile on her face. "Stop playing around and eat quickly. After dinner, we still have to go to Hagrid's class." After lunch, they walked down the grassy slope and arrived at the door of Hagrid's hut. The students gradually arrived. Hagrid called the roll and led the students along the edge of the forbidden forest. He did not stop until he came to a big tree and turned around to face the students. He cleared his throat and said according to the lesson plan he had prepared, "This is the home of the Bowtruckle. Can anyone tell me what the characteristics of the Bowtruckle are?" Hermione raised her hand high, and after receiving a signal from Hagrid, she said, "A Bowtruckle is a thin, green, XX-level magical animal that looks like a branch. They're gentle by nature and have a natural protectiveness towards trees. Generally speaking, the trees they live in are good wand materials. If you want to win the favor of these magical animals, or if you want to get wood from the trees they guard, it's best to give them some wood lice or fairy eggs." "Excellent." Hagrid clapped. "That's perfect, Hermione. I almost forgot. 10 point for Gryffindor." In addition to the above characteristics, Bowtruckle has another little-known feature, Hagrid added. Bowtruckles can open locks, which is a life-saving skill in an emergency. Therefore, in the wizarding world, there have always been wizards who like to keep Bowtruckles as pets. Hagrid went on to add some information about the little creatures' habitats and their preferences for wandwood, which the students listened with great interest. After the explanation, he took out a bag of beetles and put them on the ground. "Students who want to get close to the Bowtruckles, take these beetles and feed them. They will like you." Following Hagrid's explanation, the students quickly became familiar with the Bowtruckles. Everyone was amused by these cute little creatures, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Looking at the students' reactions, Hagrid was completely relieved. Harry and the other 2 quietly walked up to him, smiled, and congratulated him. "Hagrid, this class was great. Everyone loved the bowtruckle. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Hagrid's face, and his face turned red, looking a little embarrassed. "Oh, thank you all three. This is my first time as a professor, and I was a little nervous. Everyone likes my class, and I have to thank Mr. Scamander for helping me revise the lesson plan. By the way, Harry," Hagrid lowered his voice, "remember the hippogriff I told you about during the summer vacation? If you three are interested, I can take you to meet him after class." "You know," Hagrid spread his arms and gestured, "compared to the bowtruckle, that one is much cuter." "Cute?" Looking at the size, Hagrid gestured. Harry and the other two looked at each other in confusion. Thinking of Hagrid's special interest in magical animals, they couldn't help but swallow secretly and change the subject. "Hagrid, bowtruckles are gentle, but they are still a little dangerous. As a professor, please pay attention to everyone's safety. We want to play with the bowtruckle." On Thursday afternoon, Harry and the other two arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom early. Lupin sat behind the podium. Next to him was an old wardrobe that was shaking constantly. Harry smiled and took the initiative to greet him. "Professor Lupin, are you adapting to the teaching life at Hogwarts?" Lupin had a gentle smile on his face and said to Harry, "To be honest, it's a little more tiring than I thought. When I was a student, I only had to take one large class a week for the same course. After becoming a professor, I realized that it is really not easy to have 12 large classes a week. Now that I think about it, I was really ignorant before. Professor McGonagall was so tired, but we always caused trouble for her." Hermione asked, "Professor, why are all the tables and chairs in the classroom put away? How are we going to have class today?" "Oh, today's class is a practical class on how to deal with dark creatures. As for the specific content, let me keep you in suspense for a while." While they were chatting, more and more students came into the class. Seeing this, Harry and the other two stood aside, waiting for the bell to ring. "Today, we're going to learn about a very interesting dark creature," Lupin said, standing in front of the podium. "Everyone, put away your textbooks and get your wands ready." "Dark creatures? In that shaking cabinet?" The young wizards took out their wands and looked at Lupin excitedly. "This is a practical class, which is much more interesting than simply learning knowledge from textbooks." He looked around the classroom and said slowly, "There's a boggart in the old closet." He walked towards the old closet and tapped the door gently. "This creature likes dark and enclosed spaces, such as old closets, cupboards under sinks, etc. So, who can tell me what a boggart looks like?" Hermione immediately raised her hand and said, "No one knows what a boggart looks like, Professor. It is a shape-shifting creature that always becomes something that people fear." "Well said," Lupin praised. "Now no one can know what a boggart is like when he's alone." "Professor, I have a question." Harry raised his hand high. "Now that a magic camera has been invented, we can put the camera in the cabinet. Can we observe what the boggart looks like when he is alone?" Hearing this, the students were extremely shocked and began to whisper to each other, discussing the feasibility of this method. Ronald nudged Harry with his elbow. "Harry, you have a great imagination. How did you come up with this idea?" "To be honest, I can't tell if the camera can capture a boggart alone." Lupin frowned slightly. "Harry, that's a good idea. Alchemy changes lives. We can do some experiments later, and maybe we can really solve this eternal mystery. Now let's get back to the topic of boggarts." Lupin raised his voice a little, attracting the young wizard's attention again. "When dealing with a boggart, it's best to go with a group of people, so that the boggart won't be able to tell what it should become." Lupin continued his explanation in a calm voice. "Also, the boggart's power comes from fear, but fortunately, it also has a weakness, laughter. To deal with a boggart, we need to make it laughable. Faced with laughter, its power will be broken. The mantra we're going to use is funny, funny, and it needs to be enunciated clearly." After the students repeated it twice, Lupin pointed to the cabinet. "In a moment, I will let the boggart come out, and each of you will have a chance to face it, but don't be afraid. The key is to use your imagination and turn it into something you can laugh at." After saying that, Lupin waved his wand, and the lock of the cabinet fell. He motioned for the first student to come forward. "Well, Neville, why not start with you?" Neville's face turned pale instantly. and under Lupin's encouraging eyes, he walked tremblingly to the center of the classroom. Lupin patted Neville's shoulder gently and said gently, "Neville, what are you most afraid of?" Neville lowered his head and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Professor Snape." Hearing this, the students burst into laughter. Harry laughed too. He understood why Neville was afraid of Professor Snape. In potions class, Neville had always been in a team with Seamus. The combined power of the Little Prince of Explosion and the Master of Oblivion was incredible, and they would often cause accidents that affected the entire class. Every time this happened, Professor Snape's face turned extremely dark, and later he simply stood behind the two of them and personally supervised them in brewing the potion. After a long time, it's no surprise that Neville is most afraid of Professor Snape. "Well," Lupin said with a smile, "why don't you imagine Professor Snape wearing your grandmother's clothes? Isn't that much more fun?" Hearing this, the students burst into laughter. Harry didn't laugh. He felt very uncomfortable. Professor Snape was one of the professors he respected the most, and it was inappropriate to have the boggart turn into Professor Snape wearing women's clothes. If he did this, Harry guaranteed that Professor Snape would become the laughing stock of his classmates for the next 2 weeks. He would never allow this to happen. Seeing Neville already standing trembling in front of the closet door, Harry quickly shouted, "Neville, I have a better idea. You can imagine Professor Snape praising you all the time." At this moment, the door of the cabinet opened, and a blurry black shadow immediately jumped out, twisting into the appearance of Professor Snape, with a gloomy face staring at Neville coldly. Neville gasped and yelled, "Funny!" A wonderful thing happened. Professor Snape's face showed a brilliant smile that no one had ever seen before. He danced with joy and praised Neville. "Well done, Longbottom. You're the smartest student I have ever met. 10 points for Gryffindor." The students burst into laughter. They had never seen Professor Snape with such an expressive face. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Great," Neville took his own advice. "As long as it's not Professor Snape in women's clothing. Otherwise, Neville would definitely be targeted by Professor Snape. Professor Lupin is such a fool. How could he make fun of Professor Snape?" "Very good, Neville." Lupin smiled with satisfaction, as if he didn't take this little episode to heart at all. "Everyone line up and come one by one." With Lupin's encouragement, the students came before the boggart one by one and faced their fears. Under the effect of the spell, the boggart turned into a mummy that tripped over its own bandages. It had turned into a giant spider wearing roller skates. The little wizards used their imagination to transform boggart into various interesting shapes. When it was Harry's turn, the boggart changed its form, and finally, the figure of the Dementor appeared in front of him. A cold feeling came over him, and Harry suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Why a Dementor? Shouldn't it be Voldemort? The dizziness returned, and Harry struggled to cast the spell. Lupin was standing aside, and when he saw Harry staggering, he immediately stepped in front of him. The boggart changed again, turning into a silver white ball. Funny, funny. Lupin waved his wand, and the silver ball turned into a deflated balloon and flew back into the cabinet. "Okay, that's it for today's class." Lupin locked the cabinet door and gave instructions to the students. "Everyone has performed very well. For homework, please read the chapter about boggarts and write a short paper due in class next week." The little wizards whose turn it was not yet came wailing, and they also wanted to go up and try. There was nothing they could do. The bell rang, and they could only pack their bags and leave the classroom. Everyone was very excited and kept discussing the changes in boggart. Harry walked at the end sullenly, feeling very aggrieved. My resistance to Dementors was too poor, and I almost fainted when facing the fake Dementors. If it weren't for Professor Lupin, I would have made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Harry made up his mind secretly. Tomorrow night is the Duel Club, and Professor Swan will teach everyone how to deal with Dementors. No matter what, I must master the Patronus charm as soon as possible. Go to the library now and look up some information on the Patronus charm. On Friday night, Sebastian arrived at the dueling hall early, accompanied by Potions Professor Snape. Snape stood there with a faint smile on his face. He had had that look on his face ever since he'd heard Harry defend himself in defense against the dark arts. The students who took potions classes during the day today all felt that Snape's attitude had become gentler. Looking at Sebastian setting up the duel arena, Snape couldn't help but speak out to dissuade him. "Sebastian, are you really going to teach the students the Patronus charm in dueling club? I understand your original intention, but I don't think that students are capable of learning such advanced spells, even 7th graders." As a professor at Hogwarts, Snape had a full understanding of the level of his students. To put it bluntly, he felt that the Patronus charm was too advanced and too complicated, and that students simply could not grasp it. In the wizarding world, the Patronus charm is the symbol of high-level wizards, and only wizards with powerful magic can cast this spell. Even among the professors at Hogwarts, many could not cast this spell. Besides, this spell is not in the curriculum at all. Instead of letting students learn this spell, it is better to let students practice those commonly used spells based on past experience. Consider my suggestion. It's easy for students to spend a lot of time on this spell and still get nothing out of it. If that happens, it's easy for students to resent you. Sebastian turned his head and looked at Snape with emotion, which made him feel creepy. TSK. Severus was in a really good mood today. Otherwise, according to the habit of this Sundra guy, he would definitely express his concern for his friends in a more sarcastic way. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Harry's protection of him in the defense against the dark arts class. To be honest, Sebastian had never thought that Harry would use clever methods to maintain Snape's image in class and not embarrass Lupin. I can only say that compared to the original book, the young man's emotional intelligence has improved a lot. "Don't worry, Severus," Sebastian said with a confident smile. "I have prepared a special teaching method. This stinky swan, why are you so stubborn? If I wasn't in a good mood today, I wouldn't bother to say a word." Snape frowned slightly and patiently dissuaded him. "I'm not questioning your teaching ability. If you really want to teach the Patronus charm, why not select a few talented students and give them one-on-one instruction? In this way, the success rate will be higher. As for teaching all the students the Patronus charm in the duel club, it is simply a thankless task." "Hey," Sebastian grinned. "So, I invited most of the professors. I am responsible for teaching students special methods, and once they start practicing, the professors will also need to contribute. It's convenient to have more professors. Otherwise, I can't take care of all the students by myself." "Severus," Sebastian nudged Snape with his elbow and said with a smirk, "you can't be lazy. Your Patronus is still very powerful. Go away." Snape's face turned cold. "I don't know the Patronus charm. Let the other professors worry about it. Come on. If you don't want to teach me, then don't teach me. Why are you lying to me, brother?" Sebastian curled his lips. "You just don't want others to know what your Patronus looks like. Don't worry. I will keep it a secret for you." Seeing that Snape's face was about to darken after being hit in the heart, Sebastian spoke quickly. All right. First and second year students simply don't meet the minimum requirements to learn the Patronus charm. The magic power is too weak. You will be responsible for teaching them common magic spells later. I won't say any more to you. Professor McGonagall and the others are here." Seeing the professors appear at the entrance of the duel hall, Sebastian hurriedly went to greet them. With his signature smile on his face, he greeted each professor. Professor McGonagall walked in first. She looked at Sebastian with a smile, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Sebastian, I'm looking forward to your special teaching tonight." Professor Flitwick followed behind. He was short but energetic, with an extremely excited expression on his face. He waved his fist happily. "Sebastian, don't worry. I will help you teach the students well." Professor Sprout followed closely behind, smiling and nodding at Sebastian. In addition to these permanent professors of the duel club, almost all the new professors have also come. Each of them had a different expression. Some had doubts on their faces, while others looked at Sebastian expectantly. After all, not everyone can cast the Patronus charm casually. Some of these new professors have not yet mastered this complex and difficult spell. Therefore, when they heard that Sebastian was actually planning to teach the students to cast the Patronus charm, They were both surprised and curious about Sebastian's so-called special teaching skills. If possible, they would also like to take this opportunity to learn the Patronus charm. As time went by, students arrived one after another, and the duel hall gradually became lively. All of them were excited and discussed the topic of the night with their companions. Wow, what a luxurious teaching lineup. Almost all the professors are here. The announcement said that the professor will teach us the Patronus charm tonight to deal with the Dementors outside the campus. Haha, once I learn the Patronus charm, I won't have to be afraid of Dementors anymore. It just so happens that I learned the Patronus charm today, and I'm going to Hogsmeade tomorrow for the weekend. If the Dementors dare to mess with me, I'll teach those ghosts a lesson. Don't dream. We will never learn the Patronus charm today. If you read more books, you'll understand how advanced this spell is. Then tell me, what exactly is the Patronus charm? It's too complicated. I can't explain it clearly. Let's wait for the professors to explain it. As the time approached 8 o'clock in the evening, Sebastian came to the center of the duel stage and looked around with a smile. He didn't lay too much groundwork and went straight to the point. Everyone knows that Dementors are extremely terrifying creatures of the dark arts. When we face them, we often feel powerless and hopeless. But there is a special magic that can dispel this desperate monster. That's the Patronus charm. Sebastian's words brought silence to the scene, and the young wizards all looked at him seriously. The Patronus charm is an extremely powerful defensive magic that can summon a concrete Patronus, an entity made up of positive emotions and good memories. It is the embodiment of light and hope, and can resist the dark aura of the Dementors. But its power comes from the depths of the caster's heart, so it is extremely difficult to cast. Professor McGonagall, please demonstrate to the students what a Patronus looks like. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, and she took a step forward, waving her wand. Expect God to guard. Suddenly, a kitten made of silver light appeared from the top of her wand and ran around the duel arena. The little wizards immediately cried out in surprise. Look, Professor McGonagall's Patronus is a kitten. Is this the guardian angel? So beautiful. I didn't expect that something this small could resist such a terrifying Dementor. It's amazing. Once all the students present had seen the Patronus appearance clearly, Sebastian clapped his hands to draw their attention back. Generally speaking, there are two forms of guardian gods: physical guardian gods and intangible guardian gods. These two forms are very different in both appearance and strength. The first step to successfully cast a Patronus is to release a non-physical Patronus. It does not have any biological characteristics, or it basically has no obvious characteristics. Sebastian waved his wand, and under his deliberate control, a cloud of silver white smoke burst out from the tip of the wand. This is what an incorporeal Patronus looks like. This form of Patronus can only barely resist the Dementor's attacks, but is too weak to drive away the Dementors, let alone cause any harm to them. However, don't underestimate this form. When facing a single Dementor, even an incorporeal Patronus can protect your lives to a certain extent. So that's how it is. The little wizards nodded as if they understood. Everyone just saw Professor McGonagall's cat Patronus, which is the physical Patronus. The physical Patronus takes the form of a glittering silver animal, whose shape is determined by the wizard's personality. So each wizard's Patronus takes a different form. Even if they are in the same animal form, there will be slight differences. Looking at the student's eyes full of curiosity, Sebastian continued to explain science. Generally speaking, the Patronus takes the form of an ordinary animal. Of course, there are some exceptions. As we all know, our principal's Patronus is in the form of a phoenix. Remember, there is no necessary connection between the image of the Patronus and its power. Its power is determined by the wizard's own magic power, like the famous Elias. According to the records in the history of magic, he once used his Patronus in the form of a mouse to drive away the army of Dementors brought by the dark wizard Rakdian and save the entire village. Sebastian paused, his eyes scanning each student's face. There are two difficulties in learning the Patronus charm. First, This spell requires a certain amount of magic power from the caster. The third level of wizard apprenticeship is the minimum requirement for learning this spell. For those who have not reached this standard, please focus on practicing regular spells. Second, to cast the Patronus charm, you must recall your happiest memories, your happiest moments. Then, focus your mind and turn that happy emotion into power. This is actually the most difficult part of learning the Patronus, because you have to know that people will experience many happy things in their lives. Happy moments are very short-lived. They only bring people strong stimulation at the moment they happen, but as time goes by, these happy memories will slowly fade away. This leads to the fact that, oftentimes, people are unable to clearly distinguish which memory is the happiest and most blessed. If the positive emotions are not strong enough when using the Patronus charm, the Patronus cannot be summoned. Sebastian raised his voice slightly. Remember, the spell to cast is Patronus. Come on, everyone, give it a try. You must be determined when casting the spell. The little wizards couldn't wait any longer, and after getting the professor's permission, they recalled the happy things and began to wave their wands nonstop. Harry stood in the line, wand clenched, Sebastian's words ringing in his ears. He closed his eyes and tried to find the happiest moment in his mind. He thought of the first time he rode a broom, the feeling of freedom, joy, and unfetteredness. He opened his eyes and said aloud, "Expecto Patronus." However, the wand only trembled slightly, and there was no sign of a Patronus. Hermione was also trying seriously. She bit her lip, frowned slightly, and tried hard to pick out the best memory from the countless happy moments in her mind. Ronald waved his wand frequently, but unfortunately, not even a trace of white mist came out of the tip of his wand, which made him feel a little irritated. Looking at everyone's reactions, Sebastian shook his head slightly. When recalling those happy memories, the little wizards should have exuded happy emotions. But in Sebastian's magical perception, the emotions of the little wizards were varied. There is happiness, doubt, irritability, anxiety, frustration, and so on. If you're so unsteady, it is impossible to successfully cast the Patronus charm. It looks like it's time for the strongest support to appear. Sebastian stopped the students who were experimenting with spells and called a little girl in the crowd to the dueling stage. "Luna, please sing a song to make the students forget their worries and be happy." Listen to Luna sing? The little wizards looked at each other. Wasn't it just practicing the Patronus charm? How did it turn into Luna's solo concert? Professor McGonagall was thoughtful. She somewhat understood Sebastian's intention. Is this to allow students to eliminate distracting thoughts and only retain happy emotions? Luna didn't hesitate and started singing confidently. As Luna's singing drifted away, the little wizards relaxed. All their impatience and doubts disappeared, and a hint of smile crept onto their faces. Seeing that the time was right, Sebastian raised his wand and cast a spell on everyone. Mind Shield. If Luna's singing is the basic fuel that ignites the students' happy emotions, then this spell is like a powerful catalyst, making the students' happy memories explode completely. Instantly, Harry felt his mind filling up with fond memories of the past. The first time he moved from under the closet into the small room vacated by Dudley. The first birthday gift I received from my uncle's company's orphan care project. For the first time, I understood the birthday messages Mr. White, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Prince, and Mr. and Mrs. Swan wrote to me. The first time I went to an amusement park and rode a roller coaster. The first time I received a letter from Hogwarts. First ride on the Hogwarts Express. And the first time I rode a broomstick. These happy and joyful memories flooded Harry's mind wave after wave, causing him to close his eyes involuntarily and immerse himself in them. Although all these memories were beautiful, Harry could easily tell which one was the happiest and most joyful for him. That was my first time at Swan Manor. Everyone celebrated my birthday, and I felt the warmth of home for the first time. Feeling the rising joy in the duel hall, Sebastian warned loudly, "Little guys, what are you waiting for? Use the Patronus charm now." Hearing Sebastian's voice, Harry opened his eyes and looked at the wand in his hand with burning eyes. He raised his wand and shouted clearly and firmly, "Expect God to guard." As he chanted the spell firmly, the tip of Harry's wand began to gleam with a silver light. At first, the light was extremely faint, flickering like a flame. Slowly, the light became brighter, and then a cloud of silver-white smoke came out from the top of the wand and floated slowly in the air. "Is this the intangible guardian angel that the professor mentioned?" Harry took a curious look at the silvery white smoke in front of him, and his eyes became firm again. "This is not enough. The professor said that a disembodied Patronus wasn't strong enough to keep Dementors away. I need to work harder and try to release a physical guardian angel. Mood, your emotions need to be more intense." Harry tried desperately to remember all the details of that birthday, letting the feeling of happiness and joy fill his chest once again. His heart beat faster, and he could feel the power of joy and magic flowing through his body. With a firm will, the silver-white smoke at the tip of Harry's wand changed dramatically. The smoke began to shrink and gradually took on clear shapes. After a moment, the smoke finally gathered into a tall, elegant stag. The stag guardian god landed lightly on the ground. Its body was translucent, but every detail was clearly visible. It has long limbs, majestic antlers, and a silvery white glow all over its body. Harry held his breath and stared blankly at his Patronus, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Success. This is his patron saint, a patron saint in the shape of a stag. From today on, I don't have to be afraid of Dementors anymore. Harry couldn't help but laugh, a look of relief and amusement on his face. He waved his wand gently, and the Patronus seemed to respond to his emotions, running gracefully in the air, and finally turned into a silver light and dissipated into the air. "Great, Harry! You successfully released a physical Patronus." Hermione's voice sounded beside her, with obvious excitement and admiration. There was a cloud of silver-white smoke at the tip of her wand, and there was no sign of it shrinking. "How did you do it? How did it happen so quickly?" Ronald looked at Harry in surprise, his envy evident in his words. "Everyone started learning the Patronus charm at the same time. How could you be so good?" Harry nodded and happily passed on his experience to his friends. "Focus on your happiest memories, and then be determined in your heart and believe that you can succeed. Come on." At this moment in the duel hall, the light of the Patronus spell formed a silver-white ocean. With the help of Sebastian and Luna, almost all students released intangible patron uses, and even the tips of the wands of some second-year students were flashing with faint white light. In addition to Harry, a few other students successfully summoned a corporeal Patronus. Percy Weasley had succeeded in releasing a sturdy weasel, which scurried about with a comical dexterity. Cedric Diggory summoned a little sheep, which stood beside Cedric with a gentle look. Fred and George were already dancing with their arms linked together. Above their heads, two magpie-shaped guardians flew in circles following their dance steps. In addition to students, professors who could not use the Patronus charm also benefited. Compared with the young wizards, their magic power is stronger, and most of them have experience in summoning intangible patron uses. For them, all they needed to do to release a physical guardian was a small opportunity. Under Sebastian's special teaching method, they successfully released their physical patron uses one after another. One of the new charms professors even cried with excitement. "I did it! I finally did it! Now I have an animal patron saint. I can stand up straight and be a professor." He walked over to Sebastian and bowed deeply. "Professor Swan, thank you very much for your teaching." The new professors who received the favor followed suit and came to Sebastian to express their sincere gratitude to him. In fact, they were not the only ones who were excited. Professor McGonagall's lips were also trembling with excitement. "Are these really all Hogwarts students? That's great. It's really great." She really couldn't believe her eyes. As a master of the Patronus charm, she knew very well how difficult this spell was. She had never thought that so many students would release physical patron uses just by practicing the Patronus charm for the first time. Professor McGonagall looked at Luna, who was asking Sebastian questions, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. This little girl, Luna, is a genius. No, more than just a genius. She is a priceless treasure. Perhaps she herself does not know how valuable her singing is. That's the song that can increase the success rate of the Patronus charm. I must tell all the professors and ask them to pay more attention to this little girl. Professor Flitwick waved his fist excitedly and shouted in his shrill voice, "Sebastian, you are really a genius." The scene of the students casting the Patronus charm together is really spectacular. Luna, you are great too. You are the pride of our Ravenclaw. He looked at Luna with extremely doting eyes, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. Snape withdrew his gaze from Harry and walked towards the stage with an expressionless face, speaking as he walked. "I'm going to perform my duties as a professor and tutor the first and second year students in magic." Hearing Snape's words, the professors smiled and dispersed and began to walk around the dueling hall, instructing the students one by one. "Luna, you should go practice your spells too. You can always come to me if you have any questions." Sebastian smiled as he watched Luna skipping to the stage. He glanced at the students practicing spells, and his pride soared to the sky. "Why? We, the master and disciple, only need to make a little effort to solve the problem of learning the Patronus charm. It would be unreasonable for old Dang not to give Luna a special contribution award." Huh? In the magical perception, why is there a little wizard whose emotions are not very stable, constantly switching between happiness and frustration? Interesting. Which little wizard has such high magic resistance? Even if Luna and I tried our best, we couldn't make him happy. Oh, it turned out to be the little wizard from Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom. Now Sebastian became interested. "You are the one who knows best the power of your own spell. How does this little guy Neville make his own spell ineffective? It can't be his forgetfulness." He came to Neville's side, bent down, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked gently, "Mr. Longbottom, I notice that you have been frowning. Did you encounter any difficulties?" In the dueling hall, Neville Longbottom stood in a corner, holding his wand tightly in both hands, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He had been trying desperately since hearing the professor's instructions, but no matter how hard he concentrated, tried to recall his happiest moments, the tip of his wand only flickered a faint light at best. Silvery white smoke? Not even a shadow appeared. Neville's face became increasingly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He stole a glance at his classmates and saw Percy's lively weasel running happily on the ground. Cedric's sheep are lovely and charming. The twin magpies are lively and agile. And the graceful stag that Harry had just summoned made him increasingly frustrated. Why can't I do it well? Is it because the Patronus charm is too difficult, or is it because I'm too stupid? Neville's heart was filled with frustration. He had never thought that he could release a physical Patronus in an instant like those geniuses. He only hoped that he could release silvery white smoke from the tip of his wand like most of his classmates. Unfortunately, he found that after working hard for a long time, the results were almost the same as those of some second-grade classmates. Although no one said anything, it dealt a serious blow to his self-esteem. Don't be anxious, Neville muttered to himself. "I'm always much slower than others in learning spells. But as long as you don't give up and practice more, you will eventually learn it." Neville silently encouraged himself, then gritted his teeth and raised his wand again. Expecto Patronus. He tried hard to recall those happy memories in his mind, whether they were memories of family gatherings or warm moments in Hogwarts, but it seemed that he could not find the strength to summon the Patronus. The tip of his wand still emitted a faint white light, with no change from before. Just then, he felt someone put a hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Longbottom, I notice that you have been frowning. Have you encountered any problems?" The sudden sound made Neville shudder violently, and his wand almost slipped from his hand. His face turned visibly paler, and he seemed frozen with fear. He turned around trembling, his eyes full of panic, and stammered, "I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't do it. His voice became lower and lower, as if he was afraid of being blamed again. Neville's violent reaction attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Harry and the other two were standing not far away and couldn't help but cast a concerned look at him. Sebastian's hand froze in the air. He was stunned for a moment, then put his hand down as if nothing had happened. Awkward. Look how scared the child is. Am I that scary? Why does Neville see me as if I were Snape? Looking at the panicked boy in front of him, Sebastian felt a little distressed. This is a typical come-from-behind character, and he seems a bit clumsy and unconfident at first. Except for herbology, his performance in other courses was not that good. His memory was not very good, and because of this he often made small mistakes, such as dropping his wand, casting the wrong spell, or forgetting the password to open a door. It can be said that in the early stages of his study career, Neville was always a character who was laughed at and teased by others. Many people, including himself, felt that he was not suitable for Gryffindor. It was not until the Death Eaters occupied the campus that he showed courage far beyond his peers and became the bravest warrior. He is the kind of person who looks ordinary and even a little clumsy on the surface, but has a strong and undeniable power in his heart. It is this inner tenacity and fearlessness that makes Neville one of the most admirable characters in Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Sebastian smiled gently and said softly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Longbottom. I accidentally scared you." "No, you don't have to apologize to me, Professor." Neville waved his hands desperately. "You don't have to call me sir. Just call me Neville. I didn't encounter any problems. It's just that practicing the Patronus charm wasn't going well. I was a little anxious." "Everyone needs time. Don't rush," Sebastian said encouragingly. "The Patronus charm is a very complex magic, and even many adult wizards have difficulty mastering it. Your wand can summon light, which is a very good start. But," Neville glanced at the classmates around him and said unconfidently, "other students can already release non-physical patron uses. I am really too stupid." "Everyone has their own pace," Sebastian gently consoled him. "There's no need to blindly compare yourself with others. The only person you can ever surpass is yourself. Based on my observation, your efforts are unmatched by many people, and your spell skills are actually higher than at least half of the third-year students. You are actually very good. All you have to do is be confident. Don't forget, magic is the power of belief. How about this? You use the Patronus charm now, and I'll help you see if there's any problem." Neville's eyes widened in surprise at Sebastian's encouragement. More than half of the third graders? Am I that great? The professor is not lying to himself. Although he still had some doubts, he couldn't help but feel a hint of joy in his heart, and even his body stood up straighter. He raised his wand and chanted the spell again. Expecto Patronus. Sebastian let go of his magical perception and focused all his attention on Neville. After a while, he figured out the clue. The first is that Neville is too unconfident, even to the point of inferiority complex. He always felt that he was stupid and clumsy, and he always doubted whether he could succeed. Under this psychological suggestion, he simply did not have the strong willpower to control his magic power. Secondly, Neville's wand doesn't match him and can't cast spells well. According to Sebastian's inquiries, he learned that this was Neville's father's wand, and he wanted to carry on his father's will. Under these two conditions, it would naturally be much more difficult for Neville to successfully cast the spell than for others. The Duel Club's training was coming to an end unknowingly. As the clock struck 9:45, Sebastian announced that tonight's practice was over. The students put away their wands, walked out of the dueling hall in twos and threes with excited smiles on their faces, and excitedly discussed the Patronus charm they had just learned. Many students did not forget to say good night to Sebastian when they passed by him. Sebastian stood at the door of the dueling arena, his eyes fixed on Neville. Despite his own assistance, until the end, Neville could only barely summon a wisp of silver-white smoke, which was still far from being an intangible Patronus. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. If you want Neville to become more confident and show the demeanor of the Gryffindor Swordmaster in the original book, you have to start with his family. I should find some time to have a good chat with Neville's grandmother later. Just then, A loud noise interrupted Sebastian's thoughts. "Professor Swan," Fred said with an expectant smile on his face. "Can you please fulfill our little wish and let us see your Patronus?" "Yes," George immediately replied. "We have been curious all night. If we don't see your Patronus, we will definitely not be able to sleep at night." Hearing the twins' shouts, the students became interested and gathered around Sebastian. "Professor, please show us your skills." "Yes, Professor, we have seen most of the professor's patron uses tonight, and yours is the only one left. You can't be stingy. Come on, Professor, be open and honest. Let us all open our eyes." Listening to the relentless booing of the little wizards, Sebastian felt overwhelmed. In fact, the Patronus is not something that needs to be kept secret. After all, this spell cannot be used as a killer. If it were in the past, the guardian angel would have let it go if he said so. But since practicing Animagus with dragon blood, the form of his Patronus has changed drastically from swan form to dragon form. Looking at the students' curious looks, Sebastian shook his head helplessly. "Oh, the students are so enthusiastic. I originally wanted to keep it secret for a while longer. In that case, take this opportunity to show off." He stretched out his wand and whispered, "Expecto Patronus." Accompanied by dazzling white light, a giant dragon made of silver-white light soared into the sky. Under the shocked eyes of the little wizards, it flapped its wings and rushed towards the school gate, raising up dark shadows in the sky. Fred and George looked at each other and couldn't help but shout, "This is so cool! Professor Swan's Patronus is a giant dragon." This news spread throughout Hogwarts like a gust of wind, deeply shocking all the young wizards. "Have you heard that Professor Swan's dragon Patronus is very large? It flies in the sky and lights up the entire night sky like a huge magic lamp." I didn't even have to hear that. I was there just now. When the professor's Patronus appeared, I thought it was daybreak. I regret it. I left as soon as the get out of class was over. If I had known, I would have stayed in the duel hall a little longer. I have never seen a Patronus in the shape of a magical animal. I heard that the professor's Patronus easily killed a large number of Dementors in seconds. Is this true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Wherever the professor's dragon went, all the Dementors fled. It was as majestic as it could be. Inspired by this news, many young wizards got up early the next morning and went straight to the dueling hall to practice the Patronus charm. The little ones all fantasized that their own Patronus could be as cool as the professor's dragon. To put it another way, even if the dragon cannot be released, it would be good to practice to develop a physical guardian as soon as possible. Professor Swan said last night that when 30 people are able to release physical guardian angels, he will lead everyone to start the next step of the learning plan. That is to let everyone's Patronus experience actual combat. According to the professor, only those who can release the Patronus under the pressure of the Dementors can be considered true masters. The young wizards became more motivated than ever at the thought of using their Patronus to beat up the Dementors. This also resulted in the fact that at the Quidditch school team tryouts on Saturday morning, there were basically no spectators except for the players participating in the tryouts. Nearing noon, the coolness of the early morning had been evaporated by the sun, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass, which made people feel extremely pleasant. After the trials, Harry returned to the dormitory and changed into some simple clothes, then walked briskly towards the school gate with Ronald and Hermione. For these third-year students, today is their first time going to Hogsmeade. "I'm still right," Ronald said with his hands dancing. "This year's school team selection is nothing to watch. It's still you 7, Harry. Like I said at the start of term dinner, this is our dream team. Just wait and see. We will definitely win the Wizarding School Quidditch Cup again this year. Trust me, I took a divination class this year, Bao Ling." "Thanks for your words, Ronald." Harry smiled happily. "To be honest, I really want to go to the dueling gym to practice the Patronus charm again. I want to see if I can still easily release the Patronus without the assistance of the professor and Luna." "Let's go play in Hogsmeade first, and then practice when we come back," Ronald said. "I also want to release a corporeal Patronus as soon as possible. Honestly, I have a feeling that my Patronus will be as mighty as Professor Swan's dragon." Even if it's not a dragon, it will be a mammoth or a giant or something. Ronald, Hermione smiled and shook her head. Most wizards' patron uses are in the form of ordinary animals. Patron uses in the form of magical animals are very rare. As for the giant guardian you mentioned, in history, only the invincible Andrus could release it. Hermione, Ronald said unhappily, it's called a dream. No one has stipulated that my Patronus can't be in the form of a magical creature, right? If I could release a special Patronus, I'd be famous. Okay, then go for it, Ronald. Hermione walked over to Harry, a worried look on her face. Harry, are you sure it won't be dangerous if you go out? I mean, that guy's still at large. What if he's lurking in Hogsmeade? Harry turned to look at her and smiled, trying to allay her concerns. Hermione, don't worry. Professor Swan told me that as long as I don't go anywhere outside of Hogsmeade, I won't be in danger. The professor said that there have been major changes in Hogsmeade. Even the Auror office has opened a branch here. There are always Aurors patrolling the village to protect everyone's safety. I know that, Ronald yelled. Hogsmeade has expanded. The news these days has been all about Hogsmeade. It's completely different there. If it was just a village before, it is now a city. It's a pity that it was cloudy every day for the past few days, and I couldn't see Hogsmeade clearly from the castle. Luckily, the weather is nice today. Let's walk faster. There's so many people going there right now. I heard that the Three Broomsticks has changed a lot. I want to try their signature dishes and then take a good walk around the new town. Thinking about sitting in the Three Broomsticks, drinking a cold butterbeer, and ordering a steaming hot lunch, Ronald wanted to pull the two of them and run. After a while, the three finally arrived at the gate of Hogwarts. After passing the Demented Sentry post, they were all stunned by the sight before them. The familiar, gravelly dirt road that had led to Hogsmeade was gone. Instead, there's a wide and smooth concrete road with an extremely clean road surface and neatly arranged street lights on both sides, extending into the distance. What was even more surprising was that a platform was set up on the side of the road, and there were several small white shuttle buses parked next to the platform. Each car was clean and tidy. Several students were queuing up in an orderly manner to get on the cars, and cheerful laughter could be heard. Merlin! Ronald was stunned. Such a big change. This is too exaggerated. Looking at the sign at the station, he couldn't help but read, Night Shuttle between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. Fare 1 silver sickle. Harry and the other two looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Want to take a car? Of course you sit down. I can't wait to go there and take a look around. They cheered and lined up with other students to board the shuttle bus. The driver in the car smiled and kept introducing the changes in Hogsmeade to the students. I'm a villager of Hogsmeade. To make it easier for students to visit Hogsmeade, I work part-time as a driver for the night shuttle on weekends. Today is the first day. Many stores are open and they are offering various discounts. Students can stroll around as much as they want. Okay, it's full, let's go. The car started smoothly and drove towards Hogsmeade with a full car of students. Little ones, we're at Hogsmeade. The shuttle bus driver slowly parked the bus and then enthusiastically introduced it to the students on the bus. This is the visitor center of Hogsmeade. I suggest you go in and get a magic map and then play according to the information on the map. Have fun today. The three of them got out of the car, and the scene before them completely shocked Harry. He had heard from Ronald before that Hogsmeade was just a quiet wizarding village with only a few shops and a few old wooden houses. However, what appeared before them at this moment was an emerging and vibrant wizard city. He looked carefully at the city in front of him and found that his first impression of this place was like Diagon Alley. Harry shook his head slightly, thinking his idea was a little ridiculous. This place is obviously much more lively and grander than Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is too crowded and too retro. Before my eyes was a modern-looking city with wide, clean streets and rows of new buildings. Compared with the old village to the west, it was a completely different world. There are all kinds of shops, restaurants, and entertainment facilities everywhere. The windows of each shop are decorated uniquely, displaying various magical items. In the fireplace in the distance, the green flame never stopped, and wizards kept coming here via flue powder. The streets were full of busy wizards holding shopping bags in their hands and enthusiastically discussing what they saw and heard in Hogsmeade. Oh my God, this place looks even more lively than Diagon Alley. Ronald looked around in amazement, almost unable to believe his eyes. He stared at the colorful neon signs and exclaimed in amazement, "This is simply a shopping paradise for the wizarding world." While Harry and Ronald were looking at the brand new Hogsmeade with deep emotion, Hermione had already been to the visitor center and returned with 3 magic maps. "Ronald, Harry, look," Hermione said, pointing to the map in her hand. "All the shops in the original Hogsmeade village have moved into this new town. Only one pub, the Hog's Head, remains in its original location." Hearing Hermione's words, Ronald quickly took the map and started looking at it. Merlin's Village. Even the Three Broomsticks pub has moved to the new town. In addition to the original shops here, even many shops in Diagon Alley have opened branches here. There's also a branch of the Auror office, a branch of Swan Alchemy, a branch of Swan Media, and even St. Mungo's has opened a first aid point here. A big deal, really a big deal. Not only that, look at the new city plan on the back of the map. Hermione read to her 2 companions. "Welcome to the new Hogsmeade, the ideal home for wizards. This is the shining pearl next to Hogwarts School and a vibrant wizarding city. Whether you are settling down or staying for a short time, this place can meet your needs. We have complete living facilities. Shopping, dining, entertainment. Everything is here to facilitate the daily lives of wizards. A wizard kindergarten and a wizard elementary school will be open soon. Provide children with good preschool education. Let them thrive in the magical world from an early age. Enrollment will officially begin next spring, and parents are welcome to sign up. In addition, the Hogsmeade Institute for Advanced Magical Studies will be established next spring. Open the door to wizards who wish to explore the mysteries of magic. All wizards who are determined to devote themselves to magical research are welcome to sign up. A new Hogsmeade, not only a wizard village, it is also a home full of hope and dreams. All wizards are welcome to settle here. Let us witness the perfect fusion of magic and life together." "The ad isn't bullshitting," Ronald shouted, pointing at the map. "These buildings are clearly marked on the map. If you point the magic wand at it, new tips will pop up. We are now recruiting teachers and will conduct a 6-month pre-job training so that all children can receive the most professional instruction. If these things had been available earlier, my mother would have definitely sent us brothers and sisters to kindergarten." "Honestly, I'm moved," Hermione said with shining eyes. "This place is just like the wealthy areas in the Muggle world, with all kinds of facilities available. I can't imagine how happy the children living here are. After I graduate, I will definitely buy a house here and settle down here. Don't talk about things that far away. I'm starving." Ronald pointed to the food area on the map and said, "Let's go eat first." "I have a feeling," Harry grinned, "our wallets are going to suffer." "Haha," Ronald waved his hand. "I worked so hard to support myself with my studies, so shouldn't I be able to enjoy myself? I'm going to be extravagant today. Let's go." The 3 of them walked side by side on the wide street, feeling extremely relaxed, and kept discussing the shops on both sides of the street, looking like they were giving orders. "Look, there's a shop here called the Hogwarts Exhibition Shop, but it's not open yet. I don't know what the school will sell here. There are advertisements everywhere for 10% off everything. Some stores even state that with a valid Hogwarts student ID, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Don't look at it, don't look at it. If you look at it again, I can't help but go in a shop. Otherwise, I always feel like I'm losing money." When they arrived at the food area, the 3 were overwhelmed by the choices. Before they even reached the Three Broomsticks bar, they had already tasted all kinds of delicious food. Hermione held a string of octopus balls and kept recommending them to Harry and Ronald. "That turkey pie is delicious. And that crepe. The cakes in this pastry shop look very soft and chewy. I will come here to order a custom birthday cake next time. The skewers look good too. Oh my God, have these wizards gone to the Muggle world to study? Why are all the food here so delicious?" Unable to resist Hermione's temptation, Harry and Ronald bought one after another, and soon their hands were full. Ronald ate from both hands, first taking a bite of the crepe in his left hand, then a bite of the kebab in his right hand, and soon he was full. But he was not satisfied yet, and dragged Hermione and Harry to the new three-broomstick shop. Even though it is twice the size of the original store, it is still extremely crowded and noisy. A pretty lady with a slim figure was behind the bar, tending to a group of noisy wizards. Ronald walked forward, blushing slightly, and said, "Ms. Rosmerta, 3 cups of butterbeer, please." Seeing the other party's scrutinizing eyes, Ronald quickly added, "Of course, it's non-alcoholic." After getting the butterbeer, the 3 of them sat around the wooden table in the corner and began to enjoy this moment of leisure. "Ronald, do you like the proprietress here? I saw you blush just now." Hermione teased. "No, I don't understand what you're saying." "Really? Then why did you have to come here to drink butterbeer?" I just heard from Fred and George that the owner here is very nice, so I wanted to come and take a look." Harry drank his butterbeer and watched the two bickering with amusement. Hearing Hermione's teasing, Ronald's face turned even redder, like an apple in autumn. He quickly spread the magic map on the table and abruptly changed the subject. "Come on, let's plan our itinerary and set off right after we finish drinking beer." Hermione smiled and pointed to the magic cinema on the map. "A magical cinema. I wonder what the difference is between watching a movie here and in the Muggle world." "Today's movie is Merlin, starring Professor Lockhart. Should we go and have a look together?" Ronald breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. "No problem. I've decided on this one."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.